The trial that America is watching.
Disbarred lawyer Alex Murdaugh is accused of shooting his son Paul and his wife Maggie.
They're on the ground out at my kennels.
Prosecutors say a financial house of cards was collapsing around him.
Financial, digital, and forensic evidence.
It looked like he had stolen.
A big trial in a small southern town.
You did it so bad.
The Murdaugh Family Murders. Live coverage today on Court TV.
Well, it's nice to see you guys all here. This is actually take two for me because what you guys don't know is I thought I went live like a few minutes ago, and I've been sitting here talking to each and every one of you, and then I saw up there in the little corner scheduled, and I'm like, did I not go live? And so you guys lost the best of the best. I did it the first go round. No, I'm just joking. I see you guys are watching from work, watching from home. As you see, I'm in the living room. This is where my big 70-inch screen TV is. So I'm going to be putting the trial up on my big screen, and I'm going to be monitoring this as well. But I figured here I can kind of relax. I don't feel like being in office number 2 today. I've been, cleaning this house, so I'm going to continue doing some stuff while we're watching this. I'm sure many of you guys are as well. But this is really a great case. I'm very, very interested in what the defense is going to come out. Now we know, just for everybody else, the defense, it truly is in their court at this moment in time. It truly is. The prosecution ended with a bang Friday. And then the defense brought up 2 minor benign witnesses. But if you guys remember with the state's case, they actually had to start off slow because they were just trying to get documents and other evidence authenticated to add to the trial record and enter it in as state's evidence. Now we're going to be seeing a lot of the same. I love the judge in this case. I expect him to be fair. He has been ultra fair with this case moving forward. And I expect him to be ultra fair with the defense as well. So we may get some rulings that may not be necessarily good for the state. But if the judge thinks it's fair, I think at this point in this case, I trust the judge's authority in this matter because he has demonstrated that he can be a fair judge when dealing with this particular case. So I'm looking forward to hearing what the defense is going to raise, what their defenses are going to be, because the picture that they were painting about his timing and all this other stuff really just fell apart Friday when the OnStar information was added. The interesting information about this OnStar data is that when they started this trial, they were proceeding with this trial without any of that data. And they had brought up that, I think it was even the defense that brought up, well, you don't have that data, do you? And they're like, no, we sent a subpoena. GM stated they had no records on the Suburban whatsoever. We thought they would. They said they didn't. Lo and behold, that evening, those records showed up. So they chose to not bring any of those records up for several days. So the state as well as the defense can understand what's in them. And because it was a surprise to everybody, including the prosecution, they were able to move forward with it because they gave the defense ample time to digest it. Now, with this stuff, it showed us the exact time he left. It showed us the route he left. It showed us right there where Maggie's phone was found, that there was a slight slowdown in speed, slight, just like 1 or 2 miles, and a slight uptick in speed, like 1 or 2 miles. So it looked like he just took his foot off the gas, tossed the phone out the window, and proceeded to move forward. That's what it appeared to be. But that testimony, that timeline that was presented by that particular expert was really, really good information. And it really just foiled and spoiled the rest of the defense's case. So I'm going to be monitoring this. As many of you guys know, just like before, we watch it whenever there's a break. I try to commentate on what we learned up to that break. I try to keep you guys engaged and entertained. The chat goes and it takes on a life of its own. So you guys are communicating with each other, but it is a great experience here. We learn a lot. And more importantly, we see what happens once the people are arrested and they're going through the process, we get to see what evidence that was collected during the investigation is utilized, what experts they bring in. And I got to tell you, this whole case with the digital evidence, the auto evidence, all this stuff, think about how much more we have to talk about when it comes to the Idaho 4. This is going to be impressive because we know that the Idaho 4 has a lot of the same data that's going to be presented at trial. And we keep wondering, why did they arrest Brian Kohberger? Because all of this digital evidence directs him. Everybody thinks that Dylan's going to be the star witness. Dylan is not the star witness, just like in this case. Nobody was the star witnesses in this case until it was being wrapped up and that final expert came on the stand. And I have to tell you, now that was the witness of the year, so to speak, for this particular case. I think it really made the defense's case just crumble right before their eyes because they were going to try to establish that it had to have been somebody else, that the timing was not conducive. Now we see that there was at least 15 to 17 minutes of time he had to clean up. We also had the so we were able to find 15 to 17 minutes of cleanup time. Plus we were able to find out almost to the minute of when they died. I truly believe he killed them right there at that 8:49 mark, or 8:49 to 8:50. He didn't leave the house until 9:07. And he made it to Moselle at 9:22. So we have we have more time of him, more blank time of him. That 15 to 17 minute time frame is where we're working in, and that's going to be his cleanup. That's going to be when he sprayed himself off. It takes only 30 seconds to 45 seconds to get back to the house from the kennels in the car. So you're looking at a good solid 15 minutes to go in the house, take a quick shower, change clothes, and walk out the door. So we definitely have the time. It doesn't take that long when you're running a mile a minute to get some things done. Any of us know that when we're under pressure, we can get stuff done real quick if we have to do it. And you got to think that that would have been no different. He is just moving at a very rapid pace after the killing of his wife and son. So this is going to be an interesting day. I'm very interested in the defense of this. You know, I'm kind of set that he did it, but I'm keeping my mind open at this moment in time. I would like to hear the defense. I want to see how their trial strategy is in this particular case. This is huge. So guys, just join me. Stay here. Again, the chat lives by, kind of is its own animal. It seems like it's self-functioning. You guys already all are friends and you guys are all talking. And, even if you guys disagree, it's like you guys understand what the difference is. So I just want to tell you guys, thank you for that. You guys are amazing. So just keep enjoying it. I'm going to monitor it. I'm going to be watching it on the big screen, taking notes over in the next chair so I can prop my feet up, right? If I have to resort to office number 3, I'm going to relax. No. Right? This is office 3. We know office 1 is the number 1 place we run. I don't think I've ever ran a live from out here before. So this should be interesting, but I know we'll enjoy it. And besides that, we get a different change of scenery, right? Instead of the water jug. So anyways, and that office is going to be getting cleaned up pretty soon. I'm trying to decide on the new desk I'm buying, but we're going to go ahead and upgrade the desk and everything in there. And I want to make sure I have enough stuff that I can take those, one dresser, or at least move it. I got to at least move it. And then I can start putting, like I got the Just Breathe sign that I want to get put up there. And I want to put Gabby Petito's photo, because that's one that came from the Gabby Petito organization, the foundation. So I want to put that behind me because we did support that foundation as well. A friend of mine purchased that as a souvenir. I guess a souvenir, a memoir, I guess is what you can say, a memory, something to memorialize. It's to memorialize the Gabby Petito case. But either way, I just want to tell each and every one of you guys, God bless. You're not going to hear me. It's already going to start. I'm just going to mute myself. If I've got something to say, I will make sure I unmute myself for you guys. But again, this is going to be, now we're going into the defense side. We got to see the state/prosecution of the defendant. They rested on Friday. We got two minor witnesses there, the coroner, and I can't remember who the other person was, but it was just to authenticate some things. And we're going to see that the first few things are probably just to authenticate documents that they can later bring back as evidence to whoever they are, whoever's up on the stand. So I expect at least, it sounds like they're going to be starting out with a major expert witness, because they said that one person they're going to put on the stand, they're going to have to, they're going to be interviewing or examining for at least a few hours. So I'm interested in hearing that. I'm keeping an open mind. I hope everybody's keeping an open mind, but I have to be honest with you, the state really damaged a lot of the defense for Alex Murdaugh. So this should be interesting. Again, this is all just a learning experience for everybody involved that comes over here. Again, we learned a lot. We learned about cell towers. We've learned about what our phones record. They record everything. Even the transition of screens is making a note in our phones of what it's doing. So, oh, it might be Buster. You're right, Aaron. So we have that. And then we have, oh my gosh, the OnStar. Big brother, right? We're all looking at our cars saying, what have we done? They can watch everything we're doing. If you're in a newer car, if you have a newer phone, if you're using cell towers, you're screwed. Don't try to commit a crime here in the United States. No matter how much we like it or not like it, Big Brother is watching. And when they want to get the information of where we've been, trust me, they got it at their fingertips. Most of us watched Dolly's channel, and he talked about the FBI coming to his house, and he's like, they ask you questions and you better not lie to them because they already know. And it's just like that. And that to me is very, very scary. So we got heads moving. I'm going to back out, guys. We'll watch this and get some commentating going on throughout the breaks and the stuff of what we heard so far. So God bless you guys. And if you guys need anything, just let me know. I'm monitoring the chat, but I'm not glued to it because I'm going to be listening. Oh, wrong one. Wrong way. There we go. There we go. It should be starting any minute now. Don't forget to get your cup of coffee. I just looked at the time. We still got about 5 minutes before they're going to be in there. 5 minutes. So if you haven't had breakfast yet, you guys got 5 minutes to throw something on a piece of bread. You're welcome, Nurse Sandy. It's nice to see you in here. Let me just go down the list of everybody that's in so far, chitting, chatting, and everything. Candy Apple, Nana of 7. It's nice to see you guys here. ZA, GG for life. Good to have you. Emma, Pebbles, Wake Up. Who else do we have in here? I haven't called yet. Alabama Mom of 4. Nice to see you, my dear. Belinda, it's nice to have you, love. Jenna, nice to see you. Christine, it's nice to see you as well. Please keep listening from work. Yes, yes, yes. Dumplin', it's nice to have you in here, sweet pea. Princess Mega Elsa, as well as you. Texaholic. I haven't had a chance to chat with you for a while. Pat Gaines, nice to see you. Sharon, Kathy Baker. Cranky Pants in the house. Miss Lee, Mama 3. Husband's going to be calling her in a little bit to say hi to Bullhorn Betty. You just tell your hubby I said hi back. Steppers, a coffee bean. Nice to see you. Southern Granny Wolf. Aaron, I don't know if I said hi to you or not, but if I haven't, hello. LD. Angela, nice to see you. Jenna, nice to see you. Midnight Nurse Carla. Oh, 3 flying doves. Well, hello, my love. Hello, my love. Dean, nice to see you. Moonlight Magic. Colleen Howard, how are you guys doing? Phoenix Rising. Krug's wifey, nice to see you. Suzanne. Just Samantha. Great to see you. Jaguars Hooligan. Nice to see you as well. I think that's everybody. So thank you guys for all being here. And it looks like we're going to be starting in about 2 minutes. So you guys have just enough time. Hey, Pittsburgh nurse, you have just enough time to go to the bathroom and grab yourself a beverage because we know Crystal's Chaos. Nice to see you. We know that you'll, it's going to be a little minute. And once we start going, it might, you know, some of these things, it catches our attention and we can't even turn our head. Like it'll frustrate me if I have a sneeze when it's in the middle of an intense moment, right? It's like, sneeze, you can't wait 5 seconds. Michelle, it's nice to see you, love. So, yeah, great to have you guys. We're going to watch this. This is the Alex Murdaugh trial. This is actually, I know that Court TV has this being day 19. Today is actually day 21. Voir dire is part of the trial, and voir dire is jury selection. So we are counting jury selection as part of the trial. However, direct testimony has only been going on now for 19 days. Today's the 19th day of true testimony and 21st day of the trial. This has been nothing short of a bizarre case. It's been exciting to watch. It's been I don't even know how to express in words how insane this all is. Why we are here is the insanity part about this. But this is one great case to learn a wealth of knowledge. And it's, if you guys have not watched it, I would definitely go back to Friday. And if all days that you could possibly watch, Friday I would watch in its entirety. And here's why. Because Friday they went over such massive amounts of evidence, putting it all together in the timeline, that it just blows the Alex Murdaugh case literally out of the water, in my opinion. Some people may disagree, and that's okay. That's okay. There's no right or wrong answers. None of us are the jury on that jury stand. So until this has come to its conclusion and a verdict is reached, you know, we can speculate all day long. But I just thought it was a real bad day. But what we learned there is the technology of our OnStar system. We also learned what all kind of information our cell phones hold. Then you got experts from the day before that were talking about, you know, well, one of the first, I think, day, I don't know what day it was, but we had a cell tower expert come in, and they taught us about the angles and ranges of cell tower and what RTT is, and how that measures the distance from the cell tower and other stuff. But it was a real powerful digital technology type of forensic learning, you know, teaching, if you will, of those. You know, minor in respect to the wider topics, but it was really, for me, it was very educational. And I like things that challenge my brain and mind, but it's something that I learned that I can never unlearn. And the great part about it is it can be applied to all of our cases, even the Idaho 4. We talk about how do they know this and how do they know that? And I kept telling you guys, you know, Dylan is not the star witness. Just like, you know, the people in and around Alex Murdaugh were not the star witness in this case. It's those experts. It's that digital data, that forensic data that they have, that really is going to seal, I believe, Brian Kohberger's fate, just like it's going to seal Alex Murdaugh's. And so we just need to watch. But I love this so much. I mean, you guys, there's a lot of learning here, and this is stuff that you'll never that you'll use forever and ever as you watch your crime stuff, you know, crime news. And, you know, we are all a little bit of crime junkies here, but this is really everything kind of in one case. And it really covers a lot. And there was a lot of learning for me, not just about law, because I don't practice, nor will I ever be in South Carolina. Well, I have had to before, but I did brush up on some laws in South Carolina, but for the most part, it's not something I'm going. So it wasn't really that I learned. It was more of the digital forensics that were so interesting to me. It really was. And it's just, it's almost fantastic, in a way. And it's amazing what we don't realize, everything we're purchasing to be connected to the outside world is truly what is watching us each and every day and following our every move. It's if we do something criminally wrong, it's our own data, it's our own things that are going to catch us in that crime as opposed to other people. So I just found that very interesting. But I see they're starting to move behind the scenes. So I'm going to go ahead and mute myself. We should be started at any moment. So we'll sit and chat on the next break. Nice to see you, Elfig, Darla, Nicole. I think I already said hi to you, SB. So hi, Sue. It's nice to have you in the house. Mama Llama, great to see you as well. Texas Life, Julie, nice to see you. Did I say hi to you, Sue? If I didn't, hello, hello. I think I got everybody. Thank you for being here.
All right, court is now in session. Judge Newman presiding. Please be seated.
Good morning. I have two issues. I don't know if you all have something. First, we have a juror who is not feeling well and who is at a doctor's appointment. Juror number 441. That juror is not here. We'll need to replace that juror with an alternate. As I understand it, this is a juror who took the place of another juror. Took place of 220. Any comment, state or the defense?
Of course, it's all just 1 moment. Your number, I apologize, you're on 441.
Maybe someone heard it from your side.
My question would be, has she indicated she's too ill to be here, or she's just gone to a doctor's appointment and could be here by?
Not feeling well. They have doctor's appointment. I haven't spoken with the juror. This note came from someone. Would it come from the clerk's office?
I believe the jury coordinator.
From the jury coordinator?
Sorry, I don't have to pull out documents we hadn't really looked at in 4 weeks.
Can you have the juror coordinator come up?
They could delay it, but I think they're just going to replace her or probably reach out to her to find out when she will be back into court and what her prognosis is. But it is my belief that they'll probably substitute her. They will wait until they get down to their last alternate before they freeze trial, in my opinion. But they could decide to delay it today if they chose to. Hey, I see you. Nice to see you.
No objection to replacing her. These are two alternates, right?
Your Honor, that's fine with proceeding if that's the court's desire to proceed on. Certainly, I don't have any objection either.
Proceeding as opposed to what?
I mean, she's at the doctor's appointment. I don't know if that was something that would keep her out for a while. That would be the only thing, but obviously she's not here and not feeling well. So that's why we have the alternates.
And Your Honor, and I know you were going to tell the jury, day 21, and we'd like to not be doing day 31. And if this delays it, we sit here and wait to find out what her health condition is. It might go on for a while. So we'd rather go ahead and proceed.
All right, Madam Jury Coordinator, what?
Your Honor, can I make a statement right quick?
Yes, sir.
We think the defense will be rested. We will rest our case by Friday, probably late day Friday. And then I don't know if the state has any reply, but we're looking at finishing early next week. I don't know if it makes sense to notify the jury of this anticipated schedule, and that creates that we know we're going to lose some people if they're aware right now that we may be finishing early next week and we'd be coming up short. I just don't want to come up short. That's
All right.
And Your Honor, of course, that's all predicated on cross-examination and reply.
Ms. Sherry, did you receive a call from a juror or some communication from a juror? Yes. Tell us about it. Stand and tell us about it.
Down in general session, she took a message and they said they weren't feeling good this weekend and that he has a doctor's appointment this morning.
All right. So it's same as the other juror who ended up in the emergency room, and we replaced that juror. So we now have, we'll need to select by lot the next juror. Out of the three, we need another juror. Any objection to the clerk randomly pulling out the number out of the box?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
See who we have. Tell us who it is, juror number.
Juror number 530.
You know who that is. All right, juror number 530 will become part of the regular panel. Secondly, I've been receiving over the past 2 to 3 days emails concerning a social media post by Mr. Griffin commenting upon witnesses' testimony and quality of the investigation by the state. And it appeared on my Twitter feed this morning. Mr. Griffin, is this part of your defense strategy or?
Your Honor, all I did was retweet an article that was published in the Washington Post. I didn't put any comment. I didn't make any statement. I just retweeted an article that's in the newspaper. That's all I did.
You know, we had an NBA player who retweeted an article, professional basketball player who retweeted an article that resulted in him being suspended from the NBA for about 10 days, and
that's harsh.
and cost him about $10 million in salary. So retweeting is the same as, to some, as if your tweet. It appeared, I didn't know that, well, I mean, I'm not a Twitter friend of yours, but it just appeared on my, under Twitter. First thing up this morning was you. You know, we had the lawyer who had a similar name to a person with a similar name to our lawyer witness, and it was someone else by the same name. In your interest, your instance, it's your name and your picture. So
retweet the article, no question about it.
yeah, well, I've been reviewing Rule 3.6 regarding that, and whereas the rule does not specifically state that the lawyers are prohibited from criticizing witnesses during the course of the trial or commenting on a case that they're actively participating in. I think it goes against the spirit of the law, of the rule, and it doesn't pass the field test. So that's, to quote Judge Kynard, it didn't pass the field test. So you should not post or repost anything that would give me or the general public, or hopefully never land in the hand of a juror who, the jurors were instructed not to discuss the case, and obviously that did not extend to the lawyers, but it's not a good practice, and it could easily lead to modification of our rules that might specifically address something like that. So I'll leave it at that.
Understand, Your Honor, I will not retweet anything or tweet anything until this trial is over.
Yes, sir. Anything else before the jury comes?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
Yeah, defense, you need to put your tail between your legs and run back home. You guys have made some fatal flaws in this case. Fatal flaws, I tell you. He should have known better. He does know better. That judge is going to be fair, so he's not going to give him sanctions. I tell you, if he tweets, retweets, or anything else on social media one more time, I guarantee that judge will give him sanctions. Might remove him from the case. I mean, he was very stern at that podium, at his desk. He was very stern. He's like, look, just because this NBA player just retweeted, he lost him, $10 million. And basically his job, he was suspended for retweeting something, So no attorney wants to hear that from a judge. That was a pretty, he didn't do anything, but that was a pretty rough reprimand. I will tell you, no attorney wants to hear that coming from a judge.
Good morning. Juror, day number 21. Now the defense's case. As you all might know, one juror is missing, absent, and that juror has to be replaced, and that juror is being replaced by juror number 530. Juror number 530, nod. 530. All right, juror number 530, you're one of the first 12 now. Participating member of the regular jury panel. And we'll press on with our case, and hopefully we'll not have much more attrition, but it's understandable the longer this case goes. We'll proceed now with the defense's case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense will call Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr., also known as Buster Murdaugh.
Raise your right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You'll have a seat up on the witness stand. Adjust your chair and your microphone. And if you'll state your full name and spell your last name.
This should be interesting, guys.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr., Murdaugh. I go by Buster.
Mr. Murdaugh, is your father sitting over here at defense table?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where you born? Where you raised? Where'd you go to school?
Right. So my name is Buster, 26 years old. I live in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. I was born in Savannah and lived in Beaufort for about 2 years when I was a little child. We moved to Hampton in about 2000, and I grew up in Hampton, went to Wade Hampton High School. And after high school, I went to a small college in Spartanburg called Wofford.
Is your mother Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And your brother Paul?
Yes, sir.
When you moved to Hampton, do you remember how old you were when you first moved to Hampton?
Three or four.
Okay. And did you live in Hampton, in a house in the city limits?
Yes, sir.
The town limits?
Yes, sir.
And you did that with your mom and dad and brother for how long?
For around 20 years.
Right. What schools did you go to coming up through in Hampton County? Would you go to grade school?
Went to Ben Hazel Primary School, Hampton Elementary School, North District Middle School, Wade Hampton High School.
Okay. And as you were growing up, what were your interests, Buster?
Sports, playing sports, doing things outdoors, hunting, fishing.
And was your father involved in those interests with you?
Yes, sir.
And was your mother also?
Yes, sir.
And in what way?
Well, my father coached every little league team I played on up until I started playing for the schools in which had a coach.
And what about Paul? What were his interests growing up?
Paul's interests were outdoors mostly, hunting, fishing, playing around in the woods.
Right. Did he also play sports at times?
He did. Yeah, he played basketball and baseball.
Did your dad coach him as well?
He did.
And would your parents attend all of your and Paul's sporting events as you're growing?
Every game. And it was a rarity for them to miss one. And then if they had to, they would call and explain. And
right. And at some point in time, did your parents buy this property off Moselle Road?
Yes, sir.
You remember roughly when that was?
Right around 2012, I think. I would have been a sophomore in high school.
And when that property was first purchased, did you move out to Moselle or are you still living in Hampton?
So we had a house in Hampton and also purchased the property at Moselle, which had a house. And for the beginning stages of owning Moselle, Hampton was still working as our primary residence. But I believe it was Hurricane Matthew, or one of the hurricanes came through and blew a bunch of pine trees over on the house. So it had to get work done to it. And from that point, we moved out from Hampton to Moselle while the house was getting fixed. And more or less, it just it never transitioned back to Hampton. It just almost like Moselle became the primary residence.
And during this time, did your family also have a house at Edistone?
Yes, sir.
How frequently would you stay at the house at Edistone?
Very frequently during the summertime, almost every weekend.
And when your family essentially relocated to the Moselle property and making it primary residence, were you still living at home in high school, or do you remember how old you were at that point in time?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jim. Will you say that again?
Were you living at home at that point in time? Was that while you were still in high school or
yes.
school? You remember when you transition to Moselle and started staying there basically full-time during the school year?
So when I was still in high school, we were living in the Hampton house, and then I'd gone off to college.
Okay.
Which is when the stuff happened, and they moved out to Moselle. So yeah, I was living at college.
And when did you go off to college?
2014.
Okay. So sometime after around 2014, family relocated to Moselle for the most part
That's right.
because of the hurricane damage. Is
Yes,
that-
sir.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about the Moselle property. I know they've heard a fair amount, but I think you probably know it better than anybody.
Yeah. So the Moselle property it's roughly 1,700 acres, and a lot of that is really not even accessible. It's a lot of swamplands, a lot of stuff that you just, no road systems or anything like that. But a big portion of it is has road systems and everything. And it's a big property. It's broken up into several different parcels that border each other. And, we have 20 some odd deer stands, dove fields, duck ponds, just all over the property. So
What type of hunting did you and your brother and your father do at Moselle?
everything, deer, duck, quail, dove, hogs.
You have a duck pond?
We have a duck pond.
Okay. And the hunting was, did you have a lot of friends come out and hunt as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now the jury has seen a aerial view of the property, and there's a main house, there's shed, kennels, and then there's a house sort of right on Moselle Road. What do you call that house?
That's the cabin.
The cabin. And did you live in the cabin with friends over summers at some point in time?
I did. The summer of my sophomore year, after my sophomore year, me and two of my buddies lived in the cabin.
Okay. And who are those buddies?
Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Okay. And the so we can get more of this. We've about hogs and pigs on the property. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
About the hogs?
Yes, sir.
We had a lot of hogs, and if you don't know, hogs are very destructive to a piece of property. We plant food plots for the deer, plant the fields for the doves and the ducks, and they basically go through and ruin it all. So given the high population of hogs, we, would frequently go out and hunt them, try to cut the numbers down a little bit.
Did what kind of guns did you have there at Moselle?
We had a lot of guns.
Do you have shotguns?
We did. Shotguns.
You have 12 gauge shotguns?
12 gauge shotguns, 20 gauge shotguns, 16 gauge shotguns, 28 gauge shotguns.
Right. And how many type rifles did you have on the property?
A lot.
Can you just name some of them?
Yeah, 270 short mag, 7mm 08, 308, 243, 223, 300 blackout.
And what type of ammo did you keep on the property?
Well, I mean, all ammos for those calibers.
Sure. And where were the guns kept primarily?
In the gun room at the main house at Moselle.
And was there a pool table in the gun room?
There was.
Okay. Were there times when guns were left elsewhere on the property?
Yes.
Where else on the property would guns be left?
Well, just myself. I mean, I've left them up at the shed before. I've left them on golf cart you used that day, left them in a truck. I mean, guns would just not always find their way back to the gun room.
How about Paul? How was he with securing guns?
Not good.
What do you mean by that?
Paul left guns probably more on the property than anybody else. And sometimes sometimes he would use my gun and then he would leave it and then I'd have to track it down.
Right. Did Paul carry guns in his truck?
He did.
Would he keep his truck locked up?
No, not all the time.
Did at some point in time you and Paul receive 300 blackouts for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember roughly, was that 2016 or 2017?
Sounds right.
Okay. And what color was your 300 blackout?
It was black.
And have you been sitting in this courtroom during the entire trial?
Yes, sir.
And the jury's seen a black 300 blackout. Is that yours?
It is. That is my 300 blackout.
Was that the one you got for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
And what color was Paul's?
Paul's was black and tan.
And when you say black and tan, what part was tan and what part was black?
So the receiver would have been tan, and and barrel would have been tan.
What part would have been black?
Stock, maybe.
Okay. And so yours was all black, his was black and tan.
That's right.
What happened to his that he got for Christmas in 2016?
His gun was apparently stolen, lost, taken. Yeah.
How do you know that?
That's just what Paul told me.
What happened to your gun after Paul's was stolen?
My gun became, what we would both use.
And did that create some confrontation between you two at times?
Yes, sir.
And why?
Well, kind of like I just touched on. So he would use it. He's not very good about putting it back where he found it. I leave it somewhere. I go back and, want to get it, and it's not there.
Did you notice, were you aware that Paul got a replacement at some point in time?
No, sir.
Well, you heard about that in the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
Trial. Okay. But up to that point, did you ever see Paul use the replacement?
No, sir. I've never seen a replacement.
So every time in your presence, Paul was using a 300 blackout, which one would it be?
Mine.
There's, I'm not going to pull these guns out, Buster, but there's been discussion, and the jury has seen a 12 gauge Benelli with a Mojo sticker on it. Whose gun is that?
That's mine.
And what's Mojo?
Mojo is a brand of decoy. It's basically what it is it's, say you buy a wood duck Mojo and it sits on a pole, but the wings are motorized. So it's to replicate, a more alive duck.
And why's your Benelli have a Mojo sticker on it?
Because I bought a Mojo decoy, and in the box it came with a sticker, and I put the sticker on the gun barrel.
And so that way that's your gun.
That's right.
I believe the evidence in the case is that Mojo Benelli, when it was seized, was loaded. Did you frequently put the gun away loaded?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Knowing that I might need it again at any point.
Okay.
Just, put it back on the shelf. I kept the safety on.
Okay. And I think it was loaded with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch turkey load. Do you remember that you would load that gun with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch?
Yes, sir.
And why would you do that?
I do that because when I go turkey hunting, the goal is to, get the turkey close to you and shoot it in the first try. But if I were to miss and the turkey goes running away and I try to shoot it again, I put a bigger shell, larger shell behind the smaller one for that purpose.
Okay. And that's something you commonly did?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever load in a 12 gauge, 20 gauge, 28 gauge, a buckshot followed by a bird shot?
No, sir. I've never done that.
Have you ever known anybody to do that?
No, sir.
You know of any reason to do that?
No, I can't think of any reason to do that.
And specifically, have you ever loaded in any gun a buckshot followed by dry lock steel waterfowl pellet?
I have not.
You know anybody to do that?
No, sir.
You know any reason to do that?
No, sir.
Okay. And you ever seen any guns on your property loaded in that fashion?
No, sir.
Buckshot with some sort of bird shot right behind it?
No, sir.
The jury's heard testimony about goings and comings, which way you go in and go out at Moselle. How many entrances were there at Moselle?
2 entrances.
And will you describe the 2 entrances?
So the main entrance is pretty much straight out of the front door of the house. You would go down a dirt road and then you would come up on big brick columns, and that's what I refer to as the main entrance. But down by the kennels is another entrance, and that one is a little bit different. That one has the mailbox beside it, and those are the 2 entrances.
Okay. So let's talk about coming onto the property. Which entrance coming onto the property would your mother normally take?
I would say normally everybody took the main entrance unless that there was a reason that you needed to go down the other one, which for her reasons of going down the other one would be the mailbox. And also when we got packages delivered from Amazon, they actually would go to the shed as opposed to the house.
So your deliveries would go
the mailbox, and also when we got packages delivered from Amazon, they actually would go to the shed as opposed to the house.
So your deliveries would go not to the yellow or whatever white house that you lived in, but down at the shed.
That's right.
Okay. Now, leaving Moselle, the property, which way would you, Alex, your mom, Paul normally go leaving Moselle?
Out of the main gate.
Okay. And if you're going to Alameda, which way do you turn coming out of the main gate?
To the right. In 2020, 2021, during the summer months, where did your mother prefer to stay? At Edisto.
And where were you staying, say, in the spring, summer of 2021? Where were you living?
Spring, Moselle.
And then summer, where'd you move to? Or
I was down at Edisto a lot in the summer.
okay. And then, and where was Paul living in the, say, spring of 2021?
Is he saying spring of 20 or 21?
21. Now, man, maybe I said the wrong thing. In the spring of 2021, where were you living?
Spring of 2021.
Did you have an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, I did have an apartment in
You
Columbia.
split time between Columbia and Moselle, and
Yes, sir.
you have a girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in the summer of 2021, well, in June, where were you living?
Between Columbia and between Rock Hill.
Okay. And who lived in Rock Hill?
My girlfriend.
And then in the spring
Hey guys, sorry, I don't know what is going on here. My computer is like literally on the fritz. I can't even exit out of this stuff. So give me just a second while I try to restart my. This thing is driving me nuts. Let me put this way. There we go. So give me just a few moments. I'm trying to get. I got to restart the computer. I don't know what's going on. The computer just started freezing up. So just bear with me. If anything will fucking work on this computer, excuse my language. Let me just shut this top down and see if it'll just reset. I don't know what else to do. Like I was over there trying to make myself a sandwich and everything just stopped. But I did notice that the computer was down to 0. So somehow or another it wasn't charging for some reason. So I don't know if that's an issue or not. I don't know what's wrong with my computer. It's just not doing anything. There we go. So just give me a second. I'm working on it. So annoying. So anyways, this is the living room. Huh? We'll get it back up in just 2 shakes.
Far of a drive would have been from the
Give me
house
a
in
second.
Moselle.
Probably more like 20. 25 maybe.
And did you and your mom and your dad and your brother Paul spend a lot of time with the Murdaugh?
I got to get out of here because
Yes,
it's going to screw up if I don't. So give me just a second, guys. I'll be right back with you.
Obviously, gathering during the holidays.
John Marvin, Randy, and Lynn had children, did they?
Yes, sir.
So he had a lot of cousins?
Yes, sir.
There we go. Sorry
And
about that, guys.
Families would get together, those cousins and aunts and uncles?
That's right.
Okay. And was there property down on Chichessie that y'all would spend time at?
Yes, sir. That was the family river house, Chichessie.
And where's that located?
So it's located in Okatee, Waters Avenue, off the Chichessie River.
Right.
It's pretty desolate.
The in the spring, in May and June of 2021, what was your grandfather Handsome's health condition as you knew it?
Not good. He wasn't in good health.
What do you understand his health problems to be?
I understand he had cancer, and I understood that, he was having a pretty big battle with it.
And what was your grandmother? What'd you call your grandmother?
M.
Yes,
sir.
What health issues did she have in May and June of 2021?
She has Alzheimer's.
And would your dad frequently check on Handsome and M?
Yes, sir.
Would you go with your dad to check on Handsome and M?
I would occasionally go with them too. Yes, sir.
Okay. And what times of day would you go with your dad to check on your grandparents?
It could have been any time. Went over at lunch a lot of times. Went over in the evenings a lot. Just no real set schedule. Just kind of mosey on over there.
When would your mother go with your dad?
She would, not regularly, but she went.
Would Paul stop in and check on your grandparents?
Yes, sir.
Was that fairly regularly for something Paul to do? to your
Yeah,
knowledge?
Paul would do it regularly as well.
When you would go with your dad in the evenings, and maybe it's not limited to the evenings, where would you park when you go visit your grandparents?
For the most part, just like a ordinary afternoon visit, park in, the garage, the carport. But if we went over a little bit later, then we would pull around to the back side of the house and be able to enter through the back door.
Okay. And what's at the back side of the house?
So when you walk in the back side, it's like we call it a sunroom, but it's, a dining table. It's got a TV in there. And then that is right next to the kitchen. And then if you're in the kitchen and you go to the right, then that's where my grandparents' room is.
Doug, if you could pull up page 38 from State's Exhibit 524, please. That's in evidence. '24, I believe it is. Page 38. Yes. And that's page 38. So Buster, this is from State's Exhibit 524, which is in evidence, which is the GPS data off the OnStar provided from General Motors. And can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what's that house?
So that's my grandparents' house at Alameda.
All right. And these dots in the back, and I'm going to point to this line of dots just right next to the circle that Doug drew. Do you see them? They seem to be connected right here on the far right?
Yes, sir.
Where is that on the property?
So that's right off the back corner of the house.
Is that a place where you'd normally park to go in the back of the house?
Yes, sir. That is where.
Have you parked there yourself?
I have.
Have you seen other family members park there?
I have.
Is that a customary place to park when you go in the back door where the kitchen sunroom is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you some photos, which are exhibits 130 to 136. And I want to ask you if you can just identify them. Don't show them to the jury, but just tell us what those photographs are of.
So these photos are of the area we're talking about off the back corner of the house at Alameda.
All right. Your Honor, this time I move defendant's exhibits 130 through 136 in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. So Doug, please pull up exhibit 133. And Buster, tell us what 133 is, please.
Yeah, so this is the back door entrance to where I was just talking about, to enter into the sunroom kitchen, into the kind of back quarters where my grandparents' bedrooms were.
All right, and if you'll pull up 134, Doug, please. And what's 134?
Same thing, same backside of the property, just a little bit of a different angle.
So the part of the house to the right of the photo, what's that? Can you see here?
Yeah, so that right there would be my grandparents' bedroom.
Okay, so that's in the evening, your grandparents would be in that part of the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you went to the garage entrance, what would happen? What would be required of your grandparents or some sitter to let you in?
Yeah, so you could go and knock, but a lot of times they're in the back part of the house and they don't hear you. So you normally call and say like, "Hey, I'm at the front. I need to be, let in." And they'd have to walk from the back to the front, unlock the door, and let you in.
But if you're in the back, how far is the walk?
Quarter of the distance it would be to walk it's very short.
And was it common to go in the back door?
Yes, sir.
And is it?
Remember, Shelley had to answer the door.
And then I'm
he
going to
called
show
Shelley
you Exhibit 131.
to let him in.
Pull that up, Doug.
The grass doesn't look like it's been driven on, just saying.
Yana, can you step down off the stand and point to the jury where?
There's no big tires
Buster,
in that grass.
step aside so that the jury you're not blocking their view. I don't have a pointer, but can you point out in this photo where you would normally park? All right, point out to the jury where you normally park to go into the.
So you would park, right about here, coming right off basically the corner of the house, and this is the same stairway to go up to the back door.
So you'd park in the grass.
Yes, sir.
And near that satellite dish, or not near the satellite dish?
Yeah,
Objection.
Where would you park
Leading.
in relation to the satellite dish?
Yeah, right there, close to it.
All right. And that was.
Doesn't look like a parking spot,
Now-
does it? Looks like
Hang on,
manicured
Buster. I'm
grass
sorry. Come back.
that somebody wouldn't want driven on. Just saying.
What's this structure right here?
That's what we call the cook shed.
And maybe and what's in the cook shed?
A couple couches, big TVs. That's mostly where my grandfather used to have a cookout on every third Thursday of a month, and that's where he would have his little gathering. It's just an open concept in there with a kitchen, TV, couple couches.
All right. Hang on, Doug. You pull up 132 while Buster's still standing here. Buster, what's this structure to the right of as you're looking at the cookhouse?
That's old shed.
Okay. Now, roughly, what's the distance between the cookhouse and the cook shed to where you'd normally park to go in the back door?
10, 20 yards, maybe.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and take your seat, please. Buster, how often would you speak with your mom and dad on the telephone on a daily basis?
Pretty much every day.
Right. And would you be with your dad when he's talking to your mother?
Yes, sir.
I guess can you give the jury some sense of how frequently, as a family, y'all would engage in telephone conversations daily?
Yeah, it was very frequent. I mean, I spoke to my mom every day, multiple times a day, and the like for my dad and for my brother too. And that's just me. And I know it's like they're all talking to each other too. Just a lot of conversating throughout the day over the telephones within the family.
Okay. So, Doug, I want to pull up State's Exhibit 520, which is in evidence, and this is the Rudovsky extended or extensive timeline, not the condensed version. State's 520, and if you'll go to page 14, please. So Buster, what I'd like to do, and this starts at just at 1:11:10 p.m. If you could blow up that first entry, Doug, and this is in evidence offered by the state. And I just want to go through some of these again. So at 1:10, this document says Paul Murdaugh misses a phone call from Margaret Murdaugh. And then at 1:11:36, it says Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster, answered 1 minute and 22 seconds long. Do you have any independent recollection of this particular phone call?
No, sir.
Okay. But if you keep working your way down, at 1:19, Doug, there's another entry. It says Paul Murdaugh makes an outgoing phone call to Mom. Do you see that? At 1:19.
Yes, sir.
And then if we'll go down to, well, so I guess let's just stop there. Is it frequent that your mother would reach out to you and Paul during the day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you'll go down to 1:41, please, Doug, at 1:41, 33 seconds. And you see Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster. Do you see that? At 1:42, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
And then right before that, at 1:41, it looks like Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Alex, not answered. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then if you go right below that, it says 1:42:43, Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Paul. Now, you see that?
Yes, sir.
Well, anything unusual going on this day, or is this sort of how life was in the Murdaugh family?
No, this was normal. This was the way we communicated.
Okay. And then if you'll go to page 15, Doug, at the bottom at entry 1 minute 1:52:39 p.m. says Maggie Murdaugh makes outgoing phone call to Buster, answered at 1:19. So here's another call from your mother. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Not unusual, was it?
Not unusual.
All right. Then page 16 at 1:55:40. If you'll take a look, blow that up, Doug. Says Maggie Murdaugh received an incoming phone call from PA Alex Murdaugh. Answered 6 minutes and 18 seconds. And that was your dad and mom apparently talking, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then right below that at 1:56:18, there's some instant messages to you about some medication. Do you remember what this might be about?
Yeah. So this was about, I take a medication called Dupixent, which is a self-given shot. And I was up in Rock Hill and I needed to get the medicine delivered to this address here on the screen.
Okay.
And that's what we were talking about. She was, calling the pharmacy to get it redirected to that address.
Normal day. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Doug, if you go to page 19 at 3:24:20 p.m. Excuse me, I'm sorry. 3:24:35. Alex Murdaugh receives an incoming phone call from Buster. 518 seconds. Sitting here today, do you remember what the phone call was about?
No, sir. I don't know specifically what it's about.
But just normal.
Yeah, just
day in the life of Buster Murdaugh.
That's right.
Talking to his parents.
Yes, sir.
If you go to page 24, Doug. At 4:42:56 p.m. See, that looks like at 4:42, your mother's calling you again, right?
Yes, sir.
Anything unusual going on?
No, sir.
And then if you'll go to page 26, Doug, at 5:16:25 p.m. And there's an entry that says Alex Murdaugh calls Buster Murdaugh. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Looks like a 6-second call. Do you remember what that might be about?
No, 6 seconds could be a butt dial. That would happen often.
All right, and then if you go down the bottom of the page at 5:21:11, looks like there's a 92-second call, which is about 5 minutes after what might have been the butt dial. It says Alex Murdaugh receives a call. Buster answered 92 seconds long. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So are you returning your dad's call, you think?
Probably.
Okay.
I wonder if he asked him to come home. I always thought he would be the third victim.
And I'll just carry through. If we'll, Doug, if you'll go to page 32 at 6:52:13 p.m., please. Pull that up. Thank you. So this entry says Alex Murdaugh calls Terry Brandstetter, 412 seconds. Who's Terry Brandstetter?
Papa T.
And would your dad call your grandfather fairly regularly?
Yes, sir, he would.
So again, anything unusual going on the 7th for y'all to have all these communications?
No, sir.
And then if we'll jump to page 49, Doug. And if you go to 908:58. And it says, Alex Murdaugh iMessages Maggie Murdaugh stating, quote, going to check on M, be right back, close quote. Now, who's M?
My grandma.
And this is at 908:58. And then at 9:10:47, there's an entry that says, Alex Murdaugh calls Buster. And it says 60 seconds long. And that's at 9:10:47 p.m. on June 7th. Do you remember getting that phone call?
Yes, sir.
What did you talk about? What did you talk about?
Basis for the objection.
Just reacting to hearsay.
Pardon?
I don't open the door to anything else. I was reacting to hearsay.
I asked what the topic was, Your Honor.
Objection's overruled.
Yeah, don't say what your dad said. Just tell me what y'all talked about.
Yeah, well, we just talked about like, hey, how you doing? And then he said that he was going out to.
Hang on. Okay. I mean, I thought he didn't want to hear hearsay, but I'm sorry, Your Honor. Go ahead.
And he was just letting me know that he was going out to Alameda to check on him.
Okay. And was this a unusual conversation you had with him?
No, sir.
What was his demeanor in the conversation?
Normal.
Had it changed from any of the other times you talked to him earlier in the day on the 7th?
No, sir.
And would he on occasion call you when he was going to check on his mother, M?
He would. Yes, sir.
Was that an unusual occurrence?
No, probably one of the more regular occurrences. We all usually would make phone calls like riding in a car. So when he was riding over, it's very common for him to call.
You take that down, Doug. So just going through this extraction from, say, 1 o'clock until what we just talked about, 9 o'clock. We did, but either multiple phone calls within the family. Tell the jury about the cell phone coverage at Moselle.
Not great cell phone coverage. Didn't have a lot of service, especially around. So if you were underneath the shed, at the shed, it had a metal roof. It just couldn't get any service inside of it. It was spotty around the whole property, and it had honestly gotten bad up at the house. We had just put on a new roof roof was metal, and just kind of hindered a lot of the phone coverage out there.
But
Would
Wi-Fi
it-
calling. They had internet.
Be
at the
unusual
house
for
and the
your dad to leave his phone at the house when he was going down to the shed?
No, sir. Would
Can't lead the witness.
No, sir. Would not be unusual.
Okay, well, did your dad always have his phone with him when he was on the property at Moselle?
Not all the time.
Did your brother always have the phone on him when he was at the property at Moselle?
Not always on him. He would have it near him, but he's out there working on stuff and didn't always have his phone just in his hand or in his pockets or anything like that.
Did your father ever misplace his phone?
Yes, sir.
Was that a frequent occurrence?
It was.
How about your brother? Did he ever misplace his phone?
He did.
Was that frequent?
It was.
Now, there's been some testimony about Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Who's Bubba?
Bubba was our dog.
What kind of dog was Bubba?
He's a yellow lab.
And was he difficult to control?
He could be, but for the most part, no. He would listen to Dad more than anybody else. But also, we had a gun dog shot collar that we would put on him sometimes, and when he had that on, he was
okay
on his P's and Q's.
The switching gears, another topic. When your dad, well, let me just put it like this: how frequently would your dad take a shower or bath?
He could take him a lot, and he, working out there, if he goes outside and sweats a lot, comes back in and takes a shower.
Was that normal routine for him?
It was.
And did he sweat a lot?
Yeah, it's hot out there in the summertime.
Was he a lot bigger then than he is today?
He was.
How big was he?
Probably 6'4", 250, 260.
Right. Alan, excuse me, Buster, were you aware that your dad had a opioid addiction?
A little bit. I knew a little bit about the usage of pills.
What did you know about it?
I knew that either my brother and mom had found them at some point, and then told them like, "Hey, we found these." And I want to say the 2018 around Christmas, he went to a detox facility after Christmas, and that was my knowledge of it. Thought that handled it, and then there were a couple more times after the fact where they would kind of go into this finding pills, all that stuff, and then he did a few kind of like at home, just self detoxed a couple times, and thought once he did that get off of them, but that was kind of my general knowledge about it all.
You thought he had beat it.
That's right. Yes, sir.
And when he was confronted about his pills, what was his attitude?
I don't know for sure because I wasn't there when a lot of the confrontations happened with them finding the pills. But I mean, I've never heard anything, just, apologetic and,
right.
Sorry, and would usually be his kind of regular, kind of response.
How did your family handle disputes, like disagreements?
Pretty, I mean, like adults, pretty civilly, talked about it, stuff like that. I mean, and it just depends on the dispute too. Like,
right.
Like I was a kid, I get spanked, stuff like that. It's not really a disagreement. That's just
once you're a teenager and college age.
Right.
Any reprimand or disputes you've gotten into with your father, was it all civil?
Yeah, definitely civil.
Did your father show patience with you and your brother?
Yes, sir. He would.
Was there ever any violence in the family?
No, sir.
In February of 2019, your brother was in a boating accident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe, where were you living at the time?
Columbia.
And was he criminally charged eventually?
Yes, sir.
And what type of reaction was there to his involvement in the boating accident and his criminal charges sort of in the community in Hampton?
I would say a negative reaction in the community. The media spike kind of got going after it. There was a lot of articles in the media about, our family and stuff like that.
And to your knowledge, was Paul being threatened or bullied on social media or anything like that?
Yeah, he was definitely being bullied on social media. Just people sending random messages, and I would talk to him. I know a lot of times he'd be walking down the sidewalk and, a car comes by and they would yell some stuff at him. I knew he would go out, in a bar and, there's somebody that wants to talk about it and, make a scuff about it, whatnot.
Right. The, what was, your mother's reaction to all the negativity surrounding the boating accident?
It, it kind of consumed her. She's big on reading all of it. And when she read the negative stuff, it, made her feel upset and whatnot. And it ultimately kind of caused her to distance herself from Hampton. At this time, primarily living at Moselle. She quit going to the grocery stores in Hampton, quit going to the pharmacy, quit going to get food in Hampton, just thought that there was a real, kind of a bad vibe in Hampton. Like she felt like people were staring at her and talking about her and stuff.
Where would she do her shop?
She moved over to Waldoboro and started going over that way.
Right. Were you sued in the boating accident?
Yes, sir.
Response.
With regard to relevance, Your Honor, it's civil litigation about the boating accident has been a big part of the state's case. He's a party to the litigation.
Overrule the objection.
Were you sued?
Yes, sir.
Was your dad sued?
He was.
Was your mother sued?
Her estate became sued.
But before she was murdered, had she been sued?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
Maybe.
And do you know if Paul had been sued?
No, I don't know that he had been sued.
Okay. What was your mother anxious about the civil lawsuit?
Yes, sir.
What was her biggest concern?
I would say her biggest concern was reading articles after, Mark Tinsley had made a statement about how much money he was wanting to collect in the civil lawsuits. And I think it was to the tune of like $40 million or something like that. He was trying to get, and that made her anxious.
And what was your reaction to statements like that?
Well, I mean, I knew what he was saying, but I mean, it's not, to me, it just didn't seem, I didn't think, well, I don't have $40 million. So.
Right. And was your dad anxious about the lawsuit, to your knowledge?
He didn't appear to be overly anxious about it.
What took priority, the criminal case against Paul or the civil case?
The criminal case.
Right. And Did the family support Paul in the criminal matter?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that supported him in his criminal case because, amongst the family, none of us thought that he was driving the boat. We thought he'd been.
At the time of the accident.
That's correct.
Buster, I want to now talk about the weekends leading up to June the 7th.
Yes, sir.
And we showed the picture of the lake weekend where you were went up to Kiowee with the Proctors and the Brandstetters.
Yes, sir.
And then the following weekend, I believe, was Memorial Day. Were you with your family on Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
And who was present?
A lot of people were present. I was there. My brother was there. My mom, my dad. My brother had some friends staying with us, and those were the people sleeping there. And then people are, in and out throughout the day, throughout the weekend.
I mean, was it a fun family weekend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It was a normal Memorial Day weekend at Acoustical with your family and friends.
That's right.
Okay, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you Defendant's Exhibit 123, and I want to get you to identify it, Buster. Don't just say what it is.
It's a picture of my mom and my dad and I on a boat.
Is that Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we move Defendant's Exhibit 123 in the evidence.
Go, Jason.
It's admitted.
Is this the photo, Buster?
Yes, sir.
And then I believe this same weekend there was a birthday party or cookout. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Doug, if you could play Defense Exhibit 61, please. It's in evidence. And we'll just take a look at that.
Thank y'all so much. Thank you, baby.
Did your mom make a cake for your dad?
Yes, sir.
And that was a group of friends. When's your dad's birthday? Do you know the exact date? It's not a test. You just say you don't know if you don't.
No, I don't know the exact date.
It's around Memorial Day?
That's right.
Okay.
27th, maybe.
Then the following weekend, there was a baseball tournament in Columbia, correct?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that weekend. What happened there?
That was the weekend. South Carolina was hosting a regional baseball tournament, and me, my mom, my dad, and my girlfriend went to the baseball games.
And where was the game?
Columbia.
And it was a super regional or
regional?
A regional.
Yes, sir.
And what days that weekend did you go to the game?
Saturday and Sunday.
Did your mom and dad stay in Columbia that weekend?
They did.
Or they stayed on Saturday night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did y'all tailgate with them on Saturday or Sunday?
Yes, sir. We did.
Okay. And was it a normal weekend?
It was.
Fun weekend?
Yes, sir.
And that Sunday would have been June the 6th, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on June the 7th, we went through a host of number of telephone calls with you and your dad and mom leading up to 9:08, 9:10 on June 7th. Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
my dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
What'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone. And so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just sat there for a minute. I was in shock, but eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. If we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2:00 in the morning.
And when you got there, did you see your dad?
Yes, sir.
What kind of condition was he in? What was his demeanor?
Yeah, his demeanor was, he was destroyed. He was heartbroken. I walked in the door and saw him and gave him a hug and just broken down.
Could he speak?
Not really.
Was he crying?
Yes, sir.
Who else was in the house? Do you remember?
Yeah. My girlfriend Brooklyn and I got there. Out in the driveway, my Uncle Randy and Uncle John were out there. Chris Wilson and Corey Fleming had just gotten there. They had pulled in behind us. And when I walked in, several of the partners were there. Ronnie Crosby was there. Lee Cope was there. Mark Ball was there. Austin Crosby was there. William Barnes. My buddy Nolan was there. And I'm sure I'm leaving some out, but that's what I remember.
And do you remember how long you stayed there?
Stayed there several hours, probably 3 or 4 hours till about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
And where did you go?
And then we left Moselle and we went to Alameda.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
My girlfriend, my dad, and my Uncle John.
I know this seems kind of trivial, but what was your dad wearing when you first saw him?
Shorts, t-shirt.
Okay. And did you help him pack?
I did, yes, sir.
What did you do to help him pack?
Got his bag and went into the closet, grabbed some t-shirts, grabbed some shorts, grabbed toilet kit, put it in the bag and left.
Why were you doing the packing?
Just trying to help him. He was so upset. We were all upset, but just trying to expedite the process of getting to Alameda.
When you went in to pack your dad, was there a t-shirt laying on the floor?
I couldn't remember.
Did you get shirts from above the, where did you get the t-shirts from?
Got them from the closet, and there's like wooden shelves up on the wall, and I was getting the t-shirts from there.
Were there a lot of t-shirts on the shelf?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not one of the t-shirts fell on the floor when you're packing?
I don't know whether one of them fell on the floor or not, but certainly could have happened.
When you got to Moselle, were you able to get some sleep?
No, sir.
Did you go back to Moselle the next morning?
Yes, sir.
And who went with you?
Me, my girlfriend Brooklyn, and my dad, and maybe John Marvin. I don't know if he was riding with us or already out there separately, but he was somewhere in the mix.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I think we got there rather early. Nobody really slept, and about early in the morning, sun comes up, just
Did,
go back.
did you take a shower and Brooklyn take a shower at Alameda, or did you do it over at Moselle?
No, sir. We slept tried to sleep at Alameda, and then we took everything back with us to Moselle and we showered there.
You know where your dad took a shower that morning?
Yeah, Moselle.
And when you went back over in the morning, do you know what your dad was wearing? When you were traveling from Alameda back?
No, not specifically, but I know that, I know what I packed, so it could have been any of that. It's just athletic shorts and T-shirts and stuff.
And after you got to Moselle, and I guess just carrying the days forward, were you with your dad? Well, how often were you with your dad once you got back to Moselle on the 8th?
Every day.
For how many days?
For a good while.
Okay, so let's talk about where you stayed on the night of the 8th. Do you remember?
Night of the 8th would have either stayed back in Alameda, or that's potentially when we made the transition over to John Marvin's hunting lodge.
Well, were you would you say we, or are you including your father?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you drive together?
Yes, sir.
Was he pretty much in your eyesight for the first few days?
Yes, sir.
And so after the 8th, and then you come up on the 9th, a Wednesday, do you know whether you were at Alameda or spending the night at your Uncle John Marvin's place?
Yeah, I think at that point we had switched over to his place over at Greenfield.
Yeah, and you call it Greenfield. That's the name of his hunting.
Yes, sir. Just the name of the property overall.
Property. Now, how far is it from Alameda?
To Greenfield?
Yeah.
Couple minutes. I mean, not
Close
very.
by. Close
Yeah,
by.
right down the road.
And then, and do you remember how long you stayed at Greenfield with your dad?
Yeah, I mean, several days. And, I think anywhere from the 9th to the, probably that rest of that week through that weekend.
Yeah, on Thursday, June 10th, what happened?
Grandfather died.
So the family was together and stayed together?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever remember your dad disappearing for any periods of time?
No, sir.
Were you physically close to him most all the time?
Yes, sir.
Except when you were sleeping?
That's right.
And I believe the funeral for your mom and brother memorial service was on that Saturday?
Yes, sir.
Right. And then that Sunday was a funeral for your father? Grandfather.
Grandfather, yes, sir.
And at some point in time, you went did you go to Somerville at some point in time?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you went to Somerville?
Right, beginning of that next week.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked as Defense Exhibit 129 and ask you.
We discussed previously, we are objecting on the hearsay basis to 129.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm not introducing 129, offering it to the witness to refresh his recollection.
That's the extent.
All right.
But it's for ID. Buster, I don't want you to publish that, but I want you to, I want to ask you that Defendant's Exhibit 129 marked for identification purposes refreshes your recollection as to when you left to go to Somerville.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury, what is that? What's that document you have in your hand?
It's a text thread between my girlfriend and I.
And does it have, so based on that text communication between you and your girlfriend, it refreshes your recollection. When did you leave to go to Somerville?
June 14th.
And looking through there, refreshing your recollection, how long did you stay in Somerville?
Stayed in Somerville until the 17th.
And then what do you remember doing after you left Somerville?
On the 17th, we left Somerville to go to Lake Kiwi.
And so when you were in Somerville from the 14th to the 17th, who were you staying with?
Staying with my grandparents.
And then you went to Kiwi. Who did you go with?
Went with my dad and I, my grandparents, my aunt and uncle, and their children, their children's boyfriends, and that was it.
So you're with your dad from the night of June 7th through the Kiwi trip. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you remember what you did after the Lake Kiwi trip?
No.
At some point in time, you decide, I've got to go back to Rock Hill?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Remember roughly when that was?
No, I mean, I think it was sometime following all this, but I can't tell you exactly when I went back to work.
When you decided to go back to Rock Hill, you had a job in Charlotte, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any discussions with your father about your personal safety?
Yes, sir.
Did he make any offers to you?
He did.
What offers did he make to you?
He offered me to.
Basis for the objection.
Hearsay, self-serving hearsay.
An offer is not hearsay. It's an offer.
The objection is sustained.
Did you take any security precautions?
No.
Did you want any security protection?
No, sir, I didn't.
Why not?
Well, I didn't want to carry a gun or anything like that, and I also didn't want like a private security detail following me around, just for lack of privacy. And at the time, the places that I was staying and the places that I were going, like I was staying at Rock Hill in my girlfriend's house, who has, alarm systems and security cameras and whatnot. And then other than that, I'm staying in hotels, which, I just felt.
Did at some point in time you and your father announce a reward?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 126 and ask if you identify this. If you can identify this.
Yeah, yes, sir. This is the reward.
It's a news release up about the reward?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we've moved Defendant's Exhibit 126 to evidence at this time.
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
Can you pull it up, Doug? And if you could just pull out the top two paragraphs, please, Doug. Doug? Oh, you can't. Okay. Did you work on this language with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Can you read to the jury the first two paragraphs, please, beginning with Alex and Buster Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. Alex and Buster Murdaugh announced today a reward of $100,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons who brutally murdered Paul and Maggie on June 7th, 2021. I want to thank everyone for the incredible love and support that we have received over the last few weeks. Now is the time to bring justice for Maggie and Paul. Buster and I, along with Maggie's mother, father, and our entire family, ask that anyone with helpful information immediately call the SLED tip line or Crime Stoppers.
Thank you. Now there's a, in the body of this, there's a expiration date on this reward. What's your understanding of the purpose of having an expiration date?
I'm not real sure.
Okay. Well, you see it says to be eligible, the person claiming the reward must submit the tip to SLED or Crime Stoppers by September 31, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What happened in September, early September 2021, Buster?
Talking about the...
Yeah, do you remember your dad going
Yes,
off
sir.
to detox, roadside shooting?
Yes, sir.
From that moment that your dad went to the hospital and then went to detox, did he ever come back home to his property, his clothes, his belongings, to
No,
your
sir.
knowledge?
No, sir.
There's been some questions about whereabouts are Alex's clothes. Can you tell the jury before he went off to detox where his clothes were? How many different locations he had clothes?
So had clothes at Moselle, had clothes at Greenfield, had clothes at probably a few clothes at Alameda, had clothes at Randy and Christie's house, had clothes a lot of places.
You have clothes down at Chichesi or?
Yep, Chichesi, Okatee.
You have clothes at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
You have clothes in his car?
Yes, sir.
Can't lead the witness.
How many nights after June 7th, to your knowledge, did your dad spend at Moselle?
None.
How many nights after June 7th did you spend at Moselle?
None.
I'm gonna, Doug, you have the Snapchat video? Can you pull that up, please? Of the tree. Your Honor, this is the Snapchat video that's in evidence. I'll get the exhibit number for the record shortly. Buster, you recognize that shirt?
Yes, sir.
What kind of shirt is it?
It's like a, short sleeve button down shirt.
Is it a Columbia shirt?
No, it doesn't look like a Columbia shirt.
What color is it?
It's blue.
Okay. Did your dad have a foam green Columbia sports shirt?
Maybe.
Okay. Is this it?
No, this is blue.
Right. Did do you know if your dad ever ordered any Vinnie Vine or I don't know? Did he order clothes after your mother and
brother's murders?
Maybe he ordered clothes, but he doesn't wear a lot of vineyard vines.
Okay. Have you ever seen him buy vineyard vine?
No, sir.
And you can take that down, Doug. Sometime in August, did you go with your dad where you played in a golf tournament?
Yes, sir. I went and played in a golf tournament, and he came and wanted to watch us play in it.
And what kind of golf tournament?
It's a golf tournament that a buddy of mine puts on in Somerville every year. It's called the Jasso Invitational. It's just a bunch of guys that are friends come together and play in a golf tournament.
And did you look up the date of that tournament before testifying today?
I did.
And what weekend was that tournament in August of, in 2021?
Yeah, it's the last weekend in August of 2021.
Okay. Do you know if you were in was there a house that Johnny Parker had that your dad kept stuff in?
Yes, sir. There's a small house in between Johnny Parker's house and my Uncle Randy's house. I think Mr. Johnny built it for his mom or mother-in-law or something when she was sick. But yeah, there's a little 2-bedroom house right there.
And did your dad stay there?
He did. He did.
I don't know if we mentioned that as one of the places where there was clothing.
Yeah, that'd be one. That'd be another one.
All right. So there are a lot of places.
Yes, sir.
Were you there? Did you observe your dad talking to Blanca about anything? Were you getting ready to go on the golf trip?
No, sir.
Okay. You were not present.
No, sir. I don't think I was present.
Did you go in any other golfing outings in August with your dad, to your knowledge?
Yes. Earlier August of that year, we played golf down in Hilton Head with the people from the Trial Lawyers Convention.
Okay. Now have you been sitting in this courtroom since day one?
Yes, sir.
Once the trial started?
Every day.
And were you here when a video was played of an interview with your dad on June 10th?
Yes, sir.
And there was a question about whether your dad said, "I did him so bad," or "they did him so bad." Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize your dad's voice?
I do.
If you listen to it, would you be able to tell the jury whether it's I or they?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to pull up Exhibit 153, the clip.
Sitting on top of the day is tough. It was so bad. It's so bad.
What'd your dad say?
Said they did them so bad. They did them so bad.
Is that the first time you'd heard him say they did him so bad?
No, sir.
When was the first time you heard him say they did him so bad?
First time I heard him say that was the night that I went down to Moselle, the night of June the 7th.
Did he say that more than one time?
He did.
1 second, Your Honor. Let me check to see what I left out. Just very briefly, Buster, you've heard testimony during this trial that your dad was stealing money from clients. Did
Yes,
you know
sir.
anything about that?
No, sir.
And just lastly, roughly how long would it take to clean a dog run down at the kennels? 2 dog runs, for example.
Roughly, I'd say 10 minutes or so.
And what do you have to do?
You got to get the hose, turn the hose on, spray out the dog kennels. You got to, put the bed on top of the wooden box so the bed's not wet.
Now, what are you spraying? Dog manure?
Yeah, spraying, dog poop.
And it spreads out and you've got to.
That's right. Yeah, you got to spray it, make sure it's all out of there. Spray it to the back.
Oh, all right. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
We'll take a break now, ladies and gentlemen, for about 15 minutes. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
All right. Well, there we have part of Buster's statement. It seems almost as if they were implying that every single place that Alex could potentially stay, he just left clothes everywhere. He left clothes at this house. He left clothes at that house. He left clothes at all these people's houses. Now, I've got to be honest with you. I travel a lot. I do. And I have to be honest that all my clothes are with me. Even when I travel, even when I go places, okay, he's walking out. I typically, grab a travel bag, right? Just like Buster testified. He grabbed a bag, packed the clothes, added, grabbed the toiletry bag. What did he do? He packed up clothes. Why would he have to pack up clothes if Alex Murdaugh already had those items at the place he was going, i.e. Alameda, which he also stated was a place that he had, again, clothes. So they're trying to imply, so what I got here, let me just read through some of my stuff. It seemed at the beginning of this, the defense was really working very hard to express normalcy, right? Normalcy. What I would really like to see, I would love on cross-examination, which we're about to start seeing. Actually, I can take this down now. We're about to start seeing the cross from the state. And one of those things I'd like to know, I'd really like to know the answer to this. Did Alec try to get him to come back home with them? That is what I'm really looking for, because here, check this out. Buster just testified that they were in the area, at that baseball game or basketball game or whatever. Remember, he testified they were there Saturday and Sunday. Apparently, this happened on Monday, if I'm following everything correctly. But he kept trying the attorney kept trying to imply a normalcy, nothing out of the ordinary. This is normal. You guys do this on the weekends, really trying to paint the happy family photo to the jury. Yeah, go ahead, Mama Llama. And it just seems like that's what they were trying to push. So what else did we have? June 6th game. Here it is. Sunday, June the 6th at game. Maggie and Alec were there with him. And he didn't say his brother was with him for whatever reason. It just said Alec and Maggie, unless I missed that. But we also know due to the testimony of the Mixon caregiver, the lady that in one of the videos with law enforcement tried to say that she, on a limited basis, sold him narcotics. I don't know if I really believe that, because how he tried to imply that. But we know that by her testimony, we know that night, the night before this murder, him and Maggie were there for at least 30 to 40 minutes. Buster said he arrived at Moselle at around 2 a.m. on the 8th, the morning of the 8th, 2 a.m. That they, about 3 or 4 hours later, went to Alameda, which took them there between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. So he said something about what he was wearing. He was trying to imply that it was Buster that knocked the shirt off that rack. It was Buster that tried to explain the water. But what was crazy is when Blanca was up there, she was talking, how did she say it? Oh crap. But she was basically saying that she got there and she kind of sat before she walked around the house, that she got there later in the day. But Buster's saying that they went to Alameda and took showers. But she didn't say the other shower was of disarray. She said the master. And they didn't really touch on the other shower. So I'm interested in that, if they're going to recall her as a witness. Buster then alleges that, and he says that morning. So it makes me wonder if they got to Alameda between 4 and 5, at what time did they go back to Moselle? I was a little stuck on that. Buster stayed with father after the killings. And he kind of went through every place they went, again implying that he has clothes at all these places. If he had clothes at all these places, why did he need to go back to Moselle? Like Blanca had said, that she saw him and he stayed several days out at that, or at least dressed at that cabin. They have a cabin on the property. And then, you know what makes it almost sick to me is Lake Kiwi. Like, your wife and son just got killed and you're going on vacation with the parents of your wife, a vacation. I'm surprised even the parents went on the vacation. And then Buster implies he didn't feel threatened at all. As the defense witness, he says he didn't feel threatened at all, didn't want personal security, didn't want to carry a gun, just didn't really think anybody was after him. So I found that interesting as well. And they barely touched on the roadside shooting in September and killed that line of questioning fairly quickly. But they did discuss the reward. So anybody have any questions or statements that I know you guys probably wrote them already, but I didn't get a chance to see them because I've been watching and taking notes so we don't miss anything to discuss. And pack a bag of clothes if he has clothes exactly. It just that to me just doesn't seem believable. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. I mean, it just seemed like every place that he stayed, Buster wanted to imply he had clothes there. And I know why they're trying to imply that. They're trying to imply that because he's missing clothes. He's missing shoes. And he's missing clothes and shoes from that night. So they're going to try to imply that they're everywhere else. They're trying to place doubt in people's minds. And also that's probably the reason why they're talking about the normalcy and everything being normal and things of that nature. I don't know. I see they're poking doubt. They're poking doubt in with the clothes. They're poking doubt in with the timing. They're talking about when he called Alec or Paul and Buster, and they were going through some of Buster's calls and just trying to imply that that's normal. That's normal for the day. But I still want to hear the state ask him, did his dad ask him to come back that Sunday? Or what did Sean say? Did I miss somebody? Hold on. I didn't see it. Where is it? Sorry, Sean. Somebody agreed with you, and I don't know what they agreed about. But he stayed with Randy the night of the murders. He needed clothes. Yeah, no, actually, I didn't stay at Randy's, Linda Lou. The night of the murders, they went back to Alameda. They got to Alameda, according to the testimony of both Shelley and Buster, that they went to Alameda around 4 and 5 a.m. I think maybe that Shelley, for whatever reason, I'm thinking she said around 5 a.m. So, and maybe 5:30. I can't remember, but she said it was very early in the morning before she, before she left that day. So I'm not sure. What else? What else did I find interesting with this? I didn't find it truthful about the clothes. I didn't find his response truthful because I just felt like he listed so many people off, and it's like, well, why pack a bag? You don't need a bag if every place that you go to has clothes for you. I mean, it doesn't make sense. So that was not really a believable part for me. And it seemed like he was around his father the entire time. And I can't imagine that he keeps saying his father, seemed, which actually in and of itself, I think they, this is one thing that I did find a little odd. He didn't indicate the entire time that they stayed on this. And I was just thinking about it. The entire time they stayed on what Alec did the next few days after the murder, the one thing we didn't hear from his son is that his father was out of sorts, that his father wasn't thinking clearly. Remember that at the beginning when Ronnie Crosby was on the stand, and they're like, they were trying to say state of mind. We didn't hear that from Buster. Did you notice that he never called into question his father's state of mind during all of this? So I thought that was interesting. Buster's testimony is tainted due to he has sat every day and heard other witnesses. I agree. I don't know what is up with that. That to me is very odd. I've never seen that. I know here in Florida, they put you on outside of the door, and you're not even to be there until the day that you testify. You cannot sit in that courtroom. You can go back in after you have testified, either for the prosecution or the defense. If you're not going to be called for an additional witness, they'll let you go sit into the courtroom. But if there's any possibility of you being called, a second time to the witness stand to dispute something or whatever, you can't even sit in there. So I just found that interesting. This is the first trial I've ever seen witnesses sitting in the gallery throughout. Me too. I have to be honest, me too. But I know that if it's happening in South Carolina, there's other places that it's happening. It just really depends on their state law and why it is so very important why it's so very important to vote, and to make sure that these laws get in place. But in this particular situation, we talk all the time about people that are put in jail wrongly accused people, right? We talk about those. There's not a whole lot that goes on in this country today, but there are some, and we can't dispute that. But what I do find interesting is I believe it would be places like this where the witnesses can listen to everybody's testimony and fill in the gaps and do it lawfully. I don't see how he should have been able to be in that gallery. I agree with you 100%. That could never have happened here, like that Betty's saying after you testify, you could not before, right? I missed some of it. Did Alex ask Buster to go over there that night too? No, but Southern Belle, no, they didn't. But that's exactly why I want the prosecution to ask. Like, I want to know, because in the back of my mind, I feel like if Buster was there, Buster would have been taken out too. I really believe he would have killed his whole family. I do. I don't. It's in the pit of my stomach. And since we know he called Maggie to come home, it made me wonder, did he call Buster too? That really is. I'm telling you, there's just something. And usually when my gut's screaming this loudly, it's usually right. I'm telling you, it's usually right. But I digress. That's going to be my next shirt. We just need to figure out the font for it. It's going to be I digress, Bullhorn Betty. I think it'll be cute. So what do you guys think of this so far? I mean, I need to get that one title from House of Williams. I love her. I really do. And I need to go watch her channel a little more. I could use a laugh. But what is it? Behoove from Behoovement. She had a title for me one time. She was joking me, and so I got to go pull that title, but I want to use that title as a shirt as well. It's like be behooved from Behoovementville or something like that. It was funny. Buster has proven that he's been coached and is lying. I think he's been coached on I mean, just from, I don't even know if he needs to be coached, because just from sitting in that gallery, I mean, he's a smart kid that was getting his law license as well and had a really great relationship with his dad. So I have to think that, you know, just by sitting in the gallery, he knows what kind of angle they want, whether or not he was coached, which is, again, I don't understand that. That just seems to me to be really counterproductive when you're trying to get to the truth, to have the witnesses sitting there listening to everybody else's testimony. What do you think he has a part in it, Buster? I don't think Buster has any part in this. I don't think his dad would have got him involved. I really, really don't. But I do think that he has been unjustly enriched by the actions of his father, and I believe he continues to be. You know, his behavior inside that courtroom is for me is a major indicator of integrity and character. And so I really don't have a lot of respect like I did. I had more respect for Buster at the beginning of this as I do right now. I really don't. I look at Buster differently now than I did at the, you know, before this trial started. So if you guys are feeling a little funky about that, I feel that the same way. I feel like, you know, the fruit doesn't fall too far from the tree, and that could very well go for Paul. But it seemed like Paul and Maggie had a special bond, and Buster and Alec had that special bond, and that's typical, you know, of you know, that's typical of children. I think children, when you have two of them, you kind of gravitate to one or the other parent a little bit more. It doesn't mean you don't love them as much or whatever. It just means you have a different type of connection with one parent as opposed to the other. You know what I'm saying? So interesting how Alec was reacting to his son's testimony. I know. Yeah. Well, because he knows he's trying to help him. And I just, for Buster. Oh, the other thing I wasn't too impressed on was the parking out Alameda. I am sorry. I know well manicured grass if I see it. I know that. I know that grass. That grass outside that back door, you cannot tell me had any bigger tires on it than lawnmower tires. If I would drive on grass like that, my family would have my hide. They really would. They would tan my hide. That was beautifully manicured grass, and you're telling me that they allow big trucks to drive on that? That grass does not look like it had big trucks driving on it, or quite a few, or it being used frequently. I'm sorry, that grass was not being parked on. Thank you, Miss Pete. That's another one that I did not, I didn't find believable from Buster Murdaugh. That just seemed very off-putting for me, and that means that he is actually trying and going out of his way to help his father. Exactly, Christy. There's no way. Miss Pete says it, hell to the nah. You are absolutely right. And so there was a couple things in Buster's testimony today that I am sorry just fell on deaf ears. If we weren't so versed in this case, I think he would be believable. He has the temperament of being believable. He has, you know, he's very soft-spoken. However, the one thing that I'm noticing that's very apparent in Buster is the lack of emotion. That is really bothering me, the lack of emotion on that stand, especially when Mr. Griffin was examining him on the night that he found out his mother was murdered, and hearing that phone call. That was a little cold. Yeah, he was so cold and no emotion, didn't shed a tear, strange. Yeah, the facial expression and eye movement says a lot too, guidance says. So yeah, we have some definite issues with his behavior on that stand. But you couple that with the lies that we already, or at least we believe that were not truthful answers. I I have to say it doesn't really surprise me too awful much that we're kind of getting this opinion of Buster, and why I don't think he's really making as good of a witness as he thinks he may be making. He doesn't seem that strong. And I'm hoping that the jury is listening, but they also have to understand he's probably put in extraordinary circumstances with his father being on trial for his life right now. And I think as a scared boy, he might be having differences but at the end of the day, he's 26 years old. He's a grown adult. He's not a boy. And it was his mother, the woman that gave birth to him, that is dead, and his brother. So if he's trying to help his father or get one up on his father, he should know better. Even though the courts will give him a pass, he should know better. And I would want justice for my mother. Even if I absolutely hated my sibling, I would also want justice for them, even if it was at the hands of somebody that they loved and that I loved, like a father or a parent. So I just really no emotion at all. I think we can all agree to that. It's just a lack of emotion altogether, all around with his testimony. But I still want to know. It's eating me alive. I want to know: did his father want him to be out there that day? Did his father want him to come home? Did his father talk to him about coming home? I am dying to know, because that would just add so much insult to injury with Buster if his dad wanted him to come home. I hope, and just keeping my fingers crossed, that the prosecution does ask those questions.
All right, come to order. Please be seated.
You may bring the jury. All right, thank you. Cross-examination. Yes, sir.
Hey, Truth, nice to see you.
Can I call you Buster?
Yes, sir.
I'm John. And I want to first off tell you, I am sorry about your mother.
Sorry, I can't hear him.
I'm sorry about his mother,
If you step back a little bit, I can hear you.
and I'm sorry about your brother,
Thank you.
and I'm sorry about your grandfather.
Thank you.
He was nice to me when I was a young assistant solicitor. I'm sorry for your loss.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't have any questions for you, Buster.
Okay.
When you are leaving the main house, you told Mr. Griffin that the main entrance was the brick entrance,
Yes, sir.
but there's also a side entrance or by the kennels or
Yeah.
entrance exit.
Yes, sir. Just a totally different entrance.
And the mailbox was at the side entrance.
Yes, sir.
The kennel entrance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why was that? Do you know?
I don't know. I think it's just I really don't know.
Okay. I don't either. But the packages would come to, you said the kennel side?
They would come to the shed.
Okay. And a lot of times y'all would use that kennel entrance exit to go just like you'd use the main one, right?
Yeah, you would. I would say that I'm more so tended to use the main one, the one that I say is the brick pillars. But yeah, I mean, you could certainly leave either way.
If you were leaving the main entrance and you got down, you're leaving the house and you're going toward the brick, and then you know where it's kind of a Y where it kind of cuts off to the kennel too, right?
Sure.
So you go straight or left. If you were leaving at night going straight, and if you were looking out to the left and the lights were on, you'd be able to see the lights on at the kennel just from that little Y, wouldn't you?
Maybe, depending on what lights were on and whatnot. I mean, if it was fully lit up, maybe.
And just from that Y, instead of going straight, from that distance, you'd be able to, if the lights were on fully, you'd probably be able to see them.
Maybe, yes, sir.
Almeda, where your grandma and granddaddy were, is that close to the, I think it's close to the law firm, isn't it?
Almeda?
Yes, sir.
Close to the law firm? I wouldn't say so. I mean,
How
anywhere in Hampton is close to anywhere in Hampton because it's not very big.
Fair enough.
But I mean, it's a 10-minute, 12-minute drive out to Almeda, I would think, from the law firm.
I think, Mr. Duck, could you bring up 131? Can I ask him to do that? Sure. I know Mr. Harper can expose this. Mr. Griffin, witness. I said, sure. So you don't have to get, but you see, is this kind of where you said everybody would park?
It's right. So if you look, no, sir, you can. So if you look right off this point,
You might want to come down here if you don't mind. Just the jury.
There's a room where you go in.
So if you look right over here, this is kind of what I'm referred to as like the back corner of the house. And it would basically, you would come around, there's a big oak tree here, you come around it, and then you basically pull up, and you would probably stop the hood of your car right in, right off the back corner of the house.
So a bit closer to here than over here.
Be about right in here.
So right in here.
Yeah, I mean, because you don't want to pull up super close to it. Yeah, be right out. Okay.
But there was a driveway paved driveway in here, right?
There is a
You can't
paved
see what
driveway
they're doing
over towards
from
the
our
side.
angle here, just
Okay,
like
and really not many tire tracks. The grass looks good in here.
that. Boom.
I don't know when these pictures were taken, but it's a little dead right there.
But there is a driveway, right?
There is a driveway.
Okay, you can have a seat back. Thank you, please. When did you first mention that to anybody about parking in the yard there?
What do you mean?
I mean, like, when did you first discuss that with anybody as far as
But I was saying that, sorry guys, my stuff just fell. Let me just put this back up. Hold on just a second, I'm alive.
Had you ever been over there at 6:30 in the morning?
Have I ever been out there at 6:30 in the morning? Just like overall
I guess.
yeah, I mean, I've been out there at 6:30 in the morning before going hunting and whatnot.
You called then also then, right?
Well, that was
going into the house.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I would just let them know, especially 6:30 in the morning.
Sure.
Your mom loved Edisto, didn't she?
Yes, sir, she did.
I love Edisto. She was actually getting some work done down there, wasn't she?
Yes, sir, she was getting some work done on the house.
And on this date, June 7th, literally there were people inside doing work that day, weren't they?
I think so.
Yeah. And her plan was to stay down there that night, wasn't it?
I don't know. I don't know what her plan was.
You had, I think the last time you'd been to Moselle, you said was the spring, maybe a few months prior to this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you have to say yes for the court reporter, not for me.
Yes. Sorry.
And you talked to your mom that day on June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And I think you had talked to Paul the last time on the 5th, if I'm not mistaken, June 5th is what you told him on the interview.
Sure.
And Mr. Griffiths asked you about the financial troubles and that have come out here. You had no knowledge of your dad's financial difficulties at all, did you?
No, sir.
I mean, you really did.
No, sir, I really didn't.
And as far as you knew, financially, the family was sound.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went to Wofford.
I did go to Wofford.
Go Terriers, for the record.
Thank you.
But everything, as far as you knew, financially was okay. And when did you learn it wasn't?
I guess on September whatever that day in September was.
So back in the birthday, I guess for your dad, Memorial Day down at Edisto.
Sure.
Defense exhibit, and I apologize, I don't know what number it was just played. I believe Mr. Chris Wilson is hugging your dad.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He's a family friend.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't know then that your dad owed Chris Wilson or stole $192,000 from him, did you?
I did not.
And I'm not saying that to be mean, but you really didn't know that.
That's correct. Didn't know.
And the boating accident that Mr. Griffin asked you about, that was pressure on the family, wasn't it?
I don't know that pressure is the right word. I mean, it's definitely an uneasy feeling. You know, your brother is criminally charged, and then you, myself, and my father have civil charges. I mean, definitely unsettling.
I mean, it caused stress within the family, didn't it?
It was stressful. I wouldn't say within the family, because I mean, you know, we supported each other.
Sure. And I'm not questioning that, but I mean, your mom felt ostracized?
Yes, sir.
She even more so wanted to stay at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
It really, I mean, you were a little frustrated with Paul yourself, weren't you?
In
Just
terms
as far
of
as using your ID and getting all that, and that case is over, okay?
Sure.
But I mean, you didn't like it when you used your ID yourself. And I'm not trying to go anywhere, Buster, but he'd use your ID sometime and you didn't want him to.
Sure. How many questions you're going to ask?
I'm
Questions, comments? What's the question? What's the question?
Did you like it? Did he used your ID, didn't he?
Objection, bro.
Objections overruled.
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
Did Paul use your identification?
Yes,
Did that frustrate you?
sometimes.
You were shown the tree video with the shirt and the pants. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
When you saw your dad on the night of June 7th, what did he have on?
When I had made my way up to the house, he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
And who laundried his clothes?
At that period of time, would have been Blanca, and then my mom also does laundry sometimes.
But on a day-to-day, did Blanca take care of your dad's clothes, laundering, cleaning, folding?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about, I'm gonna do that. You never went back to Moselle after this incident?
Well, I mean, after,
Or did you?
if you take June 7th, I mean, I've been back to Moselle since then, but I've never slept another night at Moselle.
And did your dad? Let's strike that. Big portion on it. Big course indulgence. Did your dad try to get you to go hunting out there again one time or suggest it?
He asked if I wanted to, and if I wanted to, that I could.
But you didn't want to?
No, sir. Didn't want to go.
That's all I have. Thank you, Buster.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Did he ask my question? I was just dealing with something. I just heard him. Did he ask
Buster,
if he wanted to go?
Mother, when she went to Edisto and stayed for multiple nights, would she take Bubba with her?
Yeah, usually she'd take a combination of Bubba and maybe another dog, Grady. She would take dogs with her, yes.
And you understand Bubba and Grady were at Moselle the night of June 7th.
I do, yes, sir.
That's all I have here.
Anything further? Thank you. Let me step down. Your next witness.
I think the reason why they didn't ask a whole lot of questions is because he's not really a witness. He's more of a character witness than he is a witness to anything. So that would have something to do with it.
Put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Go have a seat up here on the witness stand. You can adjust that microphone and pull it closer to you if you need to. Pull your seat up, but state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Mike Sutton, Sutton.
Mr. Sutton, what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic engineer.
A forensic engineer. Now, what is a forensic engineer?
Well, the majority of the work that I do involves the investigation of accidents and failures in the field of legal questions, legal problems, court of law. So what forensic engineers do is that they collect data, collect physical evidence, they interpret the data, and then try to come up with what happened in an event, maybe what didn't happen in an event, or maybe try to limit the possibilities of what happened in an event.
Okay, and do you have educational background in this area, or have you been trained, or how about just tell us, first of all, where, you, as we say around here, where are you from?
Well, I was born in Hickory, North Carolina. Then I grew up in Cary. When I was young, family moved to Cary.
I'm going to try to
outside of
reset
Raleigh.
this.
When I
picture. It's
graduated
not
from
coming
Cary
in
High
right, so
School,
just
I
bear
went to
with
North
me.
Carolina State University. For about a year,
Oh, it's
my
still
sophomore
not
year, I transferred over to mechanical engineering department.
There we go.
And so I was at NC State for my undergraduate from 84 to 88. And when I was a sophomore, I met an engineer, his name's Dr. Charles Manning, who owns a company still in Raleigh. He's passed away, but his company's still there. And Dr. Manning was an ex-professor at State. He's also an ex-NASA engineer. And I worked with him from basically 1987. Then after I graduated, I went full-time with him.
When you graduated with a degree in what?
In mechanical engineering.
Okay,
And
you were working with him?
Working with him, and I continued to work with him. And then I got a master's degree at North Carolina State University, also in mechanical engineering with a concentration in acoustics and vibrations.
In acoustics and vibrations?
Correct.
Your master's, okay.
Yes.
And then what did you do?
Well, I worked with him as a consulting engineer, consulting forensic engineer, looking at all different kinds of accidents and failures, about anything that you can imagine. We do a lot of motor vehicle accidents, of course, because there's so many. We look at structural failures, product failures, material failures, about anything that you can imagine. Basically, if there's anything that's based in physics, it's capable of being explained and understood.
And what do you mean by physics?
Well, physics are the laws that govern how things around us, how they behave. You can predict their behavior. If I drop a basketball off of a balcony, I can predict how long it's going to take to reach the ground based on all the different variables. So the laws of physics are there. It helps us figure out how things would happen. So I worked with Dr. Manning for a while until end of 2000. And in 2001, I founded my current company, which is based in Cary. It's called Accident Research Specialists.
What's the name of it again?
Accident Research Specialists in Cary,
Okay.
North Carolina. And we do the same thing. There are 10 engineers that I work with and support staff, and we investigate, analyze a variety of cases for a variety of clients. Like I said, most of my work is related to either criminal cases or civil cases, and I do some consulting that's not related to courtroom issues, just straight consulting to companies.
Have you, from time to time, dealt with shooting instant reconstruction?
Yes, I have.
And tell the jury what shooting instant reconstruction is.
Well, the shooting incident reconstruction, at least how I'm involved with it, I deal with what would be called external ballistics and terminal ballistics. So external ballistics are the flight of a bullet after it leaves a gun. A bullet leaving the barrel of a gun, it's going to be affected upon by gravity, air resistance. So that's just physics. And then there's terminal ballistics, which is what happens to a projectile when it strikes a target or an object.
And how many times have you been involved in a case involving shooting instant reconstruction?
I would say over the years, maybe 50.
Okay.
And all different kinds. Like, for instance, it could be a case where a manufacturer is being sued for like a drop fire, where somebody dropped a pistol and it went off.
And it's not supposed to do that.
No. And so it could be a products case. I've worked on cases involving hunters, long range distance shots where you're trying to figure out where a particular hunter was aiming the gun. So where he hit, killed somebody. I've worked certainly in law enforcement shootings. I've worked for law enforcement, and I've worked on the side opposite law enforcement for people who have been shot by law enforcement. I've worked on insurance cases. Sometimes there's a question about whether it was a suicide or an accident. So those are the type of cases that I would be involved with.
And when you do these cases, you're looking for, what's the difference between you and a crime scene reconstructionist?
Well, crime scene reconstructionist would be looking at a lot of different things. So I'm a mechanical engineer. I deal with physics. But somebody who works at crime scene may have also a background in, let's say, chemistry. And they may be using different reagents to find blood or gunshot residue. That's not what I do. but I physically reconstruct a site. One of the main things that we do in forensic engineering, such as myself, accident reconstruction is what it is that we have the ability to go and capture data, collect facts from a site, whether it's an accident or a murder or what have you. And then what we do is we interpret what we're finding and try to, again, put ourselves in a position to answer questions about how an event occurred, or maybe limit what could have occurred, or maybe what didn't occur.
Okay, so have you ever been qualified by state or federal court to testify about a shooting incident reconstruction for instance, in Wake County, North Carolina?
Yes.
And what was that? Was that in federal court?
That was in federal court.
And were you allowed to testify as an expert?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me move on to, and I believe the name of that case is Michael Morgan versus Wake County Sheriff's Office, correct?
That is correct.
And that was 2018.
Yes.
Now, you've been involved in many more cases. Have you ever been qualified additionally to that by any federal or state court to testify about a shooting incident?
Yes, I have testified in other criminal trials where the questions were just as I said, which is where was the weapon aimed, maybe how many shots were fired, where were the shots fired from, maybe the sequence of shots. Again, this is all, developing an understanding of what the physical evidence tells you.
Okay. So move to the second area of expertise I'm going to ask you about. Tell us about what acoustics engineering is.
Well, acoustics and vibrations, or acoustics specifically, is part of mechanical engineering. It's a study of how sound moves, how it's made, how sound may decrease over distance, the effect of sound on people. It's obviously something real important because if you're exposed to sound for long periods of time, you can lose part of your hearing. So it is a subset of mechanical engineering. And so I have testified in cases involving acoustics. My master's paper was in the area of something that I do quite often, which is the audibility of emergency vehicles. Like if a police car has its siren on and you're driving up to an intersection, you got the radio on. Can you hear the siren, or can you not hear the siren? Maybe it makes a difference if your window is up or down. Those types of issues. So the audibility of noise.
To do that kind of analysis, do you have to do some sort of reconstruction oftentimes?
Yes, often with acoustics, you can definitely look at it theoretically, but I typically test it because it's something that is readily testable.
Okay. And you qualified again in at least one state. You've been qualified multiple times to testify as to acoustical engineering.
Yes.
And one of those cases was Kudalakis versus CSX in state court in Richmond, Virginia. Is that correct?
Yes.
And many other times also.
Yes.
Okay. The last area of expertise, all these are engineering related, correct? Is accident reconstruction involving vehicles.
Yes.
And you've done that more than you've probably done the other two, correct?
It is motor vehicle accidents. And again, it's just because there's so many of them. Throughout my career of 36 years, I've looked at probably a couple of thousand motor vehicle wrecks.
And again, you apply these same principles, data, and then you do an engineering analysis of it, mathematics, trigonometry, those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have been qualified multiple times on that issue.
Yes.
As an expert to give an opinion.
Yes.
And again, going back to the other two, you've been qualified as an expert to give an opinion by many courts, several courts in shooting incident reconstruction, acoustics engineering, and in motor vehicle reconstruction. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move that this witness be qualified as a expert in the three areas I just mentioned.
Mr. As a state. He's admitted without objection as an expert in the fields that he's offered.
Okay, so let's start off with the shooting instant reconstruction, okay?
Yes.
Now, have you prepared a PowerPoint? Well, back off. Back off. Strike that. Were you hired by myself and Mr. Griffin to do some analysis on what occurred at Moselle that resulted in the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes.
And let's first of all talk about what's the process generally, and then we're going to put this PowerPoint up, or do you want me to put the PowerPoint up first?
I can speak to that generally.
Go
So
ahead.
I think I mentioned it earlier, but really the first steps in any investigation, if it's a little investigation, big investigation, my job and the people I work with and people in other companies that do what we do, you go collect facts. And in this case, this is typical, facts were collected. The crime scene was processed. There were a lot of pictures taken, things like that by SLED. So that's one place that I can get facts. I typically do, and I did in this case, I go collect facts myself. So I went to Moselle and it had changed. I went there about 18 months after the murders. I went in October of 22, but I was able to measure the Moselle property and look at the physical evidence, what was remaining. And then I was able to use that in conjunction with what SLED had done, because SLED had collected a lot of evidence at the scene that I looked at.
Now, some of the evidence collected by SLED that you looked at were measurements made by SLED agent Worley, either the night of or soon after the incident, to things like shell casings, right?
That is correct.
And there's also pictures of those shell casings, correct?
Yes.
And also the location of Maggie's body and Paul's body. There were measurements done on both of those, correct?
Yes.
And did Agent Worley also find 2 bullet holes, one in the doghouse, one in the quail pen?
Yes.
And did she take measurements there?
She did.
And were those important to your calculations?
They were. It was what I was looking at least my role in looking at the crime scene or the side of the crime, the questions that I was being asked.
Okay, so do we have the PowerPoint, please? Okay, we can see that. Okay.
Object to showing this. Nothing's been entered.
Oh, I apologize. I got ahead of myself. This is a disc of this PowerPoint. Any objection?
Is it the PowerPoint?
It's the PowerPoint.
No objection.
Your Honor, we offer into evidence defendant's exhibit number 143. Without objection, I believe.
Submit.
And Your Honor, okay, let's just walk through the PowerPoint. Go to the next slide, please. Okay, now this is titled Shot Trajectories as Measured by Special Agent Worley. Are these what we're talking about, measurements she made?
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. Quail pen. Go ahead. Now, what are we looking at here?
So this is what I call the quail pen, and it's a small animal cage. It's been referred to, but like it's a bird cage, and it's up against the building or the barn, the hangar. I think it's been called several things. It's up underneath the roof.
Okay, now if you went perpendicular to that out, would you run into the dog kennels?
Yes.
Okay, so this is across from the dog kennels, and that is the quail pen.
Yes, and this particular photograph was taken the night of the murder. So the first few pictures just show the points of evidence that were of interest to me. And then what happened later on, it was the next month, I believe it was July the 6th. Special Agent Worley went back and actually took some measurements. She used basically a common technique where you try to get more information about these bullet holes.
Okay, next. And what is this we're looking at?
It's a little bit closer view of the quail pen. And what you have there on the side of the quail pen, so it would be the side that's really facing the crime scene.
Right.
It's made out of like a fiber board little bit more robust than cardboard. It's like a fiber board, so you can penetrate it easily. And there was a bullet hole basically in the center of it.
Okay, next slide. That would be that bullet hole?
That is the bullet hole. And if you were able to zoom in a little bit and look carefully, you'd be able to see what's called a bullet wipe. It's down. It's, if that was a tiny little clock, it'd be just under 3 o'clock. And so when I looked at that, it looked like the bullet was on an upward trajectory, a small one, but an upward trajectory. And what the bullet wipe is when the bullet comes out of the barrel of the gun, it's going to have products of the bullet being fired. And when it enters sheetrock or a car door or a piece of plywood, you commonly see that lead-in mark where the bullet goes into a piece of material.
Can we make that bigger? There we go. Okay. So how about step down here for just a second, and there's a pointer right behind you. Your Honor, may he step down? Grab that pointer right there. And would you point out for the jury, please, that you call it a bullet wipe?
Yeah, so when you look at the entry, one of the entrance of a bullet hole into a surface like this is, and this is the piece of gray cardboard. There's some tearing here, but if you look over here on the side, that's what's called the bullet wipe mark. And that shows you the direction that it's coming from. So it's coming from where I'm standing. And it's a little bit below, like if you could draw a straight line through there, that would be even with the horizon. It's a little bit below that. So right away, that told me that this bullet, when it penetrated this piece of material here, that it was traveling upwards and from right to left.
Okay. Let me see the next slide, just in case. Okay. Any way to make that a little bigger? While he's doing that, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph from Special Agent Worley's trip to the crime scene. I think it was the next month, July the 6th.
And what's going on here?
So this bullet, it penetrates this quail pin and actually goes through the wall of the hangar too. It goes through several layers of material. And a common technique to try to figure out what is the angle of that shot, you take something like this. Typically they're fiberglass, so they don't bend, they're perfectly straight. And you insert that rod through the bullet hole. And then what you do is you measure this rod. So right now she's measuring what's called the vertical angle. So if I was measuring the angle of the shot, like to the TV right here. So vertical angle is this way. Was the bullet going up, or was it going down, or was it going straight in?
And what did that, I mean, did you look at a close-up picture of that? And did you also look at her notes?
Yes.
And what was her conclusion about the angle? You say vertical angle, the angle going into the quail pen. Was it going up? Was it going down? And by, I guess you gauge this in degrees, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so was it going up or down?
It was going up.
At what degree?
So the bullet was traveling upwards, which is consistent with what I just showed you on the previous pictures. So her measurement that it's going up is consistent. She recorded in her notes that was 3 degrees going up. So pretty flat, but the bullet was traveling upwards. But there are 2 pictures. She has one picture of it at 3 degrees and one at 1.5 degrees. So pretty close, but 2 different trajectories. And later on, I looked at the difference between the 1.5 and the 3.
Okay.
And we could, that'll come up later, but for the purposes of me understanding what was going on here, I considered both 1.5 and 3.
And while 1.5 or 3 is not a steep incline as it goes in, if you project that back, it's going to have, if you go 10 feet, it's going to make, okay. As you project it back, what, if any, difference is there on that cause on trajectory?
Okay, well, the reason this is interesting is because it's an upward traveling bullet. So if you think about the path of this bullet, for all purposes here, because we're talking about maybe 50 feet in this crime scene, it's not 400 yards. If it's 400 yards, the bullet has a curved trajectory. So here, because the area that we're considering is so small, that for all intents and purposes, it's a flat trajectory, which means that the barrel of the gun was on the same angle as that rod, okay? And it's going down, which means if you extend that rod, if you're able to extend that rod some distance, it's going to go into the ground. So if it goes into the ground, obviously the gun can't be underground. So you know that the shooter who fired the weapon that sent the bullet into the quail pen has to be on that line. So the weapon has to be on that line, and it's going to go into the ground at some point. So that is a good piece of information, because that locks the location of the shooter, at least for one shot.
And I believe Agent Worley identified, I'm sorry, strike that. What, if any, caliber or kind of weapon did Agent Worley deduce had fired that bullet?
This was the 300 blackout.
Okay. Now go to the next slide, please.
This is just another measurement. This may be the one that's closer to 1.5 degrees, but you can see this is they call them trajectory rods, which again is inserted through the multiple paths of the bullet as it went through things.
So as you look at that device, whatever that's called, one of them shows 1.5, one of them shows 3, and she wrote down 3?
Correct.
Okay. Great. Next, please. Now, what is this?
Same thing. I'm just showing the kind of the different readings that she got here.
Okay.
It was within a range.
Okay.
So same answer for this.
Right. Next. Okay. So what are we looking at now?
Just to explain a little bit better.
Can you make that a little bigger, please?
Does this really
Okay,
matter?
so what
I
are we
don't
looking
see
at
what
here?
they're getting.
This is to show the trajectory rod. It comes in. We've been looking at this side right here. But if you look inside, you see it kind of goes through the cage. It goes through the back of the cage. It actually goes into the hangar or the barn. It goes through the siding and then the plywood.
So that is that same rod, except that's the inside going out.
That's the inside. I was just trying to show the technique, and this technique is a technique that is used often. There are other ways to do it, and we may talk about it later, but this is a technique that's often used to come up with this line of fire, or the path that bullet took, because if you consider the path of the bullet, you may be able to conclude something from that.
Okay, next.
It's just more of the same. This is the trajectory rod inside the cage or the quail pen.
Okay.
More of the same.
Next.
More of the same.
But these are, okay, wait 1 second. So these pictures just depict that rod coming from the outside, going through the quail pen and through the wall behind the quail pen.
That is correct.
And that's, you put that rod through, and then you can make some measurements outside as to trajectory, correct? Easy for you to say. Next, please. Now, what is that device? What's going on there?
This is called a zero edge protractor. So protractor is going to measure 0 to 180 degrees. So this is Special Agent Worley puts it up against the side of the quail pen and drop a plumb bob down so you can get what's called the azimuth. And the azimuth is just your compass direction. So because if I have the azimuth, and this is about 41 degrees coming in from where I'm standing. So, 45 degrees would be, here, there's 41 degrees, 90 degrees would be straight in. So what that does is it tells you the direction of this line.
So at that point, whether it's going up or down, and whether it's coming from the left or the right.
That's correct.
And as we look at that coil pen, is it coming from over here to the left? Is it coming from the right?
Well, it's coming from over here to the right.
Okay.
And then to determine exactly how, you need to go back and kind of look. You have to do it to scale, of course.
Right.
So you have to create a scale diagram, or you do what we typically do, which is we scan.
Okay. So let me see the next one. And is that just a close-up of the measurement, the angle?
Yes. And you can see here that it's 41 degrees.
41 degrees.
And that's what she recorded in her notes.
Okay, next. Now, this is the doghouse. And in a minute, we're going to see a 3D rendition of this so the jury can get a little better idea of where everything is.
Yes.
But let's go ahead and talk about the doghouse next. So tell me what you see there.
So the doghouse had a bullet hole in it. It's pretty low to the ground. It's about 5.5 inches above the ground, 3 inches up from the bottom of the siding on the doghouse. And this bullet hole was going downwards, 14 degrees down. And it had an angle slightly to the left. And so kind of the same way that you can think about the one that was going up, you can think about the one that's going down. So if put a trajectory rod in, we'll see that in a second, it's going to be sticking upwards like that. So you can go up that trajectory rod to a point where it makes no sense. Like the shooter would have to be on a ladder, right? So that what that does is it tells you where that shot came from, and it puts a limit on where that shooter could be. You know, just the same way that the shot trajectory would disappear into the ground makes no sense. You know, shot trajectory that's up at 10 feet doesn't make any difference either. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Right. Let me see the next slide. Okay, and what is that?
That is the 300 blackout projectile. It went into the doghouse, went into a dog bed, so you're able to dig it out. So it's, you can see that here. So again, these are the night of the murders.
So if it didn't go through the back wall, how does one get a trajectory off of that?
Well, in this particular case, the siding was thick enough where Agent Worley was able to put a dowel rod or a trajectory rod into that hole, unlike the quail pin, which is very thin. So a very thin material is considered thin if the thickness of that material is much less than the length of the bullet, right here. So in a thin material, there's some special considerations with thin materials versus thick materials, but the doghouse had siding and wood construction, so it's thicker. So a thick material is going to be more in line with the length of the bullet and even longer. So you can still get the trajectory with reasonable accuracy in this particular case.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now what is that?
This is the same process here at the doghouse where...
Can you blow that up for me, please? There you go. So what do we see?
This is the trajectory rod. This is a dial protractor. It just uses gravity to tell you what the angle is.
And what was the angle?
14 degrees down.
It's coming in at a 14 degree. The bullet's coming, there you go. It's coming in, it's coming down into the doghouse at a 14 degree angle.
That's correct.
Okay. Next, please. And what is this?
Zoomed in so you can see. So
Okay.
there's 90 and it's over at about 76 degrees or so. So that makes it.
That's a 14 degree downward path.
Yes.
Next. Now, this is that plumb bob thing and azimuth thing, right?
Azimuth. So if this shows you the compass direction of the shot, where it's coming from. And here it's, she measured 7 degrees. She recorded 6 degrees off of there, but it's somewhere there. All you really got to know, it's not straight into the doghouse. It's a little bit of an angle, about 6 or 7 degrees.
Okay. Next. And that's just a close up of the same thing.
Yeah. So there's 90. So the plumb bob would be right here if it was going straight into the doghouse, but it's a little bit to the left.
About 6 degrees.
6 or 7 degrees.
Okay. Next. Now tell me what this is.
So this is Agent Worley's diagram, and it's not the scale. And these are just the lines that I drew in to begin with, you know, before I really did much work in the case. And it's clearly not to scale because, for instance, from the small animal cage, that pole is 24 feet about. And you can see that Maggie's body is, 17 feet long. But it says not to scale. But what that doesn't do for you, it really doesn't tell you, okay, we went through all that trouble to measure these. What does it tell you? And what I noticed was that there was 2 shots, and one was into the doghouse, which was facing this way. One was into the quail pen, which is like facing the way of this desk here. That's 2 totally different directions. So the first thing that would be good to do is to draw those lines backwards and see where they cross, right? And where they cross, is there anything of interest there, right? Are there footprints or something? In this case, there was, but not footprints, but that's what you do here. And so the thing you're looking at is let's figure out what this is telling us, which is these two lines are going to cross somewhere.
Well, and this is not to scale, so it doesn't tell you much
It
about.
doesn't really tell us much because they don't cross at the right spot.
Right. But in terms of the relationship of different objects, we see the quail pen, and it looks like it is, again, perpendicular to the dog kennels, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Next. Okay, so this is your reconstruction. And maybe you ought to go ahead and take your, you want to do it from down here or up there?
Oh, I can sit up there.
Well, wait 1 second. Let me see what this does. Next, go ahead.
And this is a AVI file.
This is,
Well, I can explain.
what is it, a video?
It is a video.
Yeah, go ahead and play it, and then we'll may play it again. I want you to explain it after they look at it. Go ahead. Okay, stop it right there for me, can you? Stop it right. There you go. So we see the doghouse. The quail point where we just flew by it. Oh, wait a minute, she's starting over again. Okay, go ahead and start. There we go. So as we get right, stop it right. Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. There, stop. Okay. So we see the doghouse. Point it out, please. We see the kennels. How about point those out? And I don't think we can see the quail pen yet, but it's going to be up in there, correct?
Yeah, so the quail pen's against this wall.
Okay. Go ahead and start it back up. And stop it. Okay. Show the jury again where the quail pen is.
Here's the quail pen.
And where's the doghouse?
And the doghouse is right here.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and start it up again. Now, maybe I ought to have you explain how you do this. You go ahead and take the stand again, please.
Yes.
Let me see the next slide while he's going up there. Okay, well, you don't need to come down for this, but this is called fly through with no roof. So you've eliminated the roof with the computer to show what it looks like. You get a better sense of perspective. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is this to scale?
It is to scale. It's very accurate. Is kind of the modern way to measure a site. Scanning is used all over now. I mean, from dentist offices to everything. But
we'll talk in just a minute about how you put this together, and the process I think is on here. Okay, how about let that one go? And this is without, you took the roof off of the shed, correct?
I did.
Okay, go ahead. We can see the doghouse. We can see the quail pen. We can see where Maggie's body was, and we can see where Paul's body was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about do that one more time? That would be Maggie's body near the doghouse?
Yes.
And that would be Paul's body over here, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, keep going.
That gentleman told me wrong. She was much closer to him than I thought she was.
And why did you do this particular visual? Does that make it easier to see where everything is relative to each other?
Yes. In the scan, you can just cut the roof off. It just makes things easier to see.
Okay.
The roof was of no importance to me.
Right. Next. Now, tell me what this represents.
Well, this is where I start constructing some lines, and this is just an overall shot looking straight down. Like this is a bird's eye view of the scan. And the dog kennels are in the bottom right. And the hangar, the barn is kind of in the center top of the picture. And it's just, there's nothing really, of this particular shot. It just illustrates what you can do. And what I did, for instance, is I drew some white lines in there. Those are measurement bars. One's 25 feet long, one's 50 feet long. But the scan itself, you can measure very accurately anywhere in the scan because this is not a picture. What it is are their points. And there's so many points, there's millions of points, and there's so many points when you put them together, it actually looks like an object, like a three-dimensional object.
So let me ask you this, the state, it's been a month, so we may not all remember, the state had, this is called a FARO. What is this called? We call them a FARO scan. FARO is the company that builds the scanner. There are other companies like Nikon that make scanners. But a FARO scan is a laser scanner. And what it does is it sends out a laser. And when that laser hits an object, it returns back to the scanner. It gets reflected back. Depending on how much time that takes, it can figure out how far away that object is. And we're talking about a very small point. And then what it does is because the scanner is spinning around this way and a mirror is spinning this way, it knows where that point is in space. And then what it also does to make it look better, it spins the camera around, and then the camera applies more information to all these points. So what you end up with are millions of points. Like if you scan the front yard of this courthouse, you get trees, you get signs, you get people kind of ghosting by as they walk through the scan. So it just picks up everything. So does law enforcement use FARO?
Yes, they did do a FARO scan. I have seen their fly through like we just showed you, but that's the only thing that I've seen. So they did, and again, it is a common technique people in our field use to measure things because you don't have to take 100 measurements with a tape measure, and it's much more accurate.
And SLED, I believe you just said, did a FARO scan of the same murder site.
They did.
And I think we played it, it's been a month, but I think I played it a month ago.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection sustained.
At some point in this trial, are you familiar with the fact of whether their FARO scan, SLED's FARO scan was played?
Yes.
Okay. And is their FARO scan as detailed as yours?
I would have to compare them, but it should basically be the same thing. Their scan and our scan should be the same because it's a highly precise instrument. And
Let's go to the next one.
The only difference would be they did it in July.
And you did it in?
October of 22.
Okay, now what is this depict?
So the next thing I wanted to do, other than reconstruct the shot trajectories like we said before, I wanted to know where the evidence markers were. So what this here is, I took Special Agent Worley's measurements. She had measured to a bunch of different things, including the head and feet of the victims, and then also to those little yellow evidence marker tags. And the evidence markers that I was most interested in were numbers 2 through 7, which would have been the empty cartridge cases from the 300 blackout. But what I did was I created a CAD diagram to scale of Agent Worley's measurements.
Okay, what's a CAD diagram?
It's just computer-aided drawing. It's a drawing package, so you can do a scale diagram. Now she did this just measuring from a pole, a post, and whatnot. But we have a technique. When we scanned in 22, obviously these markers were not there, but we had lots of photographs of them. And so there's a methodology that we can use where we can flatten the picture taken the night of the murders, and then we can match that to the scan. So then once you match that photograph to the scan, you can actually place in objects that no longer exist very accurately.
Now, this FARO program, you indicated was used by SLED, is it used by other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Very common. It is used by hundreds, thousands of them?
Yes.
And they do the same process that you do?
Yes.
Okay. So once you got this, and what is this? This is tell me what this process is.
Yeah, so this is Special Agent Worley's hand measurements.
Put on a computer program.
Put it on a computer program, And because I wanted to put the evidence markers in my scan. And so you have the scan of the Moselle property, but then I can put stuff in there too. I could put a car in there, I could put a body, or I could put these evidence markers. So I used this to check what we did, which we used photographs and the techniques of putting the evidence markers where they belong.
Okay, next slide, please. What does this depict?
So what this is then I overlaid Agent Worley's drawing, the one that we just looked at, over my scan. And I use that, if you were able to zoom in a little bit, I don't know if it's maybe a little bit hard for you guys to see, but those circles with the crosses in them are Special Agent Worley's measurements. And then either touching them or inside of them are the evidence markers that got placed by what we call reverse camera projection, which is just a fancy name of, we can take the information from a photograph taken the night of the murders, and we can attach that to our scan. And then if we want to, we can put missing objects in there, which is what we did here.
Okay, go ahead.
And there's an example of it there.
Can you make that a little bigger, please? So what is, yeah, that's perfect right there. What does that show?
It shows the same thing. So we use the reverse camera projection method to get the yellow evidence markers in the scan. And you can see there, Special Agent Worley's measurements are usually right beside it, but you have to remember she was probably stretching a tape measure. So it all makes sense. So it agreed. So what that tells you, you have a high degree of confidence that these markers are in the correct place.
Okay, next. Now, what does this depict?
Well, it's a it is a video.
Okay,
if you
go ahead and
wanna
play that
show
video.
the whole screen.
Yeah, we need the whole screen and play the video, please. Okay. What are we seeing here?
So this is fading back and forth between the scan world or the computer world and reality. So you can see there that that's a crime scene photo that was taken the night of the murders. And what that is doing is it's showing you the comparison between this world that we built to try to understand what was the physical evidence telling us.
Well, picture taken on the night of the murders, is this a complete picture or have you dropped some things out?
No, it's a complete picture. You know, some items may have been moved by the time this picture was taken. I would have to go back and see exactly.
Oh, so this picture was taken by you in October.
Oh, no, this is the night of the murders here.
Okay. Okay, next. Okay, so go ahead. Quail pen shot trajectory. Okay, so tell us what this is.
Okay, so I picked a place in the scan to start laying in those lines. So now we've talked about how we built this up. So let's put the trajectory of the two shots that were measured and see what it tells us. And so I just chose a point. You're looking straight into the side of the doghouse. The sheet in the foreground there would be Maggie's body. And then you can see the evidence markers. There's 3, 4, you can see 5 and 6 over by the sheet.
Right.
12 is something else. I believe it was may have even been bullet fragments, but 3, 4, 5, and 6 there are empty cartridge cases from the bullets that were fired.
Okay, go back out for just a second. There you go. I see somebody standing over here on the right. What is that?
That was probably one of my engineers or somebody I work with who was doing some other task.
Okay.
So when you scan, if you stand still long enough, it'll scan you.
Scan you in. Okay.
Yes.
Next. Now, what are those 2 green lines?
The 2 green lines are the shot trajectories into the quail pen.
And why are there 2?
Because one is at 1.5 degrees up and one is at 3 degrees up.
Okay. In this projection, in terms I understand, if you took the dowel that she put through the hole.
Objection sustained.
Sorry, Your Honor, I was just trying to get it determined. I understood. Let me see if we can get to the same place. Tell us what that depicts in terms that I can understand.
Yes, so that is the flight path of the bullet somewhere along that line. And so it's trigonometry. It's not any more complicated than that. I don't know if that's too complicated for you, but it's just trigonometry.
These lines, are they put in there by you manually, or are they computed by the program?
Well, the lines are put in by me on the computer program. And again, they're the 1.5 degrees, 3 degrees. The importance of them is that's where the barrel of the gun has to be perfectly in line with those two green lines. But right now, without knowing anything else, you could slide that gun up and down that green line, and it could be anywhere, right? So, but you start looking at other pieces of evidence. And so what you would have is, well, what other pieces of evidence we have? I looked at this and I said, well, where does this shot trajectory go? Well, it goes almost right over Maggie's body, very close to it, right close to the feet. That's one thing. The second thing is there is a collection of empty cartridge cases right to the line. So if I'm facing the quail pen, there's a collection of cartridge cases to my right.
And what's your understanding about the ejection of cartridge cases from blackout?
Typically, it should be to the right and to the back somewhat. Okay. It depends. But so that was a piece of information, which is that starts to, as I said before, sometimes what you're looking at what you can determine, but maybe you can limit where something happens. So, that is a point of interest. Well, you have a pile of cartridge cases that go right beside the shot trajectories. That's an important point.
Okay, next. Okay, so what are we seeing here?
So that is a shooter that I constructed. And what this is, it's actually a scan of a person. So you can get scans of people. In this particular case, just for the purposes of this trial, I stripped all the textures off this person. So there's no clothing or hair or skin color, anything like that. So it's just more almost like a robotic looking figure. It is holding a .300 blackout weapon, a model of one. And so when I started examining those shot trajectories, a couple things were apparent. One is it would be really hard for anybody to be shooting that shot from the shoulder, because remember, the shot's going up, but it's only 4 feet 2 off the ground.
What is the entrance where it goes into?
Yeah, the entry point. It's only 4 feet 2 off the ground, and it's going up, which means that even if you're a fairly short person, to get that trajectory, you'd have to walk all the way up to the quail pen to get it to work. So what I was seeing here is that the most likely way that shot was made was from a low position, like shooting low on the hip. So I took this scanned in person with a blackout, and I pushed the gun down about as far as I could push it.
When you say about as far as you could push it, what do you mean by that?
Well, eventually, at some points, you have to have your hand on the trigger and the gun. And so instead of having the person stand straight up, I just put them in a shooting position. I don't know what the position the shooter was, but this is a thought process. Okay, what is this telling us? So that's what I did here.
And what degree line is that one on?
That's on the 1.5 degree.
Okay. Next. And what does this depict?
That's the exact same shooter, except that shooter has its barrel on the 3 degree line.
Okay. But he would be on the other side of Maggie's body and on the other side of the doghouse.
Correct.
Okay. Next. Okay. Now this has 2 individuals in it. What's the one behind?
So those are the 2. So the shooter,
okay.
The shooter behind is the 1.5 degree the shooter in front is the 3 degrees. So that kind of gives the range of this person being able to make that shot. And so to me, because of several different factors, it's much more likely that the angle into the quail pen was flatter than 3 degrees, which we talked about before. One of the main reasons is there's no shell casings over behind the doghouse.
So this person up front, what did you just say about shell casings?
There's no shell casings anywhere close to that person.
And I guess, could you demonstrate for us how you're depicting this person's holding a gun? I mean, are they, you say from the hip.
Yes.
What does that mean? How about demonstrate, if that's okay, Your Honor?
So what I would say is that what I did for this purpose is, instead of having it here, I put it down here, about as low as I could go.
Okay.
And within like a shooting stance, like a shooting position. You're not aiming, but at least you're not aiming in the traditional sense, but
If you're aiming, it'd be on your shoulder, right?
Right. So I stretched that gun down until I could just still keep my hand like I was shooting a gun.
Now, from the shoulder, where generally would they be? You've got, to have that downward shot.
It's really hard to put a shoulder shot on that trajectory just because it's so low. Because even a small person going like this, 4'2", even if you put the barrel on the quail, then it'd be above the hole. So it just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, next slide, please. And so this is without the guy up front because you concluded this is where the person would have been.
Yes, for a person of this height, this is to me because of its proximity or closeness to the empty shell casings.
Okay, next. Now let's look at the doghouse trajectory shot. Next. Okay, now explain that green line.
The green line here is the shot trajectory into the doghouse. And this is the same shooter again. And it looks like he's standing on the sheet there, but all that would tell me if this did occur, then the body was not there.
This was a shot would have come before the body fell to the ground.
That is correct. And so again, you have a shooter low on the hip. That's where that person would have to be to follow that upward line. So the same exact shooter, now that shooter is shooting down, I slid that person on the line until it was shooting down. And what I discovered was it's basically in the exact same spot. Maybe one step away, maybe 2 steps away, but
the 2 shots were made from very close to each other.
Right. So now what we've done is the 2 shots cross each other at a point, and at that point is right beside where the shell casings were ejected, relatively close to it.
Okay. Now you don't know where Maggie was when these shots were made. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we heard from, I think, one of the state's witnesses that. Strike that. What, if anything, did we hear from the state's experts about the relative position of Maggie and whoever shot her?
The only thing that I heard is that maybe 2 of the shots were done at less than 3 feet because of the stippling to the skin.
And what about the relative position of the shooter and her prior to that?
Nothing specific or definitive.
Okay. So let's see the next slide. What is that?
This is a shooter, because this shot's going down. This shooter is shooting from the shoulder, which can be done with this shot. And if you're shooting from the shoulder, you got to be further back. So that's just to illustrate. That's the range of possibility, from the shoulder, from the hip,
or down low. Those 2 we just saw. Is that also consistent with where the shell casings are?
It is. That could be consistent too.
Okay. Next slide, please. Both shots. Go ahead. So what does this depict?
So this is the shooter making both shots. And you'll see, and there's a couple different angles I could show you, but they're really close. And they're in the right location relative to the empty shell casings. Okay. So what that says, I'm not saying it's exactly there because there's some variables to it, But I find it interesting that the two shot trajectories cross at a point where both shots can be made and they're at the right location relative to those empty shell casings. So in my opinion, when these two shots were made, at least these two shots, that the shooter was standing right in that area.
Okay, next. And what does this depict?
This is the same thing I just described, except a little bit different angle. So there you may have a shooter taking 2 steps forward, depending on which one was fired first.
Right.
Or 2 steps backwards. But, you know, within a generally small area, those where those shots were fired from.
Okay, next. Is that the same?
That is the same thing. That is, you know, the shooter's from the hip. If you have the shooter shooting from the hip, it makes a lot of sense that with a little bit of movement, the shooter can produce both of those shots and have it agree with the evidence that Special Agent Worley collected.
Okay, next. Okay, now we're gonna, don't go to let's get to that in just a minute.
Do we even know if
Based
those
on
shots
your
were
analysis
made that
of-
night,
And tell us how you.
or if they were done a different night?
The range of heights for the person shooting from those distances. Tell us how that works.
Okay, so we're able to locate the weapon, where the weapon was, and that's,
Now, when you say locate the weapon, what do you mean by that?
locate the weapon on the green line. Okay, so
You say locate the weapon, is it the muzzle, is it the?
the
what
whole
is it?
barrel,
The whole barrel.
right,
Okay.
because the bullet starts its path inside the barrel, and when it leaves the barrel, it finds the target.
Okay, so you can slide that barrel up and down the green line?
Correct.
Okay, tell us how you get to a height for the shooter.
So for the purposes of what I've been showing you is that I started putting different height people in the trajectory analysis. And so what I've been showing you is a person that's 5'2".
Person's how tall? The
five-
shooter's how tall?
5'2",
Could be someone a little taller, crouching down a little bit?
could be,
5'3", 5'4"?
yes.
So between 5'2" and 5'4"?
Yeah.
The shooter.
Because what happens if, let's say, if you put a 5'4" person even, or 5'5", 5'6", in kind of that shooting position from the hip, you've got to move them all the way up to the quail pin. And it doesn't make any sense there because there's no shell casings. And it starts to not make any sense. Why would a person stand right in front of the quail pin a few feet away and shoot into it?
And as you slide it back, what happens in terms of the, and this is all trigonometry? These are angles?
It's just trigonometry. So again, you have 5'2" people. What happens is if I move those people back,
Well, take the quail pen to begin with.
yeah, with the quail pin, if you start to move the shooter, the quail pin back, then you're down to, you start getting to, you know, less than 5'2" very quickly because that shot is going up. And what you have here is that, you know, this is as far back is basically I could justify putting a 5'2" shooter here.
And how'd you come to 5'2"? I mean, what, did you look at any data?
Well, again, these are actual people that were scanned in. And so these are 5'2". What happens is, for instance, if you know, I tried it with a 5'4", tried it with a 5'9".
And why didn't that work?
Because it puts the person under the shed close to the quail pin. Doesn't make much sense being under there. There are no shell casings there. So in order to get the shooter at the cross of the two shot trajectories near the empty casings, then you've got to lower that shot.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, some measurements. We don't need to look at each one of these, but go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Now, let's hold on for 1 second before we go to that. So in terms of Alex Murdaugh, who is, how tall is he?
6'3", 6'4".
Okay. And you took a measurement of him this morning, correct?
Yes.
And what did you measure?
I measured to his kneecap.
To his kneecap.
Yes.
And how much, what was the distance between the bottom of his foot and his kneecap?
25 inches.
Okay, now explain why that's relevant to what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, the obvious question is, well, what if you were 6'4" and not 5'2"? What does that mean? So what that means is that the shooting hand, the bottom of the shooting hand, for somebody the height of Alex Murdaugh would be right at and below his kneecap.
So his shooting hand would be below his kneecap.
Yes.
What does that tell you?
Well, it puts the shooter or whoever fired the weapon, if they were that tall, it puts them in an unrealistic shooting position. It's not an aiming position. It's not a shooting position. It would be something other than a shooting position where you were on your feet. So it would be, again, it would be very difficult. You would have to be bending over and have your shooting hand down at or below your kneecap. And what's important about that to me is that it just makes it very unlikely that a tall person made that shot.
More likely that it'd be more likely that a person between 5'2" and 5'4" fired those shots, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Can I have, yeah.
It makes you wonder why they were focusing in on two shots that didn't even go in the direction of the victims, doesn't it?
Can I have a red or black pen or something? You know. Oh, I think I'll take the red one. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's great. Thanks. So I had one of these, the shots you had with the shooters and their alignment blown up. Can you step down here, please? And then the point. And let's see how we can do this. You stand over here. And so explain to the jury why they've got to be 5'2". This is blown up. Why would it be 5'2"? I mean, how, if this guy moves forward this way, or either one of them move forward, what happens to the barrel of the gun?
Yeah, so what happens is that if you move them forward, they can be taller up until a point where we talked about before. At some point in time, even shooting from the hip, you still have to be very close to the quail pin. If I move them back, either two things have to happen is they have to be even shorter than 5'2", or they have to be in some unnatural or kind of like an unreasonable shooting position. I mean, obviously you could have somebody laying on the ground taking a shot. They could be really low, of any height, right? So, but what I'm doing here is that as you move these people back, the gun has to be lower and lower and lower to the ground. When you move it forward, the gun has to be higher. So then you start looking at, well, where are the shell casings? The shell casings are here. So if you move a person back, let's say where they're laying on the ground, right? And they're shooting like in a sniper position, like on their elbows and laying down flat, there's no shell casings back there because the shell casings are being ejected to the right, maybe to the back, we don't really know. But at least there's gonna be back here. This area where Maggie's body was found, where the collection of empty shell casings are found, because some of these were close range, but some of them are spread over here, is going to put the shooter here. Well, it certainly puts the weapon there. And then what you have to do is go through the thought process of how can somebody hold the weapon that height off the ground?
Okay, now if you've got a tall person and they're coming this way towards the quail pen, let's say a 6'3", 6'4" person, can they, how close would they have to be to the quail pen to shoot the bullet at that angle into the quail pen?
Well, it would be difficult. It wouldn't be either a hip shot or a shoulder shot. You would have to, for somebody who's tall, because again, have a tape measure, but the hole in the quail pen is at 4'2". Okay. So
We got one right there.
So let's just say, let's see a sticker or something.
You need what? A sticker?
So quail pen shot is right here.
How about you put a sticker right there? Okay, so that's the height it went into the quail pen.
Right. Okay. So I'm 5'10".
Right.
Right. She's all maybe 5'11". Right. So it's going 3 degrees up. So I'm saying that's about flat. Let's just say that's 3 degrees. And I'm standing at the quail pen. I would have to do like that, or I could do this, right? Not from the hip. I'd have to come in here like this, which of course is possible, right? Just like that.
What about 6'4"?
And if you're 6'4", it would be, a lot taller than I am. And so you would have to go through that thought process of how the shooter could
And of course, as you come back off the quail pen, the only place you see shell casings are back here.
Yes, the empty shell casings, there's some right by the body, there's one underneath the body. And then I believe it's 2, 3, and 4 are here, 5, 6, and 7 are here, but 2, 3, and 4 are here. Like the shells are being ejected to the right and maybe slightly backwards.
And so can you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that whoever shot this shot or these shots, well, first of all, the quail pen shot was 5'2" to 5'4"?
That is the most likely explanation, yes.
Okay. And we know that Alex is 6'4".
Yes.
So could you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that Alex Murdaugh on the night of June 7th did not fire that shot into the quail pen?
In my opinion, it's very unlikely that he fired that shot.
Okay, now, in reviewing the SWED file, did you see whether or not they did any analysis like this? Have you seen any charts, any barrows, anything indicating that SWED ever looked at these shot angles before?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Have we even
It's
established
probably
these
going to go
bullets are
extended,
from that
probably another
night?
hour before I'm done. I just look at it, see it's 1 o'clock. I don't know what you want me to continue, or do you want to take a lunch break?
Well, we can break for lunch now. That's what you want to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we will addressing the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break now and return at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
So I I don't even know where to begin with this particular witness. I really truly don't. I don't know where to even to begin. Why are they focusing? I don't even know if they have established that those shots came from that night. I don't know how they established that those bullets came from that night. It seems like this is testimony on bullets that can't be proven were shot on that night. Why aren't they checking the bullets that they knew were shot on that night, such as the ones in the feed room, right? I'm kind of dumbfounded how we got to the freaking quail pens. Oh my goodness. Who else? By a show of ones, do you believe that those shots came from that night? Do you think that they established those shots came from that night? If they did, put a 1. If you don't believe they did, put a 2. Because I'm having a hard time. I didn't hear them. Now, granted, I was making myself some lunch, but I don't know where the conversation of the quail pins came. How did they get that in? Okay. So they're focusing a lot of time and taking a lot of jury resources away for something I don't feel that they've established first and foremost. Secondly, why are they focused on those two shots, which probably may have come from, for all we know, may have come from one of the kids horsing around prior to. Okay, and so let's play this tape through. So we've got trying to collect my thoughts here. So we've got Maggie and Paul. They're in an area. We know from prior testimony from the experts on the state, we know that there was a shot, the fatal shot to Paul Murdaugh was at an awkward angle that I perceived as somebody kneeling. If they took that perception and flipped it around, because he kept saying, well, you know, we're taking it as somebody standing. But what if it was somebody laying down or kneeling down? He just killed Paul. Mom's running, trying to figure out what the heck just happened. He's still on his knee from the fatal blow and pop, pop. Would that explain it? If those were from that night, they may be from that night. We may have forgotten some testimony that happened that established those were, that the night in question. But I'm just curious. I really am. We've got a little bit of time here, so I'm gonna kill this. I'm watching it on one side. Let me remove it. Hold on a second. Let me stop the screen. I'm just going to open up the phones, in case anybody does want to call and express their opinion of these matters. Because quite frankly, it's possible it could have, those bullets are in fact from other testimony from the experts of the state, that those are in fact the bullets or the trajectory or I don't know why it's making a sound. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not. It's like making a weird sound. And then with all the problems we were having this morning, it's even a little scarier. But let me put the banner up. The phone lines are on. The phone lines. Oh no, don't call yet. Let me turn them off real quick so nobody calls and doxes themselves. I've got to put it on the screen. Okay. There we go. All right. The phone lines are now officially on. But I'm just curious what somebody thinks about this because, well, we can talk about Buster Murdaugh. I didn't believe, and everybody was a little upset. I saw some of the comments in the chat that people were a little upset about the whole lack of questioning from the state. They had nothing to prove. Think about it. Buster was not there. He can only attest to his Alex behavior after the fact. He had no knowledge. They established he has no knowledge. He wasn't a party in this crime. He wasn't a party in any of his father's crime, even though he's been unjustly enriched. Maybe he got like even the drug problem. It's hard to believe that one son knows about it and is little detective and the other son knows nothing. The fact that he tried to say that people pull all the way up to that back door, but then when the defense or the prosecution, the state questioned him further on that, he says, oh, it's over there by the side, right there by the side, or over here. And it's like, yeah, because there's no way vehicles park on that beautifully manicured grass. And they didn't want it. Well, it depends on when you're taking the photo. Come on. He wasn't being truthful there. So there was just a lot of stuff that weren't believable from Buster, in my opinion. This is Betty.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is Nana of 12.
Oh, Nana of 12. Tell me the truth. Do you go running out of the house pulling your hair out? Just be honest.
Oh, every day.
Now that I know, nice to finally hear your voice. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm totally confused by these two witnesses. That to me, I don't think they really offered anything substantial. And Buster, I'm really upset that he really showed no emotion.
None.
At all. Like, how can you not do that? Like, that is your mother and your brother. Like,
that was hard to watch. I have to be honest. Watching Buster was hard to watch, but my perception of Buster before coming to this trial and my perception of him leaving this trial or winding this trial down is not good. I have literally, I felt bad for him, but just seeing how cold he could be up there on the stand is just I don't know, a little off-putting.
Right. And and this witness, this expert witness, I mean, nobody is really, not that I've heard, if they did, I missed it on a bathroom break or something, but I haven't really heard anybody mention the possibility that the shooter was knelt down or on his knees to get the trajectory right. I mean, who's going to put, because then you would be able to use the scope on the rifle, is where, according to this guy's diagrams, the guy's holding it at his waist. I mean, who shoots like that? Realistically, who shoots like that?
I can tell you, whoever used that gun, with them being as close in proximity as they were to the muzzle of that gun, they did not need to aim. They did not need to look in a scope. They only needed to point the barrel in that direction. And I just know this from experience. Usually the scope's used for longer distance and a moving object. This is up close and personal. So yeah, I mean, everything's on the table in a situation like this, in my opinion, as far as positioning and stuff like that, because you don't even need to have it up to your face. You just literally need to point the barrel in the right direction, pull the trigger at that rate.
Right. But I mean, there's nothing saying really one way or another which position the shooter was in.
Yeah, because
so I
even
think
the defense,
at the point of him trying to say, the shooter would be 5'2", I mean, that's in my opinion, a lot of speculation that I don't see where that really does much justice for the defense.
and quite frankly, it was weird because the whole time he's like, yeah, well, that's variables, and that's based on this. His whole entire statement is conjecture, whereas with the state side, they came in there with firm information and explained it, and this is kind of just wishy-washy, in my opinion, just wishy-washy.
Yeah, and and they really haven't done a whole lot on cross-examination, and I'm wondering if it's just because they really don't want to accidentally open any doors. Really, it's nothing that they feel has affected what they have put on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're being, I don't know. It just seems like
they're executing good trial strategy and trial prudence, because in fairness, the witnesses that they've had, they really hold no value. This witness, they're going to probably cross-examine just a little bit more so than any other one, because they're going to want to prove that it is just based on certain factors. They may even say, well, did you put this further down on the line and maybe somebody on their knees or bent over or something like that, and then the guy's going to say, well, we didn't do that. We only did the one from here where they both connect. And that's not necessarily a science either. That's an assumption that the person was there at the connection. But he said he went further down, but the bullet casings weren't in the right place. So I don't know. I'm just interested because I haven't heard up until now. And again, it could have been state's testimony as to the directory going through those, the quail pens. I just don't know, or dove pens or whatever they are. I just don't know.
Right. Yeah. But so far, I don't see where the defense has put anything up there that's too outstanding at the moment.
Yeah. And even this guy, like, that this morning was the first time he was even able to measure Alex foot to his knee. First of all, I'm wondering why he didn't measure his whole body. Secondly, from his foot to his knee, he already had this whole entire presentation completed prior to him making that measurement. So what point did that make? I mean, it was just, I don't know. It just seems like,
yeah, I felt the same.
right. At this point, what difference does it make?
Right.
You know? So,
yeah.
Any other things that you thought were odd or weird?
I mean, mainly Buster. I'm still thinking about that. I mean, there's just so much about his
demeanor,
and testimony that just really blew me away. I mean, my son's 19. He's sitting here with me, and I'm like, really? Like,
right?
No crying, no nothing. Come on, you know.
I mean, hell, even his best friend Chris Smith is breaking down on the stand when they said, well, how was it that morning when you found out? And he just started choking up. And I'm thinking they asked the same question to Buster, and he's like, well, you know, I was here, we got dressed. My girlfriend was already packing the bag, and, you know, we got there, you know, around 2, if I had to say, about 2 a.m. in the morning. You know, I'm like,
I mean, what it did for me is really make me wonder, because last week I was totally with you on the thought that had Buster been around, you know, he would be dead too. But after this morning, I'm almost wondering, did he have a part?
Yeah, no, I don't think the kid had a part, but I definitely think the fruit doesn't fall too far from the tree with the dad. But, you know, to be honest with you, who knows? Who knows? I can't imagine that he would have a part in his own mother's death, though. I mean, honestly, it's just hard. It's almost too hard for me to believe.
Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't think so, but then again, you know, I'd anticipate him to be a little emotional. Even people that were just friends of the family were more emotional than he was.
I agree.
So it just makes me wonder. And you're never really going to know unless you were
No,
there.
I think he knows his dad did it. I think that's what it's about, is he's just trying to overcompensate by showing no emotions and trying to show him being strong and not believing his father did it. I think that plays more in line with it. I think in the back of his brain, just like everybody else, is they have to know his dad did it. And he's probably,
right.
You know, who knows though? Who knows? He could have known about it or heard about it and, you know, has prepared himself for this day. Who knows?
Now, what do you think? I guess the only other thing is, and I almost forgot about this, the recording that they were listening to where we thought it said, what was it?
I did him so bad.
Yes. And now today they're saying that it says they.
Yeah, it's a he said, she said. You know, that's going to be not taken with a whole lot of weight when it goes back before the jury. It'll give them some weight, and the jurors will probably listen to it for themselves. But I believe that even if he did misspeak, he could just equate it to misspeaking because he was upset. You know, it's kind of
okay.
You know, the fat finger that they try to say, oh well, he just had fat fingers. He wasn't really looking for food. You know, right after the. It's just crazy.
Right. Okay.
So,
well, that's it for me.
All right, Nana. Well, go kiss those grandbabies.
I will, and I'll keep on watching.
All right, hon. Talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, guys. Well, I'm turning the phones off. We're going to take a short, about a half-hour break. It's still short. And we'll be back here about 1:50. We'll be back here at 1:50 and just have some conversations as we start warming up for part 2 of the defense with this particular witness. And this witness is, like I said with the other person, not really. He's not as strong, in my opinion. He's really just not that strong as far as communicating. It's a lot of huhs and buzz and ands and buts. And, you know, it's very distracting. He's not a very crisp, clean, clear speaker and has, in my opinion, confused people more than help people understand their side. So that's going to be a problem that they have as well. But I think that really is the strategy of this defense is to confuse people, because that is really all we get when we deal with this, defense team. By the time they're done talking, you don't know what ends up. And I'm thinking, when I started feeling that way over and over again, I'm like, this has got to be their trial strategy, just to shock and confuse people. So anyways, we're going to take it, just give you guys a half hour, be back here at 1:50, and then we will have 25 minutes to resume our conversations about this case. So go grab yourselves some lunch and a beverage, and we'll see you here shortly. Oh yeah, let me put that back up. I'm going to put the court TV back up, because my food's getting cold and I want to eat. So I'm going to eat lunch. All right, there you guys go. Usually they put it on the clock, but for whatever reason, they don't have it on the clock. So we'll just go here, and there we go. And we'll be back shortly.
All right, sir. I left the house without my watch.
12:57.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, would you state your full name for me, please?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so I get it correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968.
And a good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
All right, sir. And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Colleton County, and I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I
but,
understand.
yeah,
I totally
yeah,
understand.
yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So just start at the top. Take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and you know, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was.
Sorry.
And I could see his brain on. And I ran over to Maggie, and actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started.
I'm wanting you guys to hear this as we're going into the second part of the day, because this entire story has crumbled. Remember, this is what he's saying to officers as soon as they arrive and taking this is his first interview. And he's talking about seeing his wife, seeing his son, seeing them in the condition, trying to check their pulse, trying to do this. There's no way he did this in the 20 seconds he got there. And that was the testimony that was left off on Friday, that when he got there when he drove from the house to the kennels, within 20 seconds after arriving to the kennels, he was calling 911.
Try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I mean, I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to take, I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, you know, I called 911, pretty much right.
See? Called 911. He tried to check the pulse. He ran over to both Paul and Maggie. He was upset. He saw why he would be trying to take his son's pulse when he saw his brain. I don't know. But he says that he tried to flip him over. I don't know why. It seems like the head and the body was faced toward him as he's walking up to the dog kennels. So he would have been trying to flip him over from the shoulders, which is where the extent of the injuries are and where the most amount of blood is, except he doesn't have any blood on his shoes, his hands, or his person, indicating that one, he flipped tried to flip him over, or two, attempted to take his blood, or excuse me, his pulse. And then he says, as he was trying to flip him over, the phone pops out of his back pocket.
Right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there were some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not the, no, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover, and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there, so I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and I drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How old was Paul?
22.
Okay. You know his date of birth?
I do. April 11th, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's.
How about, what's Maggie's full name?
Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh.
And her date of birth, sir?
September 15th, 1968.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers? People breaking in?
None that I know of. The only thing what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago. And there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that, and there's been a lot of people online, just really vile stuff. But when Paul's out and about, I mean, people routinely I don't think I know the full story, because I don't think they give it to me. But I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot. So, you know, but I mean, nothing like this.
Yeah. Any one person in particular or group of people
I don't know.
that you could think of?
Not that I know, no, sir.
Has he, other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes. All the time he gets
recently?
threats. Yes, sir. I mean, he gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
What kind of, I mean,
I'm gonna kick your ass, you know. I've never been privy firsthand, you know.
Is that through social media or?
No, ma'am. It's mostly like if he goes out places is what, you know, what he goes out like somewhere. He's in college, so if he goes out, is what I understand. And I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
Who's his best friend?
His best friend in Colombia is Will's Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle. Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to move into a house together in Colombia.
you said Will Chapman and Will Loving?
Will's with an S,
okay.
Chapman, and Will with an L, Loving.
Okay.
Around here, his best friends are clearly Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Nolan Tootin?
Yes, sir.
And what was the other one, I'm sorry?
Rogan Gibson.
Have you talked with any of these guys tonight?
Talked with Nolan, yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I tried to call Rogan, was one of the people he's the boy that I told you lives around the corner.
Okay.
That's very, you know, he's just a good, helpful young man. You mind if I open the door really quickly?
Go right ahead. Do what you need to do. So is there anybody that you can think of that we need to talk to tonight? Is there a name that comes to mind?
I mean, I can't tell you anybody that I'm overly suspicious of off the top of my head.
Okay.
You know? I mean, this is such a stupid thing. I'm even embarrassed to say it. But it just didn't make any sense. I just hired a guy out here, and he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys. And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs. And that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah. Now, I really don't think this guy, you know, is probably the person, but that's just so friggin'.
Yeah, that's kind of far-fetched story.
It's weird, but he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's his name?
CB Rowe.
ROWE?
Yeah, and I sent him a message to text me earlier today about the sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to him at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow, see him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude? Or
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers, and so, you know, I mean, I'm sure he's a little bit.
Where does he live?
I don't exactly know. Somewhere in in Bronson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, please, sir?
I do. You know, but I do think him and Paul got along pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
That's just really, really weird. All right. CB. Here, I know he called me, so I'll go to that. Okay.
843-5409.
You need to get that phone on the charge, Alec, if you can.
Is that an iPhone?
Yes, sir.
Watch your leg for a second, please.
Thank you.
Remember, we learned
When did you
when the
when
car
did you tell that story to
plugs
Paul?
in.
Sometime last week.
Okay.
Sometime last week. My son Paul actually, I really do not think, in all honesty, that it's him, but I know y'all got to check it out. But Paul was so taken aback by it that he sent, I'll find it, I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it.
Okay.
No. But for all his weirdness, I do think they got along pretty good.
How long had he been working here?
I guess about 3 or 4 pay periods, so 8 weeks, a couple months.
Okay. Going back to the boat incident, anybody on that boat really have a hard-on for Paul that you would think would come after him, or know of any direct threats from people on the boat?
I don't know of any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip-yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
Most of this was stuff from people that Paul didn't really know.
Okay.
It was some people that he knew distantly, but more times than not, when I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know.
Okay.
It's like, for example, he went out in Charleston a couple months ago, came back, he got a black eye. And, he can't defend himself right now because he has these charges. So, Paul was a real tough man's man. He would just...
He would defend himself, but he hadn't been.
That's right, but...
How was he handling that case? Looming over everybody?
As far as what?
How was he handling it?
I've never been prouder of him than the way he has handled the pressures and the adversity in that situation. I think I've told Danny that before. mean, Paul is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful kid. He can do almost anything. He gets along with almost anybody.
Do y'all store any weapons out here?
We don't store them, but they're frequently out here. I need to find out if there were any out here because I know there was a shotgun. There was a 12-gauge shotgun out here. I'll have to find out exactly when that was. I think it got put up, but I'm not positive.
What did that shotgun look like?
It was a camouflage. I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is. But I don't think it was out here
Okay.
recently. But I'm not positive.
And the shotgun that you had when deputies pulled up, where did that come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun. Probably overreacting, but.
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
No, I mean, I came out and, I called 911 first. Talked to them for a little while, and then I told her.
You told her?
That I was going to go to the house.
Okay.
And that I would let they get the gun.
Okay. Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one. I don't have one, but I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we could compare if that shotgun was out here and now it's missing.
Absolutely.
Try to figure that out.
No, absolutely.
And I know living out here in the country, you probably have more than one or two.
We do. We probably have 20, 25 guns.
Yeah. Shotguns, rifles.
Pistols.
Any rifles?
Yes, sir.
What kind of rifles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
All kinds. I mean, you name it across the board, we have them.
Okay.
And I mean, all of them we have are, in a hunting room in our house.
What was their schedule today? When did they get home?
My son works for my brother, and he was coming home to deal with the sunflowers. He got here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while, probably 45 minutes to an hour. Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston, and she got back here. It was fairly late.
Was it dark yet when Paul got home?
No, Paul got home early.
Early, okay. So before dinner time? Before
Oh, yes, ma'am.
lunchtime? Or?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
What brother does Paul work for?
John Marvin.
And what does Paul do for him?
Everything.
Just handyman?
Yes, sir.
Was it unusual for Maggie to feed the dogs this time of night or check on them?
Oh, no. I mean, she played with those dogs all the time. And it's especially common for her to, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially two of them out to run.
Okay, so she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings?
Very regularly.
Okay.
She comes out here a lot.
Do you have any cameras on your property?
I have deer cameras, but none, around up here.
Where are they at?
On different deer stands.
Okay, So deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields and,
Okay.
but I don't, there's none that, you know, are near here.
Okay.
What doctor's appointment? What doctor did Maggie see today?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of him, and I can't. I want to say Gordine
Okay.
is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
Nope, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her. And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
Now, what time was that?
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message.
All right. I texted her at 9:08, going to check on M, be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47. That must be when I started to come back. I think I called her before that. But let me make sure. Pretty sure that I called her 9:45. And then I tried Paul. And then, no, I think that was riding. I think that might have been riding over there. $10:03. I mean, my calls are right here.
Yeah.
So, obviously this is when I, at 10:06, can I have a piece of that gum?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Take a coffee.
Anybody else want some gum?
No, sir.
You don't have any water, do you, Danny? Sure. That's all right. I don't need it.
If you, behind Danny's head is a case.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I got some right here.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sure we're going to have much more questions.
I'm available at, you let me know.
What What's another number in case I can't get you on your cell?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay.
My office number. I can give you my brother's cell phones.
All right. What's Randy's?
Okay, Randy's is 803-94.
And John's?
John Marvin's is 843.
And you said your dad's in the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Which hospital? Charleston or
Savannah, Candler, St. Joseph's.
Is he doing okay, or what's?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on.
Okay.
You know, he's doing okay given everything, but he's got a lot going on.
About Maggie's family, where are they?
Somerville.
Have you been in touch with them tonight?
Contacted, yes. I had my brother call Bart, the wife of his sister, the husband of Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to hear it in person. And they are going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville?
Yes. And her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
You have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old.
That's right, you said. What's his name?
Buster. Well, Richard Alexander Jr.
Okay. He goes by Buster.
He goes by Buster.
Is he here tonight?
He's on his way.
Okay.
And we learned from Buster he arrived around 2 a.m.
Laura, you got anything?
This one's hard, but when you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over. Was he laying on his back or on his stomach?
Just like he is.
Just like he is. So you weren't able to move him. Okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did he help Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
Okay, so it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well in the evening?
This place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
I tried to turn him, and then I checked him, and I think I already knew, but I checked him.
And when you first pulled into the property, did you come from this direction where all our police cars are, or which way did you come in?
I went to the house.
Okay.
And then I came from the house
This way?
straight here, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, where my vehicle was parked is probably...
Is where it was, okay.
Well, no, maybe not exactly, but it was pretty close, because I came back the same route.
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
When I came back.
All right. I can't think of anything else right now, but we'll certainly be in touch.
Thank y'all for everything y'all are doing.
Yes, sir. So just to kind of let you know what's going to go on, we're going to be out here for quite some time. The coroner will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. What? No, we're finished. Let me come out. Well, I'll be here when he gets here. No, don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. All right, thank you. So, I'm sorry.
Buster, get in here. Okay.
Yes, sir. I dropped my card.
We'll get you another one.
Sorry.
I'll get you one.
There you go.
Thank you.
You know, so the coroner will come over and talk to you. You know, they'll do the autopsy and everything, and then go from there.
Thank you.
But we'll come to you before we leave.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Rutland.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Here, you want this water?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Yep.
So there you have it, folks. There is the video of the first video of his interviews with law enforcement that evening that his son and wife passed away. As you can see, now that we know the truth, now that we know at least the information from the OnStar as well as the expert witnesses in this matter, we know a lot of his story was not true in that original statement. So it leaves a lot of people to wonder, why in the world would Alec lie? If he had nothing to do with his wife and son's murder, why would he lie about where he was, the time he was there, the fact that you know, he wasn't at the kennels, the fact that he wasn't around at the time, that he was just merely up at the house and had been up the house most of the day, never went to the kennels. He knew his wife and son were going down there. He knew that they were going to be there. He says he never called Maggie to come over to his house or over to that house. I say his house because she loved the Edisto property, was staying there, was having it remodeled for the summer, doing some maintenance work on it. She was getting paint for a room or two, had paint in the back of her car, did not feel comfortable leaving the house open, but Alec wanted her there. He tried to say that I believe his timeline just doesn't add up exactly, Bella Ann. I couldn't agree with you more. And not only that, the reason why he wanted Shelley to say he had been there 30 to 40 minutes is because that would have eaten up that 15 to 17 minute time window he had to clean up. It took him less time to kill his wife and his son as it did for him to actually clean up, bag up the stuff he wanted to dump and dispose of. And he had plenty of time to dispose of.
All rise and come to order.
So I'm going to let this take it on from here. Tomorrow, I will have a hair appointment at 10 a.m. and won't be back until noon. So just FYI, I will be watching from here.
Please be seated.
Can bring them in.
The jury is present, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
So I'm almost done with the quail pen and the doghouse, but I got to tell you, over lunch, I was thinking about how to demonstrate a little more graphically what you're saying. Your Honor, may I take this weapon out of its box?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If I keep it pointed upwards. Okay. Do you recognize this? Do you know what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the, I think it's a, like an exemplar 300 blackout rifle.
And this is the weapon, or weapon like this, that the shooter would have had.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to sort of get a visual of, how about come down here so I don't point at you? Or maybe let me come up there and come this way. Okay? Why don't you get back? I'm sorry. So I'm not 5'2" or 5'4". I think you said 5'2" to 5'4". But position me, tempting, but I don't know how I can do this, so I'm not pointing at somebody. I guess what we do is we need to come back here. Okay, so position me as that shooter would be. I'm trying to figure out where, how would they hold the gun up here, down here, where?
And then you want to push it down on the hip. Your wrist will have to bend.
This wrist?
Right.
Like this?
Yeah, and obviously you could crouch in some sort of a shooter stance, but that's
Not much lower than this.
That's going to be variable, yes.
Okay, and as I approach the quail pen, the gun has to go up?
It stays the same angle, right? But for different height people, the gun has to get higher and higher, right? Like that.
And if I go backwards, it's got to get lower and lower.
Right, because if you walked up to the quail pen, the hole's 50 inches above the ground, which is right here.
So I'd have to be like that.
Slightly down, right?
Like this?
For your height, right? About like a little bit lower, not about like that. About
at the quail pen.
At the quail pen. So you can see if you back up, you have to get lower and lower and lower. Not like, but the gun has to stay the same angle.
Oh, so it's got to be up, but
Up.
I go down.
You go down.
Or get short.
To put the barrel on that green line.
So if I'm 6'4", and you measured Alex's foot to knee.
Right.
So where would this gun be placed on me if I'm 6'4"?
Well, if you're 6'4", you know, your hip is going to be about 46 inches. This will be about right here. It's 46.
Right.
And so you've got your trigger hand
right
about where your hip is. So it would have to be, your trigger hand is going to have to be up where I'm pinching the tape measure.
And this is how far away from the quail pen?
Well, it could be anywhere, but if you raise it some more, a little bit lower, right? So then, if you're at the quail pen, the hole is right here, right? You can just shoot from the hip.
Have to shoot like that?
Yeah, you'd have to shoot lower.
If I'm back where you say the lines converge, I think it has to be pretty low, right?
Yes, it has to be very low. That's why it's to get a position that would be either shooting or aiming,
right?
Or a basic shooting position. You need to be shorter. If you're bending over in some other body position, that may be maybe somewhat of an awkward shooting position, then you can be taller, right? You can be taller than 5'2" to 5'4".
But I think you told us his foot to knee was 25 inches.
25 inches.
And would it be, I mean, proportionally for me, where would
Proportionally for you, your trigger hand is going to have to be back down where your kneecap is.
Right about here?
About like that, right? And then point upwards 3 degrees. That would be the equivalent of somebody who's 6'4" in the area where the 2 shot lines cross, shooting into the quail pen. They would be holding the gun like that if they were on their feet.
Okay, thank you. Please take a stand. Okay, so based on the angles and the basically trigonometry is what you're saying, you say the shooter would have been between 5'2" and 5'4", and back to have the ejected shells in the appropriate place. You've marked that place on this sketch where these two folks are. That's sort of the range.
Yes, and you can see some of the ejected shells, but they're right beside the body,
right,
just off where I've got the yellow sticky.
Okay.
That is the area where you have, I believe, 2, 3, and 4. So 3 empty, 300 blackout cases.
Okay. And that would be consistent with the position of the shooters in this position, and based on the angle of the bird cage, they would be somewhere between 5'2" and 5'4".
That is correct.
To have a shot from the hip, the lower part, I mean, almost crouched down hip.
Yes.
Now, let's move on in our presentation, and I'm going to try to expedite this a little bit and skip some slides because you and I were too detailed when we talked about this, and it's the afternoon. So let's go with the Paul Murdaugh first shot. Tell us what this is.
So this was, these first pictures are from the night of the murders, and that's inside the feed room. On the south wall of the feed room, there's just a regular window.
And what's that?
Those are pellet holes from the buckshot. There are 9 pellets in buckshot, this particular load of buckshot.
Okay. And what did you do?
So what I did was...
Next picture, please.
When I looked at there's the window from the outside of the feed room. When I looked at the crime scene pictures, I noticed that one of the buckshot pellets hit a pine tree, and SLED took a picture of that damage to the bark of the pine tree. And so when I was there's like a stand of pine trees that have been planted behind the kennels.
Right.
And so what I did, there are 9 pellets, but the pellets had already spread out by the time they went through the window. In fact, there was 1 pellet still wedged in the windowsill itself.
That you found?
That I found. But there was a tree and it had some ivy on it, but it had damage. And so what I did was I located that damaged tree and put a mark on it. Just put some yellow tape there. I went back in the feed room. If you look at the pictures of the feed room, there are some bloody footprints from tennis shoes. And it's just as I believe it was Chief Deputy Kinsey talked about, Paul being about midway in the room. That's the approximate location. So I stood there, but I knew Paul got shot in the chest. So I lowered my head about eye to chest level, and I looked through each hole until I saw the tape on the tree, which is where the sap was coming out, where the pellet had hit it. So I determined which hole in the window belonged to that pellet. And then what I did, instead of using a trajectory rod or laser, it was daytime, I did the old school method, which I stretched a neon pink string from the damage of the tree through the hole in the window out the door, because from what I have understood, this shot was taken within 3 feet or so because there was stippling on this wound here. So what I did was I basically took the string out as far as you needed to go, and which is what is in that picture there.
This would be that string?
Yes, that is simply a string. It's pulled tight from the sap coming out of the tree where the buckshot pellet hit it through the hole in the window, and then back through the feed room to set up a tripod in the door. So that is the shot line or the trajectory of the pellets in the shotgun. And that's where the damage to the tree is. It's leaking sap.
Okay.
And that was the hole in the window that if I stood roughly where Paul was shot in the chest, it was the only hole that lined up with that tree.
Okay,
and then
what is this?
And that shows basically at the door sill, the threshold of the door to the feed room, the height of the shot, which was at the door sill, it's 3'11".
Okay. Was it on an upward trajectory?
Upward trajectory.
Okay. Next.
And so what I did there is just to demonstrate it. Obviously, because there's a string there, can't put the barrel right on the string line like we did in the computer with the green lines. I just held it beside it. I'm 5'10". I have normal shoes on here. That's the stance that I would have to take to shoot up that string. So
And at what height would that hit Paul in the chest on that trajectory?
That's like about right at my hip or so. Yeah, maybe just a little bit
about a
lower
right
than my
height.
hip if you looked at the butt of the gun. And I'm 5'10".
You're how tall?
5'10".
So it's somebody not 5'2" to 5'4", but somebody slightly taller.
Right, or moving the gun up and down again. There's a variable here, of course. And then what I did was demonstrate, because there have been some, talk, well, that's me standing. Again, I'm fairly comparable in height to Paul Murdaugh. And what I did was I just let the string touch where the wound is in his chest, the entry wound. And if you look where my feet are, you'll see I'm just beyond the door, which is right where the bloody footprints are. So another way of confirming that this all makes sense here.
And those are the bloody footprints?
Those are the bloody footprints. That's about where I'm standing when this picture of me was taken, with the string going through, we're within, a few inches or so. And then the idea there, that would be, inconsistent with, say, somebody my height. I think there's one more picture here just to drive the point home. Like if I shouldered a shotgun and shot into the feed room, that wouldn't work. The gun needs to be lower. So similar concepts as we said before, but just done a different way.
Okay, next. Okay, let's talk a little bit about, before we get into acoustical testing, let's talk a little bit about the second shot on Paul.
Yes.
And I believe you watched my cross-examination of Deputy Kinsey, correct?
Yes.
And his testimony was, do you remember what his testimony was?
Yes.
Go ahead.
He analyzed the data and the physical evidence, and he was thinking that the shot was about 135 degrees relative to the ground, and maybe plus or minus 5 degrees, and that he took a height for Paul's shoulder about 4'7". He was going between a couple of data points that he had, and so he had 4'7", and then what you have to consider is that basically that's 90 degrees, and then so 135 is here. It's 90 plus 45, so it's a 45-degree angle into the shoulder. But the consideration is that they didn't see any stippling on Paul's shoulder, so you have to back the weapon up. And typically, you're looking at 3 feet or less for stippling. He opined that, well, maybe it was 2 feet because it wouldn't work out. And the reason it wouldn't work out, if you back up a normal size shotgun 3 feet to get no stippling, it puts the butt of the gun under the concrete or through the concrete. So of course that wouldn't work.
Right.
Yeah.
So he had to adjust the distance for stippling.
Right. He said, well, maybe, it didn't work out that way. So maybe 2 feet. The correct way to do that, of course, though, would be to test the shotgun or the ammunition, at least, because we don't have the shotgun, but test the ammunition, Does it cause stippling at 3 feet or 2 feet? That would be the correct way to do that. But if you take 3 feet of stippling, which is what the state medical examiner, Ms. Reimer, testified to, if you take 3 feet in a normal size shotgun, that 135 doesn't work because the butt of the gun will be into the concrete, or below the ground.
And I think he and I may have demonstrated that with a little red dot.
Yes, you did a hand-drawn exhibit.
Okay, so you would disagree with his assessment that the 45-degree angle shot was possible with a normal size shotgun, and adopting Dr. Reimer's 3 feet, for there not to be stippling, it'd have to be 3 feet or further, correct?
Correct, it doesn't work out dimensionally.
Okay, so now tell us about acoustical testing, and as briefly as possible.
Okay, so I was asked a question, which is, if a person is in the main house, would they be able to hear gunshots at the kennels? And so the way that you do this is you do acoustical testing, and I could spend a long time talking about this, but you guys probably don't want to hear all of this, but let me just tell you in general how this is done. So what happens is when you have a gunshot is impulsive noise, it's very quick. Gunshot probably only lasts about 10 milliseconds. It's very loud. The threshold of pain is about 140 decibels. Now, when you move 10 decibels, like 140 to 150, it's twice as loud. So you'll see what I recorded these weapons with a special instrument, and you'll see how loud they are. And the idea is that will the sound attenuate, decrease enough when it reaches the house? And there are a lot of considerations. I considered there's a little grove of trees. You don't have a hard reflecting surface. It's pasture and trees and sand. You also have a well-built house, double pane windows, wood paneling. So it's going to have at least a normal sound attenuation properties. In other words, if you shut all your windows, you shut all your doors, there's a noise outside. Depending on how loud that is, you may not hear it. So what I did was I set up testing. It's the same testing. It's called military standard 1474. That the military has concerns about soldiers firing weapons and causing hearing damage. They want to know how often can we send them to the range, or what kind of hearing protection. How many rounds can they fire in a day? That sort of thing. So I just set up the testing. And in a nutshell, the blackout rifle, we got an exemplar blackout, same ammunition involved in this case. We got 12 gauge shotgun. We got bird shot. We got buckshot. Basically, the shotgun is around 155 dB.
dB
is decibel.
Okay.
And when your sound is not on a regular scale, and the reason is because we can hear the threat of human hearing is very, very minor. And then we can hear loud noises like a rock concert. So if it was like a speedometer, your speedometer would have to go to like 0 to 1,000,000. It's not practical, so we make it a log scale. And all you need to take from that is a sound that's 50 dB. 60 dB is twice as loud. That's how we perceive it if you have normal hearing. And then the idea is that, like the background in the courtroom here, there's a little bit of noise going on, but when everybody's quiet, it's probably maybe 45 dB in here, right? So if a sound is 55 dB, we're all going to hear it, no problem. If a sound is like 45 dB, we may not hear it at all unless we're really listening for it. Or if it's a really quiet sound like 25 decibels or 30 decibels, we would never hear it. It's just the same thing as you could be at a rock concert and the person beside you is trying to talk to you and you can't hear them, even though they're talking in a normal voice. You just can't hear them because your background is too high. They're talking in a voice like I am. Without the microphone, it'd be about 70 dB. But your rock concert's 110 dB, right? So all we're doing here is we're comparing sound. I did the testing and also went back and just used the theoretical calculations for the propagation of sound to make sure that my results, which I took on January the 5th of this year, were the same as the results that you would have gotten if you would have done the testing on June the 7th, 2021. You have to take into account humidity, temperature, pressure, the wind direction, those types of things. So I did that.
So what does this slide depict?
So that's an overhead shot of Moselle. From the center of the dog kennels, the area where all the evidence is, to the center of the house, the main house at Moselle, it's 1,142 feet, so 1,142 feet.
Okay. As the crow flies.
As the crow flies.
Okay, next. And this is looking past the doghouse to the kennels?
Yes, so you're looking towards the kennels. The door on the right end of the kennels is the feed room. That's the area where Paul's body was found. And then the doghouse is there. What I'm showing here is that there is a backdrop to this area, which is vegetation and trees. For reasonably close distances, you have to take into account the vegetation and the trees. At longer distances, the sound can carry, because the sound, when I shoot the gun, the sound is going to expand like you're blowing up a bubble, right? It's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, but the bigger that bubble gets, the weaker it gets, just like the sound. And eventually it goes away.
Next. What does this depict?
That's looking back towards the house to show, you can't see the house here, but that's looking straight back towards the house to show that if you were going to do some calculations, you have to take into account there is a barrier of trees in the way.
Okay, next. All right, what is this device?
All right, that is a sound pressure level meter, and it's a type 1, which is a high precision. Normally, when you're recording sound is somewhat continuous, and you can use a high grade meter. This is a special meter that's designed to capture gunshots, because you're talking 20 microseconds, thousandths of a second, the rise of that pressure wave of shooting a gun. So you have both the gases escaping from the gun, and you have the sonic boom of the bullet leaving the gun. So it's complex noise, and you have to have a meter that is fast enough to catch it, and that's what that meter is. Yes.
Next. What is that?
That's a little weather station I had, so I was recording the weather before and after the testing, because I knew that I was going to go back and pull the weather history for the night of the murders and just see what kind of correction factors needed to be applied to my testing.
Just curiosity, if the humidity was high that night but low then, how do you adjust that?
Well, there are charts and tables. It's just standard conversion, right? And the humidity was higher in June than it was when I did it in January. The temperature was about the same. Humidity was different.
But you've got tables and charts, calculations, it's physics, or whatever it's.
For the results of this, all of these modifications or adjustments that you would make really don't make a difference, because the results were so far apart. Like what you would have to be able to hear a gunshot inside the house. It really didn't matter. You didn't have to make the corrections for temperature and stuff that I did anyway.
That just shows where you had that instrument set up. Next. Again, picture where the instrument set up. Next. So why do you have a measuring item there between?
So what you're doing, and so I took a piece of dental floss, tied it to the muzzle, and then anchored it so that I knew that the muzzle was 1 meter, it's a little over a yard from the microphone. And the reason you do that is that, so you fire this gun, and let's say it's 165 dB. So for every doubling of distance, it's going to lose 6 dB, 6 decibels. So at one meter, it's 165. At 2 meters, it's going to be 159. At 4 meters, it's going to be 153, and so on, because every doubling of distance, that's theoretical. Then you have to add correction factors, but that's basically what
to ensure that your responses, your recording, your calculations are as accurate as possible.
Correct. I'm just following the MIL standard here.
What standard?
It's a United States military standard.
Yeah, you talked about before. Okay, next. That would be the ammunition you used?
These slides are just showing what I used to do the testing. So this is the 300 blackout.
Next. Is that a 300 blackout
Yes.
bullet? Okay, next. That would be the 300 blackout.
Yes.
Next. That would be the shotgun,
Yes.
12 gauge.
Yes.
Okay, next. That would be the buckshot you used.
Yes.
Next. Okay, and that would be the bird shot, the turkey load bird shot.
Yes.
You used, right?
Yes.
Next. And this is the inside of the house?
That's inside the den of the house. And what I did there was background readings. In the quiet house, it's really quiet because you're way out in the country there. I mean, there's no traffic. So it was about 35 decibels in the house, which is equivalent to, say, a quiet bedroom.
Do you have the air conditioning on?
I believe the air was working. The refrigerator was running, but it was very quiet.
Okay.
And then so what I did was I set up some equipment there to measure the background. We also, of course, we turned on the TV, normal volume. So that's up around 68 dB, 70 dB, depending on how you want to listen to it. We put a movie in and I just had that. So 2 background levels in the house. And then the next question is when you fire a gun at the kennels, do you hear it? Do you not hear it? How loud is it?
Okay, next. So what is that?
Well, we shot the blackout out around the doghouse, and then we shot the shotgun into the feed room, out of the feed room, and then with the muzzle outside the feed room. So we shot into the feed room, we shot out of the feed. So we're just trying to figure out, is there anything about the shape of the feed room that really changes the character of the shot? The takeaway is yes, it muffles the sound if you shoot into the feed room. It's not hard to understand, but the blackout was much louder than the shotgun.
And it was shot over by the doghouse where the shell casing was found.
Yes.
Okay. And that is what you shot in the feed room?
Yes, it's a ballistic gel dummy. It gave us something to shoot into.
Okay. Next. I'm not quite sure what that is.
It's just pictures just showing the testing.
Okay.
Same.
Okay, next. And this is the various indoor and outdoor sound levels. And could you, rather than reading all of this, could you sort of give us an overview of, are these the results of those shots you made?
No, this is just actually just from the literature. If there was a discussion about different decibel levels, but vacuum cleaner 70 decibels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, quiet conversation 55. A dishwasher in the next room is 50. And on and on. From
Okay.
Loud noises to soft noises.
Next.
I think that's just a blow up of the last slide.
Okay, so what does all that mean?
Just as a comparison to my numbers, these are other people's test numbers, basically done the same way I did it. And you have a bunch of rifles, and they're between, you have 166 decibels, 163, 161, and therefore. So basically your rifles all the way down to a 22, which is like 143 decibel. But if you're shooting a rifle with a decent size cartridge, then you're looking at something from 160 to 165 dB.
Okay, next.
This is a similar chart of other people's work doing the same thing, and for shotguns. And basically your shotguns are going to be 150 to 160 dB, so not as loud as a rifle. A little bit quieter, but obviously 12 gauge still is a loud gun.
Next. Okay, here's your results.
These are my results. So basically the blackout was right at 165 dB, and the shotgun was at 155 dB. So the results that I got from the testing were in line with testing that other people
have been doing. Okay, next. Okay, so you want us to play this?
Sure.
Go ahead. Wait a second. What is this?
This is an audio file. I could present numbers, graphs, but what I did here just to get the point across, and here's the bottom line. This will be the 300 blackout fired in the loudest direction, because we tried north, south, east, west, but this is fired in the loudest direction. I'm sitting in the den. The doors and windows are shut. TV's not on, so it's as quiet as it possibly can be. and I'm sitting there listening for the shot. But you can gauge the sound of the shot, and I got a microphone now, but I'm talking on this audio recording the same way I'm talking right now.
Play it, please.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm gonna give you a countdown, and then you let Michael shoot, and then go ahead and mute your phone, please. 3, 2, 1, shoot. All right, stand by. So it was about 1 second before I said, all right.
Go ahead.
So you could barely hear it, and we were all listening for it. So if you were in the house, even if you were walking around, you wouldn't hear that. I could barely hear it, and I was listening for it. So what that tells you is that the sound inside the house is right at that background level. It's kind of sitting right in your background of the quiet house. And so if you were doing any kind of activities inside the house, you wouldn't hear it. And certainly if you had the TV on, which will be, remember 10 dB is twice as loud. So it's 35 if you've got the TV on, there's no way you could hear that shot.
So do you have a engineering professional acoustical opinion, more probably than not, as to whether somebody in that house without the TV on, not listening for it, would hear that those shots, those blackout shots down at the dog pen?
I do.
And what is it?
You would not be able to hear it.
And the shotgun, I assume, is quieter, so it'd be even less of an opportunity to hear that.
Yeah, there were times we fired the shotgun in a quiet house and you couldn't hear it at all.
I've got just a few more questions. Any more slides?
I think there's some more slides, but I think we've covered the acoustics, unless you want to get more.
Well, I can, no, keep going. I don't think we need to do that. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. That's it? Nope, good. Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence a printout of that. I mean, so, yeah.
No objection. Submitted without objection.
This would be exhibit number 140. Thank you for indulgence for 1 moment. Okay, now let's go to one last matter. And you indicated you've done accident reconstruction.
Yes.
And I have a number of questions about, this, I guess, all mostly physics. But let me ask you, you've seen this document before. You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, don't tell me what it is yet. Any objection? This is the, any objection? This graphic created under your supervision?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's another one, which is 142. So we'd offer 141 and 142 into evidence. Any objection?
No objections.
Admitted.
And that's 142. Okay, hold on to both of those. So 141 is speed from Moselle to Alameda. I guess maybe we don't have that on computer, do we? No. Let me put this on the overhead. Let's start with 141. Can I have the Elmo, please? And okay. So what does this depict?
This is a graph of the speed of Mr. Murdaugh's Suburban, and this is from the trip from Moselle to his parents' house.
And that would be on the night of June 7th?
Yes, and each one of those little vertical lines, the blue lines, represents 3 seconds.
Okay. So, two things. You look at 141, and you look at the time. You look at this correlated. At 9:07, has Mr. Murdaugh left his home?
Well, actually, the one that you've got up is the return trip, I believe.
That's right. What did I give you? 142. What that one? Which one do you want? Good. That's on the same sheet. Is that better?
Yes, that's that's 141 there.
Right. And at 9:07, has he left Moselle? Have you independently checked the data behind this and determined where he was at 9:07?
Yes.
Where was he?
On the chart, he would be that first rise there.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a dip, but then it rises all the way up. It's a little bit over 60 miles an hour there.
Right.
It's right before the dip in the middle. The dip in the middle is when he sent a text message. So just slight slowing. No, back over, back. Right, that little dip right there.
Right.
So 9:07 is going to be right before you get to that dip.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. I may have not had already did it. So this graph starts at 9:07, does it not?
Yes.
Okay. So it means that he is in Moselle at 9:07?
Yes.
Okay. Questions are confusing. After he leaves there, does he slow down? I mean, after he turns onto the Moselle Highway, does he slow down at all for any point until minutes down the road?
Not until he's down the road. He's building speed. When he passes that, what you just asked, the cell phone location, he's passing through the mid 40s.
Didn't slow down at where Maggie's cell phone is on the side of the road.
Correct.
Was actually accelerating a little bit as he went through there, just like I think 42 to 44 or something like that. I'm sorry.
Sustained.
Is that about right?
Objection sustained.
Okay. So as he drove past, I think you testified that, where Maggie's cell phone was thrown out on the side of the road. tell us approximately what he was doing. Was he accelerating, decelerating, stopping? What was he doing?
He was speeding up. So he's speeding up from, 42, 43, 44, 45 miles per hour as he goes through that area.
Any indication he stopped or slowed down?
No.
Now, so you study physics, or you actually testify about physics. If someone were throwing a phone from a moving vehicle and I believe you went down and looked at the area where Maggie's phone was found, right?
Yes.
Would there be any, describe for me the kinetics of that?
Objection beyond the scope of his expertise.
Beyond the scope of what?
Couldn't hear your objection.
Objection beyond the scope of his expertise.
Response.
But yes, sir, he is a mechanical engineer. We're talking about a mechanical motion. He's done accident reconstructions where they have to determine the motions of certain objects during that wreck. And perhaps I could even ask him, are you confident you can give us an expert opinion on how a moving object would move if thrown from a moving car?
Any objection?
Okay. Now, you've also done, looked at a number of crime scene photos, correct?
Yes.
And you understand where Maggie's body was?
Yes.
And you understand where Paul's body was?
Yes.
Would a vehicle, first of all, tell me the typical headlights, the headlights on a Suburban, how far out would they go? How far out would you be able to see with them?
Well, it depends on the object that you're looking at. But low beams, modern low beams, which would be on, you're going to be able to see about 250 feet in front of the vehicle along the ground.
What about the width of the vision?
Yeah, there'll be a spread out to the side as the headlight beam pattern bends around it, maybe 20 feet or so on either side of the vehicle. Depends on whether it's the left or the right, and depends on the color of the objects on the ground. But yes, the area in front of the Suburban would be well lit.
And I believe you saw the Suburban's placement in the photos after the police officers arrived, correct?
Well, yeah, I have seen the photographs, and I also have seen the path that the Suburban took by the GPS points as it drove up to the kennels.
And based on those, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Alex Murdaugh, if he was driving that vehicle, would have been able to see?
Beyond the scope of his expertise.
I need to hear the complete question before entertaining an objection.
Based on your knowledge of the function of the headlights on a motor vehicle, do you ever look at that in terms of motor vehicle accidents that you investigate?
I look at it all the time, car pedestrian accidents.
Okay.
It's a well-known area of study in my field.
So would you be able to give an opinion as to what someone would be able to see with their headlights?
Yes.
You do it all the time?
Yes.
So do you have an opinion to a degree of mechanical engineering, more probably than not, whether Alex Murdaugh would have been able to see Paul and Maggie's bodies as he pulled up?
Objection calls for speculation beyond the scope and no foundation laid for that line of questioning.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. You have looked at the photographs of the scene, right?
Yes.
You looked at the GPS data to see where that vehicle pulled initially, right?
Yes.
I'm talking about the Suburban.
Yes.
You routinely take that same data in a mechanical and not a mechanical, in a motor vehicle accident. You've been qualified to testify motor vehicle accidents. They agreed to that. Tell me, would someone driving that vehicle been able to see in their headlights the bodies of Paul and Maggie at that GPS location?
And again, I'm going to object, Your Honor. Same thing, calls for speculation.
I overrule the objection.
Go ahead.
Yes, they would definitely be available to be seen. I can't say what Mr. Murdaugh saw, but you're talking about objects that are maybe 25 feet in front of the Suburban. and directly in front of his Suburban with low beam headlights on flat level ground, it would illuminate the whole area under the shed, between the shed and the kennels and the kennels. So his headlights would definitely illuminate that area.
Thank you, Court's indulgence. In your career in investigating motor vehicle accidents, have you ever had the opportunity to look at how objects behave if they are thrown from or broken off from a motor vehicle that's in a wreck?
Sure. The most common thing is, say, a motorcycle rider who hits a car and flies through the air. So there are ways that you can analyze the trajectory. Say an object flying through the air at a certain speed, what happens when that object hits the ground? The other thing that you see, like objects coming off trucks. Unfortunately, things come off trucks all the time, and they bounce on the highway or fall off, go through people's windshields. So it's simple ballistics. It's straightforward kinetics of objects moving through some sort of a trajectory. And then also what happens once they strike the ground? How do they slow down? Of course, it depends on the surface, but how does an object slow down once it's flying through the air? Like if a rock comes off a dump truck and the dump truck's going 55, when the rock hits the ground, it's going to be going 55. So it's not just going to stop. It's going to continue traveling until it rolls and tumbles and slows down.
Let me get back to a question. That is, an object this size, the size of my cell phone, if it separated from the vehicle, thrown, fell off, or whatever, on a car that's going, whatever the speed limit there, 45 miles an hour, and it heads over to where you saw Maggie's phone found, would it rotate more than 45 degrees in the air?
Objection. Speculation, no foundation laid.
Which word, John? He has studied this. This is what he does.
He studied according to what, which seems to be not in dispute by the state, since he was no challenge to his qualifications in any of the areas that you offered him in. The question is whether this calls for speculation.
Are you speculating, or is this based on years of study and physics? I mean, what you do?
No, it would be based on physics.
No speculation there, Your Honor.
You're on right. Permission to approach. Permission to approach.
Permission to
approach.
Let's all stand for a moment. Yes, you can come forward.
So lots going on here. They're trying to keep certain testimony out. This is what we were familiar with the defense side of things. When the ball was in the prosecutor's court, the state's court, they would object on certain grounds to keep testimony out, such as the blue jacket. The blue jacket was very contentious point in the testimony and information that they were trying to get into trial. And this is some testimony that they're trying to get into trial because they have 20 seconds to account for. Turn it back on now.
Okay, let me see if I can ask this in a very concise way, and then I promise I will sit down. So, objects moving from a moving vehicle, or even moving vehicle like something this size, if it's going through the air and the car is going 45 miles an hour, will it tumble, unless it's a spherical object, will it tumble?
Well, it depends on how it's separated, like you said, from the car or thrown from the car. However it gets away from the car, you need to know that before you know what it's going to do in the air. But the one thing's for sure, it's going to hit the ground at 45 miles per hour, which is 66 feet per second. So as soon as the phone hits the ground, it's going to want to come to a stop, right? So that phone will tumble and slide. If it was just like grass, just like flat grass, it's going to go about 115 to 120 feet. That's how long it's going to take that phone to slow down from 45 miles per hour. In the area where the phone came out, though, there's like some saplings and brush and pine straw. I doubt it went that far, but it would definitely, tumble through the edge of the woods there.
Tilt more than 45 degrees?
Sure.
One, and when you say tumble, it would tumble, correct? It'd move head over heels, perhaps?
Yes, that's what's going to happen it doesn't have to be a phone, but any
object,
a brick or anything like that. It's going to roll and tumble. Maybe if the surface is flat enough, it might even slide.
One last question. I wasn't lying. I just forgot this. You looked at the data on the speed data on the Suburban returning on the night of the 7th from Alameda to Moselle, correct?
Yes.
And the state mentioned that there are a couple of times where or at least one time where speed goes up to 80, comes back down, or tell us what's happening with those peaks, the 70 and the 80.
Well, if you look at Exhibit 142, this graph represents the speed. So the higher the peak, the higher the speed. The sharper the peak is the smaller amount of time that he spent at that speed. So like the one in the middle that goes to 80 miles an hour is just for just a second or so, a couple seconds, because each one of those blue lines represents 3 seconds. So what that shows you is that he does reach high speeds on the return trip, but it's not for a long period of time. And that's why basically the average speed of Mr. Murdaugh coming back to Moselle was about the same as what SLED drove it, right? Because you're not really changing the average speed that much because you're driving faster, but just for little periods of time.
Is that consistent with somebody passing a car?
It could be.
But it's just a up and down. It's not like 80 miles an hour all the way back to Moselle.
That's correct.
Right.
That's correct.
Right, not from Moselle. From Alameda, I apologize. Beg the court's indulgence.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. Please do not discuss the case.
I don't know. I'm just a little, I don't know. Not really impressed with this expert. He did make some valid points. He did make some valid points about the phone tumbling. We don't know that it didn't. In all fairness, we don't know. We don't know where it was thrown out from specifically. We only know where it landed. So I would presume that if you're throwing it down, it would go. So I don't know. And we don't know what part of the road he was on at the specific time that he threw that phone. I believe he threw the phone. I believe he did this. But I think the judge is fair. Again, he is still presiding over this pretty well, in my opinion. I was surprised, in all fairness, I was surprised that he did sustain an objection, because I thought the argument from Hartpulian were actually well received. I just think it was confused for some reason, but he did get his point made. And at the end of the day, it was trying to explain how the cell phone would have landed and ended up, which I think conflicts a little bit with the prosecution's expert potentially. I can't remember the testimony provided by the person that found the phone on the side of the road, or where it was located, or what the condition of. I don't remember hearing that or even if it was asked. That if it wasn't asked, it was a missed opportunity for the state. But then again, it could have created a double-edged sword. So, you have to take those things into consideration. What else we have? For those that are just tuning in, Buster Murdaugh was on the stand. And when Buster Murdaugh was on the stand, he wasn't really a whole lot of help, but I did find some of his responses to questions untruthful. For example, trying to explain why his father's truck went around the house where it did. That was a little odd because he tried to say that everybody parks there, people that want to, it's easier to get in the back of the house, especially the people that come there at night and things of that nature. But when they show pictures, you're looking at a well-managed yard that I doubt anybody would be driving the truck on. I mean, and it's definitely not used often because there would be patches or marks in the grass. Everybody has seen yards that have no driveways, and if the people pull up the same way every day, you get the rivets in the ground. So I don't know how believable that was. And then when they were talking to him about, they're trying to explain away or poke holes in the fact that the outfits that Alex Murdaugh was wearing that day have completely disappeared. He tried to say, well, he's got clothes at, this house and that house and this house and that house and Alameda, but they were going to Alameda that night. And what did he say he did? He said he packed his father's bag. Now, if his father already had clothes at Alameda, why is he packing his bag? Because he ended up saying, and I grabbed the toiletry bag. So clearly he bagged him up shorts and shirts, and he said sports shorts. And I'm thinking, his father does not look like the sport short kind of guy. I mean, I don't know about you. The cargo pants or shorts. Yes, I can see him in that. I can see him in those type of like Docker type of shorts, but sport shorts, as Buster described, I don't know. There's just a lot of, you could tell Buster was doing his best to help his father, and that surely is a shame because I keep wondering, and nobody really asked, I got to go back and check, but I wondered if Alec wanted him to come home because he was just at a game with him that Sunday. And we know by testimony of one of Miss Libby's caregivers that, and Miss Libby is Alex Murdaugh's mother, that him and Maggie, I guess I would assume on the way home, stopped by there and visited the house for about 30 to 45 minutes the night before this murder happened. And I really kind of believe, because he needed Shelley to say 30, 40 minutes, that, and this other caregiver was much older and, couldn't hear very well, probably had, maybe a little slower because of her age. And I think he might have been surprised that Shelley was there the night that this happened. Maybe he was going to play, oh no, that was the night before type of game with this other caregiver, but Shelley was there. So I don't know. And I found also when Buster was talking about the back of his grandparents' house and how that truck would have pulled up, which, there's no way that truck pulled right up there to the back door. There's no evidence any trucks have ever pulled up to that back door, let alone that particular night. But I digress. He also said something to the effect of everybody goes in that back door because it's easier to get to the parents' room or the grandparents' rooms right down there. And I found it odd because if you remember Shelley's testimony, Alec called her on the phone and told her he was coming there. And she said that it took her about 5 minutes to get to the door to unlock it. So she had to go all the way through that massive property, all the way to the back door to let him in, because that's where he drove in at. She also said that that same night, the ATV was moved from the smokehouse to the back of porch that we saw photos of. So there's a lot of inconsistencies, in my opinion, with Buster's story, and it's like I said, it's just it's just a shame because that was his mother and that was his brother, and it's very disappointing that he would help his father if he's got to go to that great length to try to clear his father. He should know in the back of his mind that his father was most likely responsible. That's just my thoughts about the matter. I don't know I didn't even realize I'm not even looking at the comments here. So it's nice to see everybody. Hi, I am Team Summer B. Betty fan. Nice to see you. Guidance, Cranky Pants. It's nice to see you guys all. See you guys all. I don't even think that's proper English. That's okay. But, what does it say? Chabella, why would the shooter take the phone to discard it a few miles from the residence? Well, if you listen to earlier testimony, you would have heard, so maybe you might have missed it, because I think that was Friday's testimony. It explained that there were things that were deleted from the phone log in Maggie Murdaugh's phone, and there was things deleted in Alex's phone and in Paul's phone. They had to get it off the reports for they had to get it off reports. Oh, thank you, and God bless. They had to get it off from the telephone companies themselves. Sorry. And so I think that it really did show that there was some kind of deception, at least with the phone stuff. Thank you for sharing this great work. May justice prevail for all. Absolutely. I agree with that. Thank you so much. Thank you. But I have to agree that, I don't know. I shouldn't say I have to agree. I don't know how I feel about this particular expert. I think he's very knowledgeable, and I think he's very, I think there was a lot of stuff left out, and I think it was left out on purpose. I think there was a lot of stuff left out of his report that he found because it didn't help the defense, and the defense is paying him to be an expert on their side. So he found the most favorable stuff in his testing to bring forward in his report, is kind of how I feel in so many words. I'm glad to be here with all you having intelligent conversation about this. Oh, thank you, Natalie. Yeah, it's been good. That's why I keep telling everybody, this chat has been good. It's not, people don't argue. I mean, they have different viewpoints and things like that for the most part, but they all just have a good, intelligent, adult-like conversation. It's a little refreshing. So it's been definitely enjoyable. And I know the people that come here for this trial have not only learned things, but they've enjoyed themselves, and they get to, connect with the other subscribers on this channel, which I think just makes it really great. So I'm really happy about that. Sorry, because I know my eyes are looking down here because I'm monitoring everything over here, even though the camera's here. I'm not in the office today, so. Yes, thank you. That was really sweet. I love this chat. No jellyfish, just coffee club family. Yeah, I know. Because this is so boring. They don't want to have to sit here and wait, to watch the trial on TV, because it's hours. I mean, look, we've already been here over 6 hours today, to be honest with you. So people don't, it makes it a little easier. Maybe we need to start doing coffee club. When I get back in March, we need to start doing coffee club and just go all day with coffee club, right? They'd be so bored out of their mind, they'd have nothing to do. Like, we will consume their entire day just so they don't miss one little thing. No, I'm just joking. I should stop. I'm just poking fun. Yeah. Aw, thank you. Oh, we can always benefit from Betty's law history, which is such a great matter class. Yeah, thank you. But I don't know at all, I mean, I still have to look stuff up. That's why I have that Black Laws dictionary. Literally, I have it next to the chair. I need to get a new one because you can tell that one got wet and some of the pages stick together. And I know pretty soon one of those pages is just going to rip. And I could probably use a fresher one. Love you too, Mama Llama. These trials should be coffee club YouTubers. Yeah, I know. But the reason why I did it with this case is because this one was really the most interesting case that I've had in a really long time. I mean, as far as with all, like, it had everything in it, it was just one of those cases that did truly have everything in it. We've gone over it before: the money, the power, family legacy. The Murdaugh name was just a name that was synonymous with power and money. And, they were the hierarchy of low country, South Carolina, and just very powerful, a very powerful name, a powerful family, just power. And to know that something like this can go on, it's just a real big stain on the family and the legacy that his grandfather, his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather tried to build and have. So do you think AM will take the, oh, no, Miss Pete, I don't. No, he's an attorney. If I was in this situation, honestly, I wouldn't take the stand. I wouldn't take the stand. So, and even if I was innocent, depending on the factors of the case, I don't know if I'd take the stand. It really just depends. But some people have been very successful at taking the stand. But it's like, no matter what you say, I feel like the other side always twists your words around. And so, especially when you're the assailant or the wrongdoer. So I'm not sure if I would take the stand if in the same situation. I wouldn't be in the same situation. I value human life. But at the end of the day, who knows? Hello, Truth We Hide. Love, love, love coming here. The only channel I truly felt welcome and like a second family. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. That is so sweet. Rittenhouse was great on the stand. I love being here with all you sweet friends. Aw. Aw. Yeah, we have a good, I mean, if it, like, even in the mornings, it's a pretty good channel. We just have some crazy people that visit, pop up every now and again, but most people are just, they I don't know. You should be a lawyer. At this point, I don't aspire to go back to college. Not unless it's like to learn forensics, something that my mind could learn, more from. Actually, what's crazy is even when my sister was going to college, her and I were teasing because there's like 18 years between me and my younger sister. And so I'm like, well, why don't you go here for this? And I'll go here for this. And it was, what was it? I think I said, I'll go back and become a lawyer if you go into forensic science and work for me. We'll go into these cases, right? Gotta have plans. Dream big. Never happened. But it's kind of funny. That same sister, she's a reporter in Louisiana, and I've got this channel covering true crime on YouTube. So the fruit doesn't fall too far from the tree, I must say so myself. We have proven the coffee clubbers are the best chat. Aw, thank you. That is so sweet. You guys are making me smitten. Hello, Be Betty fan. Lady 7 Up, nice to have you. I see Pat Gaines in the house. Lisa Marie, it's nice to see you. Oh, that reminds me. We have some, hold on just a second. Let me look this up. I forgot. We had some information that while we're waiting for them to come back on, might as well talk about it. Okay, where are we? So, oh, and then yeah, I forgot to tell you guys that the tweet post that the judge was referring to this morning when he reprimanded Mr. James Griffin for retweeting the Washington Post that must not have been very favorable to the jury. Alex Murdaugh trial reveals sloppy investigation. And so the Mr. Griffin, oh, they're coming back. Mr. Griffin got chastised for that. We'll have to discuss that on return. And thank you to Jazz King. Let me get your comment up.
You bring the jury.
Oh, thank you, Jazz King. You're sweet. Hugs and kisses.
You're present, sir.
Hey, yeah, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Wanted to begin by going over a few of your qualifications, what we heard about kind of at the beginning of your testimony. Is your practice focused primarily on, would you agree your practice is kind of focused primarily on accident reconstruction?
I would say so, in failure analysis.
And that would be in your advertisements online and your CV that you provided?
Well, probably on the website, we really don't advertise, but definitely on my CV.
The website. Right?
Yes.
And most of the work you've done would have been in that field, the accident reconstruction or analyzing things to do with mostly civil litigation. Would that be fair to say?
I would say, yes, that's fair. Most of the work that the company does company-wide is civil litigation. And so accident reconstruction, but that's a pretty broad description because, for instance, I have civil engineers, I have biomedical engineers, so they deal with a lot of different subject matters.
And primarily civil litigation, even though it's a broad area, civil litigation.
Exactly.
Very good. And your client today is the defense, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were retained by them. When were you retained?
Jim Griffin called me, I want to say it was about the middle of September of 2022.
And I know we've seen your PowerPoint. Did you, is that your report or did you prepare a separate report for defense?
The written report that I did in this case was on the acoustics testing, but the PowerPoint was just trying to pull, it's a big file, of course, but just trying to pull it all into one place.
Did you provide any additional reports to defense, or was the PowerPoint the only one?
Just the PowerPoint, and then I had maybe a 4 to 5 page report on the results of the acoustics testing.
And when did you finalize your PowerPoint that we just saw today?
In its final form, that would have been yesterday.
So you finalized your PowerPoint one day before your trial?
Yes.
Is that standard for you to do?
Yes.
All right. And what's your how much are you getting paid for your services?
So the company charges $3.50 an hour for my time.
And how many hours have you worked on this case?
Oh Lord, a lot. I couldn't give you an idea, but I made 2 trips down here I've been to Moselle twice. I read through a bunch of documents, studied pictures forever. Got ready for trial. Of course, that took a while. I would probably say that I have, somewhere between 40, 50 hours in this case.
40 to 50? Is that your estimate?
I would think so.
And travel incurs additional expenses. Is that why you kind of mentioned it separately?
It does, yes. So, the company charges anytime I'm traveling or working.
Have you ever done any work for the law firm formerly known as PMPED?
No. Because I've been doing this for so long, and I do a lot of railroad cases, I have been on the other side of that law firm, and I've been deposed, like on the other side. They took my deposition. I was on the other side working for a defendant. But I've never worked for them directly, like say, a personal injury case or a wreck case.
Have you ever been retained to work on the boat case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell me about that. What was your retention for the boat case? And by the boat case, which one are you referring? What do you understand that to be?
Well, the boat case, the Maori Beach case, so the one that occurred down at Paris Island. So I do boat accidents. I do small vessel, watercraft, jet skis. I've actually worked on ship accidents, ship collisions before. So I do a lot of maritime and boat accident work. And I was called by Jim Griffin a few years ago. It would have been probably, within a few months of that accident. And I did an investigation of the boat crash.
Do your services also include a retainer? Like, is there some sort of retainer to work off of before the hourly billing kicks in?
No, our company is pretty simple. We just bill by the hour. So we don't do contracts or retainers. Some people in my field of work do.
So you were originally retained by Mr. Griffin for the boat case to do a boat reconstruction. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be in line with your, what you primarily do with your services at your firm. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that just falls underneath physics, mechanical engineering. Anything based in physics has the potential for being explained, and that's what I do.
All right, and I know your educational background is in engineering. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to talk about a few things we can maybe agree on. And engineering is a field that, would you agree? Engineering is a field that is based in science. Would you
Yes.
agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that engineering is a field that's based in some math? Is that fair to say?
There's a lot of math in engineering, yes.
We heard a lot about trigonometry and angles. I mean, math, right?
Yes.
Engineering's based, a lot of is based in hard facts. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And engineering, some of the things that really have no business in engineering would be guesswork. Is that fair to say?
Well, in engineering, you can sometimes make assumptions and then make guesses, but you always have to go back and test them, right? You develop what we call them hypothesis, right? So you look at the problem, you try to figure out what the problem is. You form a hypothesis, and then you test it. So, you might say, well, I think this. And then you either mathematically or physically test it.
Okay. Going back to that question about guesswork, though, because I don't know that you answered it. In engineering, is it important not to use guesswork in making opinions?
Right. If I give an opinion, I'm not guessing. So whenever I give an opinion, there is a foundation based on my education, experience, and training for me to give that opinion.
So if an opinion's rendered and there's variables that aren't considered, would you consider that to be guesswork?
Well, it depends on how important the variables are. I mean, any engineer in any analysis procedure, there could be lots of variables that don't matter. But if the variable matters, then of course, that would affect your opinion.
And in engineering, and we're thinking of, I think you said you're a mechanical engineer?
Yes.
By trade, by education?
Yes.
So do mechanical engineers engage in speculation?
Not in the context of giving opinions.
Okay. And do mechanical engineers, when whatever they're engineering or whatever they're opining about, do they base their opinion on assumptions?
Not primarily, not even really. Your opinions can't be based on assumptions. Now, there can be aspects of your analysis that you have to test, but whether it's an assumption or a guess, that does not make for a good engineering opinion.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Are you a member of have you had any formal training in pathology?
No.
Have you had any formal training in firearms or firearms, how they work?
No.
Are you a member of any organizations that do that line of work, that do tests on firearms or pathology?
No.
Have you taken any shooting incident reconstruction classes?
No.
Do you have any certifications in shooting incident and reconstruction?
No.
Have you taken any classes in gunshot wounds?
No.
Have you ever done any studies on bullet trajectory from out of the muzzle of a gun?
Yes.
Okay. What studies have you done?
I've done all kinds of testing.
All right. Such as?
For instance, one time I had a case, it was a murder case where a person was shot through a car door and was shot with a .357 Magnum. And the door had maybe 6 bullet holes, and each of the bullet holes had different characteristics. So I went to the junkyard and got 25 to 30 of these doors. And I spent a couple of weeks shooting that door with a .357 Magnum at different angles, different distances, until I could replicate the bullet holes in the actual, in the door. So what you're doing there is that you have a door as evidence, and then you're trying to figure out, okay, what does that tell you? Not the same as what I talked about today, but similar. I had a case one time where there were 2 deer hunters in the woods and one got shot at long range. So we did a lot of long range ballistic testing of the ammunition in the firearm to determine the drop distance of the bullet and to understand where the one hunter would have to aim the weapon. I have done proximity testing with firearms by looking at the stippling. So in other words, I have a rig that I can put a pistol in, and then I put target. A lot of times I use sheetrock. And then what I do is I fire the gun at increments back and look at the pattern of the stippling. Sometimes you'll get soot and stippling, and sometimes that. So it would all be testing within the context of the cases. You know, when I get involved in a firearms case, those are the types of things types of tests that I would do. It's just a general part of our business. When we get presented with an engineering problem, we do testing.
In those testing, any of those studies that you did, were they subject to peer review or published in any publication?
No, I typically don't write papers or submit papers. I do the work.
So it's you doing a test on your own?
Yes.
Is that right? That's what it is?
Yes, or with, of course, people in my office help.
With your office?
Yes.
Okay. And are you a member of the International Association for Identifications?
No.
Firearms identifications?
No.
You have any certifications along those lines whatsoever?
No, I'm not a firearms expert or a pathologist or a wound expert. That's not my area of physics. It's not my area of expertise.
Okay. So is it fair to say then any opinion you rendered on relating to firearms, we shouldn't rely on it then?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
If it's related to exterior ballistics and terminal ballistics, then yeah, you can certainly rely upon it. But I'm not going to testify about wounds or pathology or anything like that, and I haven't.
Okay. All right, I want to start with the cell phone. I think we ended on the last slide, the charts. I don't know where those are. I'm showing you a defense exhibit 141 and 142. I believe you testified. Can I have the PowerPoint? Sorry. I believe you testified that you created these graphs. Is that right?
No, I didn't. This is an Excel graph from the data. So it's just the raw data that was presented to me.
All right, well, who created it then?
I'm not sure. I just reviewed it. I'm not sure who did this.
All right, well, can you tell me, I think you testified before that well, show me the time, if you would, and permission for the witness to come down. Show me the time that you indicated the phone was thrown from the car, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, I got it specifically on my laptop. I can show you in general. It's up to you. I mean,
Well, this is an evidence, so I'm asking for you to come down and identify on here where it is.
You want to know where the car passed, where the phone was?
And just for clarification, yeah, 1 second, sorry. Just for clarification, we're looking at this chart. What is this showing us?
That is a graph of the speed of the Suburban versus time. So speed is on the y-axis, or this is speed, and then that's time. So time's going that way. And as the car speeds up, the line gets taller.
Okay. And it says total time 16 minutes. What does that refer to?
That's the time it took to drive from Moselle to the parents' house.
Okay, and the sled, and then it says next to that sled test drive during day. What does that indicate?
What that is it's just comparing. It took 16 minutes, Mr. Murdaugh, and then Sled did the same drive, not at nighttime, but during the day, and took 17.58 minutes.
Hey, Turkey Man.
All right. So as I was saying before, I think you testified. You said you indicated a point where the cell phone had been thrown from the vehicle, or at least the time correlation. Could you please identify where that is for us?
No, that's not what I said.
All right, well, what did you say then?
I said that when the car passes the location.
Okay.
Right. I
Sorry.
don't have any information about.
When the car passes the location, where is it indicated on?
I think it's that line right there.
Okay. And you say you think. Why is it that you think?
Well, it's not labeled, but it's on my laptop. I'd be glad to get my laptop.
Well, this is an evidence, and this is what the jury's going to consider. So I prefer to work on this.
Objection. He has indicated he has a specific data on his laptop. If he wants the real answer, he'll be happy to walk to his laptop and get it for him. He says he's looked at this. That's where it is. I mean, he's asked the question 3 times. He's answered 3 times.
Cross-examination, you may proceed.
You're not able to find it on here, are you? Looking at this chart.
Well, it's either this line right there, or I think it's this one or this one.
All right. Does engineering engage in I thinks and maybes?
Let me get my laptop.
Well, I'm just asking you, can you identify it on this chart?
Well, I mean, this is a really big file.
All right.
And well, I will answer it, but I don't have the whole file memorized. So let me just look at it for you. That way you'll know the answer.
Can you point it out on this chart without reviewing whatever you're about to review on your laptop?
No.
Okay. Can you identify 912 on this chart without reviewing anything you're about to review on your laptop?
Well, I mean, you want me to answer the first question?
You answered it. You said no. Can you identify where on 912 on this chart is?
No, they're not.
Okay.
It doesn't have any numbers written down.
Thank you. Can you identify where 920 is on this chart?
Well, hold on. You want me to answer your questions? You want me to answer the first question?
The questions, please. Can you identify where 920 is on this chart?
No, because there are no numbers on this, but it's.
And can you identify where 952?
His answer.
Let's give the witness an opportunity to answer the question.
Can you identify where 952 is on this chart?
Not specifically.
Okay, thank you. You can use that. I don't need it. I'm showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit 142, and same thing. There's no numbers. There's no times on here either, right?
No, not on the x-axis at the bottom.
Switch to the PowerPoint, please. All right, you gave an opinion on objects being thrown, ejected, traveling at what was posited to you as 45 miles an hour. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Opinion? What are some variables, and you're an engineer with math background, what are some variables you would need to know before determining the distance, trajectory, and speed of an object?
Like is the hypothetical if somebody threw a phone out of a window?
My hypothetical is, in order to determine the speed of any object, what are some variables that you would need to know in order to determine the distance it was thrown, the trajectory it was thrown, and the speed at which it was thrown? What are some information that you would need to know in order to posit an opinion about that?
Well, there would be a lot of variables, but the main ones would be, and I think I understand your question, but let's say you find an object on the side of the road and you want to know how fast, let's just assume that somebody throws something out of a car that's driving down the road. And let's say this would be a typical problem people ask me or we're presented with. It's like, well, can you calculate based on the physical evidence on the side of the road, how fast was the car traveling when the phone was thrown out? I mean, let's just look at it that way. So what you would need to know, like, let's say that it was on the shoulder of a road and there was like an impact mark on the shoulder of the road. And then 57 feet later is the phone, right? So you could make a pretty good determination the phone tumbled 57 feet. Well, a tumbling object decelerates at about a half a G. That's 11 miles per hour per second. So over 57 feet, you could back calculate it. You're going to come up with something probably like 30 miles per hour, right? The variables would be the condition of the shoulder, obviously the speed that it's thrown out, right?
Energy, right?
Right, because for instance, if you're driving down the road, you could throw it forward, you could throw it backwards. So you may want to add the speed or subtract the speed from the velocity of the vehicle.
And I'm going to let you keep going, but just
Trying to answer the question, interrupted again.
Were you through answering that question?
I think so. I think that's probably
All right, next question.
all right. About the strength, I think you said strength of the throw. Is that what you were talking about when we last cut?
Well,
variables.
Right, because if you just drop the phone from the car, it has zero initial velocity relative to the car, but the car has relative velocity to the road. So for instance, it's going to have a different trajectory if you throw it straight down out your window than it would be if you throw it up in the air or throw it sideways. Those are all what's called initial conditions. And so, but if you had information, let's say you had a witness in the passenger seat that said, well, he tossed it straight out of the window, then you could calculate it that way, but you would need more information. So it's, to know specifically this type of problem, you would need to know a lot of different information to get like if you said, how fast is this car going based on how far that phone tumbled down the street? Yeah, you would need to know some more information.
So you'd need to know the energy thrown, energy at which the object was thrown, correct?
Yeah, so the speed.
Would you need to know the mass of the object that was thrown?
No.
That wouldn't matter?
No.
Would you need to know the wind resistance, if any?
Yes.
Would you need to know the wind speed, if any?
It depends on the problem, but that might be a factor.
And absent any of those variables, really can't tell anything about an object that was thrown. Is that fair to say?
Well, it depends on the question that's asked. If you were asking me the question, how fast were the car going, then yes, you would need all those variables unless you wanted a wide range of answers. But if you ask me, if you toss a phone at near highway speed or close to highway speed, will it tumble? Completely different question. There's no variables there. That's just fact.
Okay. And while this may be obvious, I'm going to show you what's been marked, or what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 230. I'm sorry, I keep doing that to you. Is this the side of the? Is this the side of the road that you visited?
It looks like it.
Does that look like it also? States, sorry, I'm showing you States 231.
Yes, I know there's woods on the east side and there's an open field on the west side.
I'll just do the field fashion. And does that look like a shot from the side of the road that you visited on Moselle?
Yes.
And what are we seeing here in the background? What are we seeing?
Well, in the background, there's the field that's over on the west side of it.
All right, in front of the field, what is that?
That's the roadway.
Okay, and in front of that road, right in front of the road on the picture, the green stuff?
Grass shoulder.
All right, and then near at the bottom of the screen, what are we seeing?
It's like vegetation, leaves, sticks.
You'd agree that leaves and grass is fairly soft. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Showing you what's been entered as 232. Different angles. That look like the same road to you?
Yes, that's looking basically north.
And again, grass, right? On the side of the road.
Yes, that's on the west shoulder.
All right. When you do sound studies, have you done work? Is it primarily for like OSHA related things, or I know you mentioned some companies? Is that what the sound studies have primarily been for?
It's typically the work that I do now.
It's the sound studies?
Yes, the acoustics measurements that I do typically would be related to train whistles, train horns, emergency vehicles, backup alarms where, say, somebody gets backed over with a truck, audibility of backup alarms. I've had audibility of warning alarms inside of a factory. Like, could a worker hear the alarm and then get out of an area that was dangerous? So it's usually emergency signals is typical. I have worked on a criminal case where it wasn't a gunshot, it was a woman screaming. And could a particular, they call them ear witnesses instead of eyewitnesses, but could a particular ear witness hear a woman screaming at a distance? So
And would that be for workplace considerations? There was some accident at work and it maybe relates to OSHA?
No, this was a murder case.
Oh,
So
the other things you mentioned previously, sorry.
no, the other ones, I mean, typically are going to be civil litigation where, you might have a dump truck manufacturer getting sued for not having an audible alarm that's, loud enough or just plain, or sometimes what happens in a car accident, but like a back over accident, they're saying that the person that got run over should have heard the truck coming and got out of the way, right? So people argue back and forth about who could hear and not hear like a backup alarm.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention now to the sound study that you conducted, and it was in your PowerPoint of your defense exhibit. Referring to defense exhibit 140, and I guess digitally 143. All right, if you could please to page, I believe 75 or exhibit 76. Okay, there you go. All right, and remind me again, and I know it's visual there, but what's the distance between the dog kennels and the house right there?
Straight line distance is 142 feet.
1,140.
Oh, what did I say?
I think you said 140.
Oh yeah,
1,
no, it's like 1,150 feet. Let's just call it 1,150. 1,150.
All right. And that's as the crow flies, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Please continue over to exhibits. If you just fast forward for me, sorry, I'm trying to find the number. Exhibit 1, just if you keep going, I'll stop you on the 300 blackout. All right, this ammunition, what kind of ammunition is that?
.300 blackout, 147 grain, full metal jacket.
Okay, and do you know who the manufacturer of that is?
It looks like Cellier and Below.
All right. And that's the ammunition you used on the 300 blackout test?
Yes.
All right, if you would fast forward a couple. And this is this your rifle?
No.
Okay. Is this a person's rifle that was working for you?
No. This was a law. The lawyer Jim Griffin provided the two weapons.
Okay. Did you yourself actually fire these weapons?
No, an engineer in my office. His name's Michael Whitley. So since I was running the acoustic equipment up in the house, then Michael Whitley was the one that actually pulled the trigger.
And are you familiar with this type of firearm?
Yes.
All right. What is that?
Well, it's a 300 blackout, which is the name of the ammunition. And so basically what it is an AR-15 style rifle with a shorter barrel. And when they shortened the barrel, they needed a specially designed ammo for it, so it would be efficient. In other words, it's the type of weapon that might be used in close quarters, so it's shorter and you can move around and maneuver. But when you cut the barrel down to say 8 or 9 inches, you need to chamber a different round. That's basically what this is.
And is it actually, are you aware it's actually considered a pistol for purposes of government identifications?
I don't know if this particular one is considered a pistol or not. Like I said, I'm not a gun expert. But
that's fine. Yeah. All right, if you would please fast forward to, there you go. All right, this reverse one, please. Thank you. All right, this picture, what are we looking at?
That's the ammunition. That's the buckshot that we used.
All right, and is there a reason you chose this particular brand?
The Winchester was similar to the brand of ammunition used.
What kind of ammunition is this type?
It's a 12 gauge buckshot. It's like 2 3/4 inch shells. I want to say that the buckshot in the Murder was maybe a 3-inch shell, but this is a similar load.
So similar, but not the same?
That's correct.
And not the same manufacturer?
I think it was Federal. I'd have to go back and look, but I think there was Federal and maybe Winchester. The reason is just because I know that the plastic shot cups were found at the crime scene, and I think that's Winchester. But I would have to go look.
Okay, so but you concede you didn't use the same gauge for buckshot as was used in the murder of Paul Murdaugh?
No, it's probably slightly different.
Okay. All right, if you would please continue to Exhibit 7. And again, what do we have here?
That would be the turkey load or bird shot with the smaller pellets that we used.
Okay. And again, this is not the same load that was used in the murder of Paul Murdaugh.
I don't think it's the exact same. It's just representative.
All right. All right. If you would please go to Exhibit 24. I think it's like 2 or 3 slides. There you go, right there. Thank you. All right. And again, this is the interior of the house at Moselle. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you already testified to it, but what was the ambient decibel reading inside that house?
35 decibels. Pretty much steady state.
And is that, well, I guess we heard an audio clip, right?
Yes.
That we played for the jury. Does the ability to hear something, is it affected by the ambient noise?
Yes.
In a room?
Yes.
Did you do a test on what the ambient noise is in this courtroom?
No, I can do it right now if you want me to.
Did you do it before? Does the ambient noise have an effect on how we hear something?
Yes, that's what I explained. So in order for you to be able to clearly hear something, it's got to be 10 decibels above background.
And
if it's 10 decibels below background, you're not going to be able to hear it. And when you're in between, it depends on if you're listening for it. Like if you're really listening for something, like if you're at a train crossing and you're listening for the train horn, it could be right at the background level, like you got the radio on a little bit. The train horn could be right at the background level, but since you're listening for it, you might be able to hear it. If you're not paying attention, then you might not. But if it's 10 decibels above your background, you will hear it. 10 decibels below, you're not going to hear it. Because again, that's twice as loud or twice as soft.
And it sounds relative, and I know you gave an example of the concert how did you decide, or how did anyone decide what volume to play that sound clip? Would volume affect your ability to hear something?
It does, but it really wouldn't matter because, again, the shot from the kennels was only 1 to 3 dB above background. So it was about 36, 37, 38 decibels. And even if you rustle a piece of paper, that could be in the 50s. And so it doesn't really, in this case, the volume of the TV, it really didn't matter just because the sound of the gun inside that house is so faint, it wouldn't make a difference.
All right. And I know this may be outside your expertise, but just asking you common sense. Are you aware that trees generally grow?
Yes.
So remind me again, what day did you go out and perform these sound tests?
The sound tests were January 5 of this year, so 23.
And I know we have some pictures. If you wouldn't mind backing it up to Exhibit 14. It's the closest representation I could find. Okay, right there is fine. Sorry. Would this tree line on the back of picture Exhibit 10 be consistent with what you saw in January?
Yes, that is January.
Okay. And are you aware of what the date of the murder was?
Well, that's June the 7th of 21. So basically, this picture's taken, let's say, 18 months later, 19 months later.
And I think you did testify that sounds, because speed travels in a straight line, sound would be affected by the tree line. Is that correct?
It will be on the other side of the tree line. It's also going straight up too. It's like I said before, it's like a big half bubble getting bigger. The trees probably obviously did grow in the year and a half when it happened. And I did make correction for the trees, but it was only, I think it was 1.7 dB, if I recall. But so the trees made a difference, but not that big of a difference.
Well, without being there and whatever the tree height would that have an effect on the sound level? I mean, I think you said you accommodated 1.7 dB, but will you agree that the height of a tree or a forest would have an effect on the sound?
Oh, it'll have an effect, but in this case, it's two. Let's just call it 2 decibels. And what I'm talking about is, background inside the house. If you had the TV on, is like 70 decibels, right? So we're comparing 35 or 40 decibels. Whether we add or subtract 2, it makes no difference because you got 70 versus 30 or 40. And remember, just 10 decibels is twice as loud. So 70 decibels is many, many times louder. So I went through the process of making sure that the numbers were correct, but minor variables such as wind, humidity, wind speed, the trees, all of those, even if you factored all of those in, it really doesn't make a difference just because the gunshot inside the house was so faint that you're just not going to hear it.
All right, sir, if you wouldn't mind turning to Exhibit 25, please. It would be toward the end, forward. It's a chart. Yeah, the next one. Next one, if you wouldn't mind. This chart. Okay. What's the decibels of a vacuum cleaner at 3 meters and a gas lawnmower at 30 meters? What's the decibel rating on that?
70.
Be 70?
Yes.
And you said the TV was at 70?
68 to 70.
So the same as a vacuum cleaner running and a gas lawnmower?
Well, the lawnmower is at 30 meters, that's 100 feet. It must be a pretty quiet vacuum cleaner because in my experience, a vacuum cleaner is a lot louder than 70 decibels.
What was the decibel reading that you measured for the shotgun blast again?
Thank you, Carla.
Around 154, I believe. It's on the next slide.
And what was the reading for the rifle?
165.
I think you talked about extrapolation. You know what I'm referring to? Extrapolating the sound over distance?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said, but the sound dissipates 6 decibels for every twice the distance. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
And that's what you testified to?
Yes.
So if you wouldn't mind, could you extrapolate for me? So at 165, which is what the rifle tested at, could you reverse extrapolate that to 1,024 feet? Could you do the math?
Yes, I have that. Well, it's actually a slide, but I've got the chart, if you give me a second. Okay. So what I did was, when you add in the attenuation, what distance do you want to know?
1,024 feet?
So basically just like outside the house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the basic
Okay,
calculation.
so because of the weather conditions, I adjusted the number up for, I'm assuming we want to talk about the night of the murders, right?
I just want to know if you could if you could extrapolate. I don't want to know about weather conditions or anything right now. I just want to extrapolate 165 decibels beginning at, 3 feet or beginning at 3 feet. And then I want to extrapolate it to 1,024 feet. And those are even numbers.
It's 89.5 decibels.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, 89.5 decibels. Let's just say you're just right outside the house.
Wait, what are you saying? Right outside the house?
Yes. Inside the house, it's in my other report. Inside the house, it was maybe 35 to 38 decibels inside the house.
I'll come back to that. I don't want to know inside the house, outside the house. I just want to know in a lab setting, you have a 165 decibel blast.
Right.
Measured at 3 feet. So 165 decibels at 3 feet. If you extrapolated that out for distance, what would the decibel be? Just lab setting. What would the mathematical equation be?
Well, it would be a little bit different in a lab setting. This is not a lab setting. But if you did, you go, I don't have that written out. You may have already done it, but if you take 3 feet.
Would you disagree? Let me ask you this, and it's not a trick question. Lab setting, we can put all the qualifications in, but would it be at 1,024 feet? Would you have any reason to doubt that it would be at 105 decibels?
That sounds about right. I think I did that at one point in time and got about the same number you did.
And if you wouldn't mind, what is your chart indicating is 105 decibels?
Let's see.
Just what the chart says.
It says jet flight at 300 meters, which is basically 1,000 feet.
Thank you. Would you agree that a cat's meowing or a cat is fairly low on the decibel meter?
Yes.
Certainly if a cat was outside and you're inside, fairly low, hard to hear. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, unless the window's open.
All right. I'm going to reverse and now go to, if you wouldn't mind, starting at page or exhibit 57. Does it go backwards?
I don't know about you guys, but he's really dinging this expert.
First part of this. There we go. Thank you. All right. Referring to your exhibit 57 on your PowerPoint, I know you testified to, but are you familiar with what this image shows?
Yes.
All right. And this is the feed room with a view of the window. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is not a picture you took. Is that fair to say?
No, this is the night crime scene pictures from June 7th.
All right. Do you just visually looking at it, do you see holes in the window?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see a whole lot of other stuff in that picture? On the shelves, in front of it, behind it, below it, above it?
Yes.
All right. If you wouldn't please continue on to the next slides. I'm going to go to your exhibit 45. It's going the other way, towards the end of it. Right there. Or 44 is fine. All right. So I think you testified that you kind of visually looked through the hole in the window and kind of aligned your eye with the tree outside. Is that kind of how it went?
No.
You said you, correct me if I'm wrong, you can tell me in a second, but didn't you say you lowered your head to where you perceived a chest wound would be and looked out the window and tried to align it with that defect?
Yes.
Okay. So the only thing I missed was lowering your head, right?
Right.
You lowered
And I
yourself
didn't
down.
do it at the window. I did it in the middle of the room.
Now, we've already established you have no training, experience, or expertise in shotguns. Is that correct?
Well, maybe you need to explain a little bit more.
Well, what do you have any formal training, formal expertise, formal education in how shotguns work, how shotgun projectiles work, and what they do after leaving the end of that barrel? Do you have any formal training, expertise, certifications, anything?
Not formal training, but I've done a lot of study, and I've also tested shotguns, and I've fired many shotguns before. I understand what happened to the pellets, and this particular pellet is one of the pellets that would have passed through Paul.
All right. What's the spread of a shotgun pellet exiting a shotgun barrel? What's the spread every 1 inch?
Well, it's going to vary based on the choke and the ammunition, but for this one, it's pretty clear that the spread is about the size of a window because the muzzle of the shotgun was maybe, let's call it 3 feet inside the door. It's a 10-foot long room. So at 7 feet, the spread of these pellets after passing through a person, the spread of them is probably, that window maybe 26 inches wide. So that's going to be the spread. Obviously, there can be some deflection of the pellets as they pass through the body of the victim.
Would that be a variable?
Sure.
Okay. So do you know the spread of a shotgun every yard? How much it spreads, the cone? Do you know how much it spreads per yard?
What kind of choke?
Any choke, any gauge?
I don't
Do
know.
you
the number.
know?
I don't know the number off
Okay,
the top of my
you
head.
don't know. Do you even know it, not even off the top of your head, without looking it up?
I would have to look it up.
Okay. And do you know the range of fire for 10 feet, what that spread is? In centimeters, do you know? Or inches? Well, either.
I don't have this committed to memory. I would look it up.
Is that even something you've ever known, or is that something you would have to look up?
Like I said before, I have tested such things before, and
Not
I've
asking
certainly
for what you
read
tested.
literature. But again, it's not something that I have committed to memory. Again, this, if you wanted to know something like that, if that was helpful in this particular case, then what you would do is then you would go to the literature and find those answers. But I don't have that memorized.
Well, aren't you rendering an opinion by drawing a line, by saying somehow that exited the shotgun? I mean, we saw the pictures with you standing there with your shotgun up, and we see this line. Are you not giving an opinion of its exit?
I'm giving an opinion that a pellet from that shotgun followed that line and struck the tree.
And yet you don't even know the cone and the rate of expansion of a shotgun. How can you give that opinion?
You don't need to know that. Okay. So because what you have here, all right, you got a hole in the window, and we have a slide for it. There's a hole in the window. There is a impact mark on the tree. That pellet traveled a straight distance between those 2 points, and 2 points forms a line. You don't need to know the spread. I mean, that's actually what happened. Was a pellet came out of that gun, it passed through the victim, it went through a hole in the window, and it hit the tree.
How do you know then? How do you know it passed through the victim? How do you know that?
Well, it has 9 pellets in the shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
Paul had 1 pellet in his shoulder. Sled recovered 7. I recovered 9. So I recovered the last pellet.
All right. So how do you know that? How do you know that? What are you basing that on? What you just testified to, what are you basing that on?
Well, when I looked at the sled records, they found 7 pellets, or that went through his body. They didn't find all the pellets, but he had 8 entrance wounds. He had 7 exit wounds. They found 1 pellet in his body, so that's 8. But we know the manufacturer puts 9. When I went to the crime scene in October 19 of 2021, the 9th buckshot pellet was in the window frame.
How do you know that was the 9th buckshot pellet that went through? Did you analyze it?
Well,
did you analyze it?
I didn't analyze it,
Okay.
but
Are you assuming?
Objection, Your Honor. Not allowing him to answer the question. He said, I didn't analyze it, but, and then he interrupted him.
I didn't hear the but. Go ahead.
Oh, so the window got shot, right? Most of the pellets went through the window. Some of the pellets went through the little white parts of the window. There was 1 pellet that SLED didn't recover, and the reason is it was under kind of the lip. You know how where you pick up on a window, there's a thing where you put your fingers. It was under that, but still there. So you have a pattern of buckshot pellets like this big. And so you got 9 holes basically, or 8, because there's 1 pellet left in the victim, right? So
How many?
9 minus the 1, so you have 8. There are 8 holes in that window. In my world, that's a very high probability that those are the pellets that came from the buckshot that injured Paul Murdaugh.
2 slides forward. 2 slides forward. What's this big thing here at the bottom? That big opening. Exhibit 47.
Are you talking about the missing glass?
Yeah, what is that?
It's missing glass.
All right. How many pellets went through there?
I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but I counted for every pellet, except for the one that was missed by the crime scene investigators, which is under the.
Let's talk about that. How many grains was the pellet you located on the windowsill?
I never weighed it.
Again, how do you know it came from there? Do you really know it came from there, or are you assuming it came from there?
Well, the
What do you
window
know?
got shot with buckshot, and there's 1 missing pellet. Again, in my world, there's a very high confidence level that that missing pellet is there.
Is that the same confidence level that you're using for all these other opinions? That
Yeah.
you found a pellet?
All my opinions are at a very high confidence level. Yes.
Well, we're going to go through them.
We're
The
going to
line
get to
here,
them.
we got.
I object
Sorry.
to that question. We're going to get to them. That's what he said.
All right, well, of course, sustains objection to the comment.
The rope here, this orange rope, is that the one that continues back to the tree?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any formal training in what a projectile does if it strikes anything, be it human flesh or glass, or any of the other items that would have been located? Do you have any training in that?
Again, not formal training, but it obeys the laws of physics, and I've tested it myself, and I've studied impacts. It's a big part of what I do.
Have you done a test where you shot shotguns through glass, through wood, and through human body, and then measured where they ended up? Have you done those tests?
No, you don't need to test it because you can just look and see what happened to it.
So is the answer no?
I didn't do any testing with the shotgun here, but why would you need to test? Because I think we got the same slide up there. Would you agree with me? Well, I can't ask you a question, but that pellet right there went through that window and it lodged in a tree or damaged the tree. I don't need to test that because that's just what happened.
All right. Is it your opinion that it can only be that pellet? There's no other possibility. No other possibility. Is that your opinion?
Well, I'm not saying that there might be some highly lower probability, but if you stand in that room and we have holes, and just like you've shown, they're scattered all over that window, and you look in the direction of the damage to the tree where Paul was injured, that is the only one. And it's just I don't think it really matters one way or the other. All I can say is that I think the shot went through Paul in the manner that I presented it today.
Okay.
It really doesn't matter to me all that much which pellet went through which hole.
And I just want to be clear, you have no formal training in this, no pathological training, correct?
I am not a pathologist.
But you opine that you believe it went through Paul and then exited the window and struck that tree, but you have no formal training in any of that, correct? No pathology, no firearms, no shotgun specific training other than anecdotal shooting a shotgun? None of that, no formal trainings. Is that correct?
I would disagree with all of that because again, it doesn't take a pathologist. There's a small entry wound into Paul's chest. So all 9 pellets enter. 1 remains in his body. 8 leave his body.
You are sitting here opining about pathology. Is that correct?
I don't see how that's pathology. That's simple math. Okay. It's 9 minus 1 is 8.
Exhibit, I don't know what page this is, Exhibit 81 or 80. All right, reverse it. We'll start there. Go back if you wouldn't mind, a couple. Yeah, right here. Did you take this picture?
No.
How many inches does that look like he is tall?
Well, you can't tell how tall he is because of the way this picture's taken.
Well, what does it look like?
This shows his shoulder 64 inches.
What about his head?
You can't tell.
You can't see a number at the top of there?
No, because you'd have to be above the top of his head or right in line with the top of his head. The only thing you can glean from this picture is that his shoulder is 64 inches above the floor.
All right, I'm going to ask you about use of Faro. Are you the one who actually operates the Faro equipment?
I do, but in this particular time, somebody else did.
And did your equipment, has it been calibrated recently?
Yes, we calibrate every year.
What?
Every year.
Did you actually operate it this night?
No, I believe Michael Whitley, who's a biomedical engineer in my office, I believe he was the one that day that was doing the scanning.
You described Faro as the as a sort of a time of flight laser. Is that your testimony?
Yes, it uses a laser and it creates points. It creates a point cloud.
Is it fair to say though it's not actually a time of flight laser? It's a phase-based laser. Would that be more accurate?
I have no idea.
Okay, so you don't know?
I don't know.
All right, beginning at just toward the very beginning of the slide works. No, the first slide, just the beginning of the presentation, the defense exhibit. Yeah, like slide 1. Did you do the addition? I know that we're going to get to it, but there's some individuals you put in the Faro report. Were you the one who actually added that 3D render, or was someone else do it?
No, I had several engineers help me on this project. So Aaron Kiefer is an engineer in my office. He did a lot of the work on the point cloud, and Matt Kiefer, actually his brother, did work with taking those scanned people and turning them into shooters. So I would say 5 or 6 engineers in my office have worked on this particular project.
All right. What we're seeing here is a quail, what's called the quail pen. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And again, this is not your picture. This was the one taken from the night of the incident.
This is a crime scene picture the night of the murders.
Okay. And next exhibit, please, Exhibit 63. Would this be a close-up of that?
Yes.
And the panel here, that's a paper product. I think you already testified to it, but that's a paper type product.
Yes.
Okay. You can actually see it's like bending, warped because it got wet.
Yes.
So it's pretty thin.
Yes.
All right, and the next slide, please. Now, this is what's purported to be a projectile hole. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that is a projectile hole.
And you testified, I think you testified about the, what you tell me, what did you call this indentation on the right side of that hole?
I called it a white mark. The bullet's coming in at 41 degrees, kind of from the right. So that represents where the tip of the bullet first touched the cardboard or the fiberboard.
Do you, and I think you already testified this, but you have no formal training or experience or certifications in crime scene investigations. Is that correct?
I've answered that. It all comes from experience and my education.
And are you aware that there's a margin of error for the angles that may be measured in a projectile, especially if it's a soft paper product?
Sure. There can be, and also depends on how you measure it. So I took what Special Agent Worley measured. Like I said before, it looked like our angle varied a little bit based on it didn't match up with the other physical evidence. That's why I picked a range. I picked a range of 1.5 to 3 degrees.
Keep going. Next one, please. And right here, we're seeing a metal dowel. Is that your understanding what that is?
I don't know if it's metal or fiberglass, but it's some type of material like that that's going to be straight.
And on top of it is an angle measurer. Is that fair to say? And they're sitting on top of that hole, which is essentially a paper product. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And no projectile was actually recovered from this direction of shot. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
All right. If you wouldn't mind skipping forward to Exhibit 35. How tall is that doghouse at its highest point?
Probably going to be about 4 feet tall.
What are you relying on when you say that?
This is Special Agent Worley's notes.
Does your FARO-scan make measurements of items? I think you testified to that.
It does. If you wanted me to give you my measurement of it, I would, have to open it up. It might take a while if you want to take a break.
So you don't know off the top of your head?
I do not have the doghouse height memorized.
All right, moving forward. And I think we saw here, this is the entry spot of the projectile into the doghouse. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Moving forward. And this again would be the same thing, a rod, but this time in a more firm. You would agree the wood in this case is much more firm than the coil pen paper product, right?
Yes, it's thicker.
And the bullet, which appeared to have gone through the doghouse and was recovered from inside. Is that your understanding, having reviewed the crime scene?
Yes.
Crime scene reports?
Yes.
And do you have any formal study, experience, training, or otherwise on what a bullet might do when it strikes wood or whatever the interior of the dog pen held, including the earth?
Well, again, it's the same line of questioning. It would be based on my experience. I can't say that I've ever done any specific testing for wood. I've certainly reviewed papers and literature concerning such, but typically I don't go into that area of ballistics. I look more at impact marks and then just the flight path of the bullet, because that's just physics.
And then I'm going to fast forward to some of your FARO images. If you wouldn't mind, scoot forward a little bit more. Keep going, please. All right, here, and these, the body that's laying there covered in a sheet, that was added after the fact. That's not part of the FARO-scan, is that right?
That is correct. That was added as well as the evidence markers.
All right, and I know the markers we see on this picture is just representative. There's the placards, and is this the one where you tried to merge kind of what the placards were with the FARO-scan?
Yes.
And the little circular X's, is that the computer-assisted drawing that you made based on the measurements performed by Special Agent Worley?
That's correct.
All right. Okay. All right, if you would mind scoot forward to where we start with these green lines. There you go. All right, we're looking at exhibit. It doesn't even say, but exhibit with the two lines spread out. Is that the representative of the two different angles that were noted on the quail pen?
Yes.
So do you know which one's which? Which one's the 1 degree and which one's the 3?
Well, the 3 degree is going to slope towards the ground quicker. So that would be the bottom line. And then the 1.5 slopes less, it's more gradual slope. So it would be the top line.
Going forward 1. And here's where you inserted a 3D person as a 5'2" person. Is that who you inserted there?
Yes.
Okay. And you chose to insert a 5'2" individual shooting from the hip in that manner that aligns with that green line. Is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay. And nowhere on here is any other individual on that green line. Is that correct? You didn't put any other images here. You only chose to put a 5'2" individual slinging a gun on his hip.
Well, that's what matches. If the person was any taller, then they would have to be towards the quail pen. If they were any shorter, then they would be behind the shooter. Or the shooter would be in a different posture.
And do you have any idea if a bullet can ricochet?
Of course.
They can, right?
Yes.
If they hit something.
Yes.
And you don't know, because we didn't recover that bullet, but you don't know if that was a ricochet. Is it possible?
It could be possible, but I don't see any evidence from the crime scene investigation that it was a ricochet.
Okay, but it's possible, right?
I think it's very unlikely because of the hole in the side of the quail pen. Usually when a bullet ricochets, it'll get upset. So the hole in the quail pen should have been bigger.
So the shooter, according to your lines here, the shooter could have been anywhere on that line. Is that correct? Anywhere on that line?
Yes.
All right, if we keep going. This is just another one showing them same posture, just on different points of those lines. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So as long as that's done, and we'll not worry about the 5'2", 11-year-old, but if anyone's on that line, it could have been accurate, right? If that gun is anywhere on that line, according to you, it could have been accurate. Is that right? It could have been that shot.
Yes.
Anywhere.
That's what I explained is that the line by definition establishes where the weapon is. Then the next step would be to figure out where the person is, or where the shooter is.
I just want to be clear. Anywhere from this point all the way, I guess, until it hits it would eventually hit the ground, right?
Correct.
Anywhere until it hits the ground, somewhere back behind where the bodies are located. It's your testimony that that is consistent with what you're seeing.
Yes.
As long as that gun is on that line.
Yes.
So we can just remove the 11-year-olds from the equation. As long as that gun's on that line, it fits with what you're saying, your mathematics is saying, is lines up. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you didn't provide any renders of any other adult-sized human beings perhaps kneeling, did you?
Repeat that?
You didn't do any other renders along these lines of an adult-sized human being kneeling on the ground while shooting, did you?
No, what I did do is consider that because, I mean, obviously from your question, you kind of can see that in your mind. Okay.
I'm just asking for a yes or no.
Well, I did. Let me explain.
He's attempting to answer the question. Again.
Okay. So what I did for that question, because I figured that you would ask me it, but what I did was at 1 foot increments from the quail pen, all the way out to 60 feet. And at 60 feet, you're getting pretty close to where that line goes underground. It actually goes underground about 73 feet, okay? So what I did was I looked at the height of the shooter's hand, just like we did this morning in front of the jury. And the other thing I looked at was where the center of the shell casings, the empty casings were, okay? And I looked in a 12-foot circle around the shell casings, like the center of those shell casings, figuring that everything that I've seen, typically these rifles are going to be 8, 10, 12 feet variable. It's just a rough number. This is what I did though. First thing you look at is that Alex is 76 inches tall. I measured to his knee is 25 inches. So that means that if he went down on one knee, his shoulder is still 51 inches above the ground. And if he shouldered the rifle in a kneeling position, he still can't make the quail shot because the muzzle would be above where the hole is. So that's number one. So the more you back him up, then it just gets more and more improbable. So then what I said was this. So I looked at this, and the height of the shooter's hand, whoever the shooter was and whatever posture they were in, was between, assuming a 12-foot, big 12-foot radius circle, so however big that is, 24 feet circle around the shell casings. The shooter's hand is 16.2 to 27.6 inches above the ground. So that's basically 2 feet above the ground. So that's why it only fits. You said 11-year-old kid, but it only fits with a short person or with some bizarre shooting posture that doesn't match an aiming position or a normal shooting position or just an abnormal shooting position. That's where I'm coming from is, and I invite you, I mean, with the blackout here, if you want to, try to put this gun 27.6 to 16.2 inches and tell me that that's not somebody that's very low to the ground.
Answer me this. How far off the ground is that gun right there in the 12-year-old's hand?
Which one?
He's never said 12-year-old.
Objection is overruled.
Which shooter?
Doesn't matter.
There's no record, nothing in the record about a 12-year-old shooting this gun.
Objection is overruled.
Let's go with the back guy. I'll call him the far shooter.
How high is that gun?
So he is 33 feet from the quail pen. And if you look at that, which is the 1.5 at 33. Yep, the bottom of his hand is gonna be like right there at that 28-inch mark.
Where's the line located? Right there, the line where the barrel, according to you, is?
At 33 feet, the muzzle.
The muzzle.
33 feet for the rear shooter. Uh, 39.6.
39 inches?
39.6.
39 inches.
Yep.
Do you have a tape measure? Oh, here we go. Inches right there.
Yeah.
If we back it up 10 feet, back it up 10 feet. What's the distance? What's the green line at? 10 feet back, so 40 feet.
It would be 36.5.
36.5. That's 3 feet, 3 feet 5.5 inches. Is that right?
That is correct.
My finger, that look about right?
Yes.
Right there?
Yes.
Right there.
Yes.
But we got this. We got your renders that you went with are these two, right?
Yes.
Okay. if you wouldn't fast forward a little bit. Right here, okay. So now we got, what's the angle of this doghouse that you calculated?
That's 14 degrees.
All right, and the shooter, the little youth there, the youth is how far away from that?
.4 feet.
And how high off the ground is that green line where he's standing? Little guy.
The muzzle is 29 inches above the ground.
29 inches.
Maybe 30.
30 inches. So right here? 30?
Yes.
So 30 inches when you're up close, right next to that doghouse. So what happens then when you back? I see the line, it's going upwards. So what happens when you back up? I mean, soon it's going to be over the little guy's head, right?
Yes.
Okay. But what happens if you're not such a little guy? If you back up, I don't know, let's back us up 5 feet. What happens?
Let's see. So that would be about 47.4.
47.4. Let's see. That about right?
Yes.
I can bring it closer.
Yes.
40, you see it?
Yes.
Finger? Okay. 47.4. It's right there.
Yes.
I'm glad we could demonstrate those heights to the jury. Thank you. If you wouldn't fast forward a little bit more about, it doesn't have an exhibit number, but like 5 slides. Right. Right. Yeah. Right here is fine. That's good. That's good. Now, and I just want to be clear, you talk about casings. It's cartridge casings, and you're aware that shotguns have shells and rifles have cartridges. Is that correct? Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
I call it a rifle cartridge, but a rifle cartridge would be the bullet and the casing and the gunpowder inside the casing, but I call them rifle casings.
Okay. Well, I mean, before you just called it shell casings, I just want to be clear. All right. So and you talked about, I know you spent some time talking about the ejection of cartridge casings from a rifle or an AR style rifle. But you have no training or experience in that other than the studies you've personally conducted. Is that right?
That's correct. In literature, which again, for this rifle, it's supposed to be 3 o'clock to 4:30, which is 45 degrees behind, but it can be forward. And it can be straight out to the side.
And I'm just tapping into common sense here, but you weren't at the scene in the night of the murders. Is that right?
I was not there.
And so is it possible that cartridge casings were moved?
Yes.
Is it possible that cartridge casings were ejected in an unorthodox manner?
Yes.
Is it possible that cartridge casings were ricocheted off of something, hit something and ricocheted?
Yes.
Okay. So where they laid, and this is just, again, tapping into common sense, not your engineering background, but where they laid may not necessarily be where they fell that night. Is that fair to say?
Yes. You're looking for just the area. For instance, if you're thinking about a shooting position 60 feet away, it makes no sense. But anywhere in that 24 feet that I'm talking about, yes, because there's casings there.
And here, what are we showing here? Remind me again what this, and I think there's one before it too, an exhibit before. What are we seeing here with the intersection of the 3 lines? What are you saying?
I'm saying that the 2 shots made in 2 different directions can be made from approximately the same spot.
Does that assume, though, that someone's shooting from approximately the same spot? Does that assume that right there? This is assuming someone's in the general same area when they shoot.
Well, I used a constant height shooter, put them on the trajectories, and they end up in the same spot.
Is it possible that someone shoots from one position and then moves to another position before they shoot again? Is that possible?
Sure.
Okay. And along your lines, it's still, it's very possible that someone could have shot over here, and again, they were maybe a bigger person than the 12-year-old, and someone could have then moved before they shot again. Is that a possibility? Is that possible?
Of course. Well, I mean, that's what this slide depicts, is the shooter moving.
But is it possible that they were back here and moved maybe just a little bit more than the 2 feet you put on your drawing?
No, they would have to change their shooting posture. That's kind of the whole point is, it's like, for instance, you know, if you want to, like your line of questioning, let's say that the shooter is laying down or on one knee, then stands up and shoots from the hip. I don't know if that's really consistent with a moving shooter, but it's my understanding from what people have determined and what I've heard in expert reports from the state is that they think the shooter was moving. So I was thinking that it doesn't have to be, but what's most likely is somebody is walking around shooting a gun.
Okay. Again, you weren't there. You have no firearms training. Is that right? Or certifications? Or crime scene training or certifications. Is that right?
I was not there.
So this is your best guess. Is that what it is?
No, that is not a guess.
So it
that
couldn't
is
be.
based, let me finish. That is based on all of the engineering principles, the physical evidence that was collected by both myself and Special Agent Worley. That is the physical evidence. Now, as you've done today, you can think about alternatives, and there very well can be alternatives, but you have to look at how likely the alternatives are. And that's what I'm doing here. There's always going to be variables. You can move things around, but I think as I've tried to get across today is that you draw a conclusion when you look at the evidence.
And you're here to testify to these jurors that your most likely answer is that it was a 12-year-old, two 12-year-olds at 5'2".
Your Honor, there's been no testimony that two 12-year-olds are involved in this anyway, misstating the facts.
Sustain the objection.
You're saying, though, that 5'2", which we can all guess approximates what size individual or age of individuals, that's your best guess of what went on that night?
It's not a guess. And again, it's not two individuals. It could be one person moving slightly there. But that is not a guess. That is my opinion. And I've tried to explain it to the court as best as I possibly can.
Just to be clear, I'm going to move to exhibit 50, I believe it's 53, right there. Did this line account for the trajectory of the bullet either going through glass, other objects, or a human being?
Well, as we've discussed before, I would not anticipate any deflection through the glass, but there could have been some deflection through the body. So what that would account for is that where I'm standing or where that string is could have moved a little bit going through the body, but I think everybody's agreed that the shotgun is inside the door. So that would limit how far you could move the shotgun side to side based on deflection due to contacting something solid inside the body.
All right, so I didn't hear a yes or no. Did it account for the projectile traveling through a human body, glass, or any other objects that were then located in that room that night? Does it account for that? Yes or no?
No, it doesn't account for it, but you could you could see, how that has to change or could change, because the amount that you can move the shotgun around from that position is limited by the opening in the doorway.
And same thing for the green laser lines we saw earlier. Does that account for the projectile passing through a human body, wood, any other object that it passed through? Did your calculations account for that trajectory?
Well, that path is a straight line path. It could have passed through a human body. It passed through the layers of the quail pen, but it's traveling straight at that point.
Did your calculations, I'm going to ask it again because I need a yes or no answer. Did your calculations account for the projectiles in the other examinations, the green line ones? Did it account for the projectiles passing through an item such as wood or a human body? Did it account for that?
No, I did not put there that the projectile somehow interacted with anything else and was deflected.
All right, I'm going to go over a few variables if you wouldn't mind. So variables in doing all these calculations are, would you agree, it's where the gun was held? That's a variable.
Not for the trajectories.
So you won't concede that where the gun was held is a variable in a calculation, such as yours.
Which calculation?
It doesn't matter. We're talking about either your shotgun calculation or your rifle one. Was where the gun held a variable that you have to account for in making this determination? Where the gun was held physically?
Not for the shot trajectories.
All right. Will you concede then that it was a variable in the AR-300 blackout scenario?
No, the shot trajectories, it doesn't matter where the gun is being held.
So where the gun's held in your mind makes no difference?
No, the gun is on the shot trajectory. I think
All right.
explained that.
Is it a variable of how the gun was held?
No.
Not a variable. Is it a variable if the party shooting was moving?
Again, no, the barrel of the gun was on that shot line, in my opinion.
Is it a variable if the party that the bullet would have potentially passed through was moving? Is that a variable?
No.
Is it a variable to you if the party was jumping or ducking? Is that a variable to you?
No.
Is it a variable if the party was maybe turning side to side? Is that even a variable?
Not for what I've done.
Okay, so you're saying no to everything I just asked, and all of those, you would agree, all of those variables that I listed include motion. Is that right?
Yes, those would all be if you were trying to figure out the orientation of the person that was shot, which is something that I did not do, and that's something I don't do. It's not my field of expertise.
You're doing a great job so far.
Anything further? Well, let's stand while we're indulging.
Stand while we're indulging. If you guys have been sitting down at home, you guys need to stand up too. Stretch those muscles, get some blood flow. I've been walking around here listening and watching. I've got it up on the computer and the big screen.
Okay.
Okay, y'all may sit now.
All right, and further to the variables, I think you just said is it not a variable to you? Trying to ask this as clearly as possible. Sorry, strike that. Is it a variable if the person that is being shot is moving? Is that a variable to you?
That is not a variable to me.
And is it a variable to you if the person who's doing the shooting is moving?
That is not a variable to me.
Would you agree, though, in general, people do move?
Yes, in my experience, people move.
That's it. No further questions.
so much to straighten out. So let's deal with his last questions. About the variables. You're an expert. I'm going to give you a hypothetical real quick. Bullet hole 10 feet up, bullet hole 5 feet up. What does that tell you?
The bullet's descending.
Right. And if you put a dowel through that, would you see where it possibly came from and where it possibly went?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, it's a line, correct?
Yes.
So what does knowing where the gun was being held have to do with any of that?
It has no bearing on the physics of the flight of the bullet. It may have something to do with maybe where the shooter was positioned relative to the weapon, right? Or, if some other variable, but I'm not testifying about those subject matters.
Right. So well, let me ask you this. The data you relied on for this trajectory, the trajectories, was that generated by SLED?
Yes.
And so did they indicate any evidence of ricochet?
No.
Did they indicate any evidence of bullet passing through a person?
No.
Did they what they put in the shed for DNA and tissue or some sort of organic matter?
Yes.
Didn't find any?
No.
So you're basically just saying this is the line based on the SLED, Agent Worley putting a dowel through and then figuring out the angle, correct?
Yes.
The two people you put here are based on the angle from the quail pen going down. It was an upward shot, correct?
You cannot lead the witness, though I've heard no objections to it.
I haven't heard any objections either, Your Honor.
Well, the court is objecting. You cannot lead the witness.
Trying to cut to the chase, I apologize. You were asked a question about the number of pellets. Did you review Agent Worley's report of her notes based on her visit to the location on July 16, 2021?
Yes.
Let me hand you these to see if it refreshes your memory. You go through those for just a moment, please.
You've got to be joking. I would break my back doing yoga. Trust me.
Okay.
Let me see it, please.
Right.
Any objection to putting this in evidence?
No objection.
Can I have the Elma? Offer this in evidence, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Just go page by page. This is the page one, and then we'll go to Okay, how about take it down a little bit. Oh, no, that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. So what is being recorded in this document and by who? It's a SLED report, right?
Yes, it's just a listing of the observations that Special Agent Worley was observing at the crime scene.
Okay, so let's go down to the bottom of this page, okay? What's there, that shadow? What's that about? Okay, so tell me what that says. What does that mean?
Those are the following bullet defects in feed room, the doghouse, the small animal cage, and the workshop were scaled, labeled, and photographed.
Okay, so what is the defect A, B, C, D, and E?
Those are 5 projectiles in the feed room window.
And I think we previously heard those are buckshot pellets?
Yes.
You can't lead the witness.
Okay. Go to the next page, please. So how many is that?
5.
Okay, keep going. Top of the page, please. Okay, and so it can, what happens here? Defect F, G, and M.
F and G are projectile entered the interior side of the window. Defect K is a possible defect in the exterior side of the window screen.
And that accounts for how many pellets?
You got 7.
Okay, and how many pellets were there?
9.
Okay. Is this where you got your information that you were asked about by the state?
Yes, and I mean, there was a report by Tom Bevel. He talked about the evidence. The evidence been listed. So there are several documents that you could go to find the stuff that was collected at the site.
Okay, and then going down doghouse, this would be, what is that? What does that cover?
Maybe push it down.
Push it down just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah, the doghouse was, there was the entrance defect. Then there was a possible entrance defect. It was like a really small hole. No projectile recovered. And then there was a projectile entered the lower middle area, the southeast exterior side, exited the interior side, and entered the bedding. And the projectile was previously collected from the bedding.
Okay, so it says a flight path rod was placed through defects 1 and something.
I think that's I and I1.
I and I1.
Yes.
Okay, and was documented with photographs. You've seen those photographs?
I have.
An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the. You know, I'm just reading. I'm not leading him. I'm reading the document that's in evidence. I'm publishing it.
All right.
Thank you. An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the flight path to be approximately 76 degrees, and a protractor. Protractor and a plumb bob determined the horizontal angle to be approximately 84 degrees. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that or was that inconsistent with the photographs you saw taken by Agent Worley of her performing those tests?
I think it's off the horizontal angle. I think was off a degree.
A degree, right, based on the photograph.
Right.
But you weren't there.
No.
So you're looking at a photograph and saying it's off a degree, but maybe she had a better perspective.
Objection, commentary.
Could she had a better perspective than you did than what you saw in the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Small animal cage. That says defect J, projectile entered the exterior side of the cardboard on the southwest end of the cage, exited the interior sides of the cardboard and the chicken wire. Defect J1 traveled through chicken wire on the back wall of the cage and entered the southeast wall of the workshop. Defect J2 exited the interior side of the workshop wall, defect J, and struck a vertical shelf beam that was perpendicular to the wall. A flight path rod was placed through defects J to J2 and was documented with photographs. An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the flight path to be approximately 87 degrees and the horizontal approximately 41 degrees. And is that consistent with the photographs you saw?
Yes, except for the one that's 3 degrees.
Right,
and
that's
then
3 degrees.
And then there was one with 1.5, and again for the reasons
And that's
I've
why we
stated.
see the two paths. You do 1 at 1.5, 1 at 3. Now, In any of this, did you read anything about not quite done yet. No, I'm done with that one. But about ricochet or any biologic material on anything or anything that indicated pass through a person or a wall or anything. Was there anything recorded by their agent that would indicate any of that? That was collected by their agents that would indicate any of that?
No.
Okay. Now, what do you know what this is?
This is Agent Worley's drawing of the window.
Okay. And what does it indicate?
It indicates the 7 buckshot pellets that passed through the window.
Okay. How about let's see the other one. What is this?
It's another drawing showing where the 7 buckshot pellets went through the window.
Okay. One's from inside, one's from outside? Or
Yes.
What? Okay. Yes. So there are 7 buckshot. And which one of these is the one you measured through?
If that's the outside,
yeah, maybe it is.
I measured through a defect B1, which would be the upper leftmost
exterior side. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So I went through B1.
Okay. And is this consistent with what you saw?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't get to look at this until October, correct?
Of 2022. 22.
Right. Now, these drawings, their examination was done in June and July of 21, within a month of the murders, correct?
Yes.
And what you had to go on basically was photographs, right?
Objection to the leading room.
What, if anything, did you have to rely on to do the analysis?
Well, the information and data that SLED collected because.
I'm sorry, who collected it?
SLED.
Okay, and?
Right, because they were there very early on and I was not. And then also went and took a look at the physical evidence and I found there that was helpful to the investigation itself. So it wasn't 100% based on SLED, but a lot of this information came directly from SLED.
Okay, do you know when Alex Murdaugh was charged with murder? Was it July of 22?
I don't remember.
But at some point over a year after the murders?
Yes.
Okay. And you were retained and got out there within 90 days of his arrest, correct?
Yes.
But they waited over a year to arrest him, correct?
Yes.
So my question is, I mean, these issues raised, would the ammo that you use for your sound testing, whether you were using the same brand or some different brand, did it make any difference?
No.
Objection, no basis in his expertise.
What, if any, difference would it have made in the acoustical issues you were testing? Different ammo?
None. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Your Honor. Was he able to answer? I'm sorry. Was he able to
Yes,
answer that?
objection was overruled. Your answer.
Thank you.
It makes no difference. All the shotguns are right in the same range. It doesn't matter. The rifles are in the same range. Weapons of this type are not loud enough to be heard inside the house from that distance with all the variables.
Okay, you were also asked a question about how loud the sound was if you went in a laboratory. The length of the distance you said was between the kennels and the house, outside the house. And I think you said, was it 100 decibels?
Yes, it's about like 103, 104.
Okay, and he went to a chart saying that would be like a airplane at 300 meters.
Yes.
Would you be able to hear that inside the house?
Depends on what's going on inside the house, but at that level, you would just, I don't want to, it's been a long day, but it depends on where the energy of the sound is in what's called octave bands and 1/3 octave bands. In other words, the sound of a gunshot is different than the sound of a jet airplane because it's not the same noise. So there's more to the question, but even if apples to apples, if you had that level of noise outside, which it wasn't because it wasn't a laboratory setting, it was actually only about 85 decibels outside the house, which would have been audible if you're outside. You could be a couple miles away and hear these gunshots if you were outside.
So if you were a couple miles away and you were outside, not inside a house, you could hear those shots.
You could, yes.
But
You
what
know,
about-
as long as there's not a lot of traffic or you're not cutting the grass, if it was quiet and you're outside, you could hear those gunshots. You just can't hear them in the house.
Can't hear them in the house. Now, did you find any data, any reports, anything you looked at for SWAT that they did any of the trajectory calculations that you did?
No.
They did a computer simulation, right?
Or a scan. They scanned the same way I did.
And then when you look at it, we saw it 4 weeks ago, there's a sort of a flaw.
Objection sustained.
Did they do, what if any Faro did they do? Faro computer generated? Did they do one?
All I know is that they did scan the scene in July, just like I did, but I have not yet seen anything from them using their scan.
And did they, again, not again, but I want to make sure I understand this. They got the information, strike that. What if any trajectory computations did they do, SWED, the state, any FBI, anybody hired by these guys over here, do on trajectory? Did you see anything?
No.
So the first time anybody's done any trajectory calculations is you. And we indicated we were going through that PowerPoint last night, trying to make sure it was understandable. But sort of, one last question. Was there anything to prevent SWAT, FBI, anybody from doing the same calculations you did? Well, just two last questions. That you did, anything preventing them? Do they have any, what if any obstacles were there to SWED or FBI or one of these private people they hired doing the same thing you did?
None.
And let me get this straight. He kept talking about children 5'2". Young lady, stand up. That's a clerk in my office. She's 5'3". So
Objection is sustained.
she's not a child. That's all I'm trying to point out. She's 22.
Objection to commentary.
Objections.
Apologize to the court, Your Honor. Based on your calculations and based on the assumption that somebody would be holding a rifle either at their hip or at their shoulder in a way in which you operate that weapon, what, if any, opinion do you have as to whether that person could be Alex Murdaugh shooting into that quail pen?
It can't be.
Thank you.
I know you just answered that question, but it could be on anyone on those green lines. Is that right? Your green lines that you drew could be anyone along that green line.
That is correct.
Could be anyone who could fit along that green line. Is that true?
The weapon is on the green line. And then so, as I've tried to explain before, the next thought process is that, okay, for people of different sizes, what do they have to do to put their hands on the weapon to fire it?
Thank you.
While it's sitting on that green line.
So to be clear, is that a yes? Anyone on that green line? As long as this gun travels on that green line, it would fit anyone on that green line.
That is correct.
Thank you. And if you were down at the kennels when a shotgun was shot and a 300 Blackout was shot, if you were down at the kennels, would you have heard it?
Yes.
No further questions.
You step down.
I guarantee we're going to be in
Ladies and gentlemen, that'll be it for this day. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Looking at it's almost 5:30 now. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case. Have a good evening. You just hold still while the jurors leave, since it's taking you a while to get up.
So we're going to watch this just for a little bit. Nobody's going to leave, and I know they're going to be handling some stuff afterwards. I knew that they were going to cross-examine this witness. Everybody was like, why didn't they do more on Buster? But honestly, Buster's not a witness. He can't really do anything, and there's no reason to insult the kid, you know, and make him feel, you know.
Yes, to 9:30.
Okay. Looks like we're good. I'm going to keep it on just to be on the safe side. We know how this goes. We've been doing this long enough. It looks like, okay, looks like everybody is exiting. Okay. So, this was a pretty good day. I told you when we were talking that I felt like they would definitely be cross-examining this witness really hard, and they did. And I honestly believe that they really put some damage in his theory. And I don't know how the jurors are taking it, but I can tell you doesn't appear he did a thorough job, or he knew the answers but didn't want to give those to everyone until they asked for them, because he didn't look at, hey, Hellcat, they didn't look at the crouch position. He didn't look at what it would take for a 6'3", 6'4" guy. He didn't even put him in the equation on there. If he could have put him on that chart and proved that there's no possibility, even along that line, that somebody from his height could have done that, that would have been different. But still, I think everybody is starting to catch on that this is a crouching type of kneeing position. And as soon as I was screaming in the computer, it's knee down, knee down. You know, they're all hunched over. And I said, I swear, it looks like it would have been done from a knee position. And the line on here, and him, the state taking the tape measure so people could get a good perspective of the height, I think that really did it for the jurors, because they were actually being, those measurements were now represented. They could see the height of those with the tape measure. And I thought that was very smart of the state to do. I think it just makes it a lot clearer. Did any of you listen to the interview in the car where AM talked about Paul's gun? Says Paul used the wee red light like what I use on that night. What is he talking about? I have no idea. We did play that portion. Oh, I didn't even realize I don't have my light on. We did play that portion. There we go. Hello. Let it adjust a little bit. Oh, that is bright. What was I thinking? Yeah, we watched that coming in from the break, from the lunch break. We did watch that. So I don't know. I'm kind of burnt out. I got to be honest with you. That was a lot of information. But just to rehatch this, just for the audience that didn't get to watch the entire day, we listened to Buster. Buster was the first one to get on the stand. And, you know, there's just a lot of stuff that was really not, there was a few things that he stated that didn't appear to be accurate or true, in my opinion. And then this guy got on the stand, and he's been talking about everything for literally hours. And, you know, he just didn't represent, like, when the prosecution got witnesses on the stand, they almost, they were proactive. So that means they were addressing the other concerns before being asked, because then the defense wouldn't be able to have the aha or the gotcha moment, and they're explaining it fair and balanced. It seemed like when the defense brought their up, one-sided, And the state picked up on that, and I think they really drilled it home. I mean, this guy is not a gun expert. He has no idea about true trajectory except for his own test studies. And yes, there is calculations involved, but even though he wanted to say it was science based on different variables that he didn't even take into account. So I just thought that they really were able to, like, how do I want to explain this? Dick Harpootlian was very disrespectful to literally everybody on the stand, just nasty. Oh, you're just the tape guy. And they're doing it in such a way, they have such tact, right? They have such tact that they're doing it in such a way that he's almost discrediting himself by the questions that they're asking. They're not having to be nasty to him. They're just asking him questions like, what education did you have? Did you go for legit training in these aspects that you're speaking on? They questions his expertise. And while I do believe that a lot of on-the-job training, you don't really need a degree if you're around this stuff so much, but I don't think he came up to the level that is needed for this kind of trial. I think he fell very short of what was really needed to add that punch for the defense. And I think this was a huge, huge missed opportunity for the defense to really help clear up some of the expert witnesses on the prosecution, the state side. And they're just honestly, they expect to be, finished up by Friday, hopefully. And even if they're finished up by Friday, if this is the way it's going to keep going, if their own experts can be discredited in such a fashion as was done today, I mean, I really don't think Alec is even competing to get a not guilty verdict, in my opinion. Like, I don't know. At this rate, I can tell you, if we're going to get more of today, Alec is toast. In my opinion, he's toast. If this is the best we have from the defense, he's toast. But we do know that this is just the beginning. And like the prosecution, I'm hoping that final witnesses really packs a punch. If they can't get these witnesses to start packing a punch and start putting doubt in some of these juries' minds, unfortunately, I think Alec's fate is sealed. Let's read some comments here. So Sandra says, I think the court needs to have a moment where we could ask questions. How awesome would that be? That would be a game changer. I don't think they're going to be rewriting our laws to include public comment in murder trials. Holy crap. That would be a trial that never ended. They would never. Okay. I am Team Summer says, in my opinion, that witness testimony was a moot point. I agree. He did. I mean, when he was talking about it, it sounded good in theory. It really did. It sounded great in theory. But other than that, I just don't. When they started pressing him on key details, he didn't have the proper answer. There's no way around it. He didn't have the proper answer. And he discredited himself. I saw Maggie's sister look at Alec once only. She threw daggers at him. Why? Because I guarantee, remember, she was the state's witness. And by the state's witness, I have to think that she's believing that he did that to her sister. So yeah, I would be throwing daggers at him too. He's lucky that she just stayed, I don't know. She knew that Maggie wanted a divorce, in my opinion. Yeah, I think Maggie was very much concerned with, I think she was very much concerned with the fact that the money, the whole boat accident thing, you know, Blanca was talking about, you know, and her sister was kind of confirming that she seemed to be very concerned about that yes, they wanted to clear Paul's name, but, you know, she was thinking $30 million. And I thought I heard Buster say he thought it was 40 million or something about 40 million. I heard him say that number today. So it really does make me wonder, like, okay, you know, did he change how much it was? Because Mark Tinsley was testifying that it was 10 million. However, Maggie Murdaugh thought it was 30 million. And then we hear Buster saying something like 40 million. So was he, it just seemed like that the number kept increasing from where it really was. So I don't know. I'm unsure about that. He's been charged with premeditated murder. Is he charged with premeditated murder? Who's he? SB. Who is he? So, all right, guys, listen, we've been going for quite the time. We've been on here for almost 8.5 hours. Plus we had a little over 2 hours and 10 or 15 minutes this morning. So I am utterly exhausted. I love you guys. Thanks for being here. Tomorrow we will be running our coffee club. We will be running our trial, and I'm going to be breaking out of here tomorrow at 10, and I'm getting my hair done. It is a must. It is a must. It a must, a must, a must. So I will see you guys back here in the morning, bright and early, for coffee club. I love you. Have a good night. God bless each and every one of you. And don't forget to be fearless. I'm not even going to say the rest. That's how tired I am. God bless.